Reminder, 3 minutes.
On Monday, I would have indicated that we would have from probably around 2014, based on the economic downturn, started a process of deferring major equipment replacements and major maintenance. And I think it's probably dependent on our understanding of the word major maintenance. What we mean when we say major maintenance, we basically would be a complete refurbishment where we take systems completely offline and refurbish them. That was delayed. However, we continued and even ramped up our maintenance to ensure that the equipment we had remained in service. The airport spends on average $8 million a year in maintenance. So it is not that maintenance is not being done at the airport. I don't think systems that in some cases are 3, 4, 5 years past their estimated life would still continue to operate, and for the most part operate well if we were not seriously engaged in the maintenance of the facilities at the airport.
And I just want to reinforce the point that if an administration had deferred maintenance and deferred equipment, and you only have to go and see the international, Grant Williams International Airport to see what we have done as a government since we came to office in 2018, and all the remedial actions that we have to take. And the fact that we are still spending money. I speak to the, not so long ago, to the runway at the Grant Williams International Airport, which would have run us, I believe, close to, maybe even more. I'll get the number confirmed to you, Mr. Chairman, so I will mislead the House. But I believe if it wasn't close to, it was over $100 million that we spent to resurface the runway, which was in urgent need of resurfacing. And Barbadians, when they touched on Grant Williams International Airport, can see the comfort. So it was due to, in part, to the lack of incompetence on the former minister's part, because he was minister not only of tourism but international transport. And on that point too, Mr. Chairman, if they want to talk about maladministration, I would say to this honorable House that when they split the BTMI to BTMI and BTA to BTMI and BPTA, that what he should have perhaps told the country that up until 2018, from 2014 to 2018, that no audited financials were ever prepared and laid in this House of Parliament. So if you want to talk about maladministration or bad administration, perhaps he should explain to this country why during his tenure that the financial statements were never prepared and never laid. No systems, no processes and procedures were in place at the BTMI. So if he wants to say that, let him say it. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, is that the Barbados Labour Party came to office. I wasn't the minister. The honourable member for St. James Central was the minister, and he can tell you that they had to start and move with alacrity in order to complete the financials for that entity. And I am proud to say that those financials were submitted and will sure obviously be laid in Parliament. We did that when we came to office. The other issue in respect of the BTMI is that they would not tell you, but I will tell the country, that it was underfunded, okay, as an SOE, and you know how critical the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. is to us as a marketer of the destination. No funding. The Barbados Labour Party came to office, and by way of an airport service charge, put the BTMI on a sustained funding. Again, other members will know, and for sure the former member, the former tourism minister, who represents the constituency, Michael, St. James Central, sorry, would tell you that when they went to World Travel Market, the first question was, when are you going to pay your bills? The airlines and the operators were asking that question. Today, I can proudly say, as a member of the Barbados Labour Party, that when you go to WTM, nobody's asking about when you are going to settle debts that are overdue. They actually commend you and want to come and do business with you, because this Barbados Labour Party put the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. on a sustainable funding path. And we are even going further, as I alluded to during my estimates, that we are going to transition to a private PPP arrangement in order to facilitate this. So I think, Mr. Chairman, there will come a time when I will have an opportunity to respond to those who believe that they ought that believe that they want to trouble me. And there are some people who believe that, you know, I should be troubled. But I remember a former prime minister once made the point that if your humbug may can trouble you, I might get a drop cake. Not that I will do that to you, Mr. Chairman. That comment is not intended for you. But I say this because an opportunity will come when we are going to have to tell the country what we inherited at the Ministry of Tourism, what we have done to put this country on a sustainable tourism path, and that time will come shortly. I'm obliged, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honourable member, for that response. It seems that I am also now baffled by the question or the statement made in the newspaper. But I think based on your question, it begs me now to ask a question that wasn't on my agenda, which is in relation to BTMI, and I think maybe the LESC, and I think maybe one other. You said you've put tourism on a sustainable path, and I know that there are some entities that are now off government budget. Could you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Sure, thank you. And I believe Ms. Charmaine London is here with us as well. Yes, you're correct, honourable member. We have put the Barbados Conference Services Limited on a sustainable path. And if you will know, in the estimates, we don't request as a ministry any funding for that organization. The organization has done a phenomenal job in seeking out new business. There is also an arrangement with Ross University there that also brings in some income. They've been able to maintain their staff, but they're actively doing pursuing a number of initiatives in order to build extra revenue. And there's no cash call or requirement on the part of the government of Barbados, certainly since we came to office in 2018. But I will ask the head of the Barbados Conference Services Limited to add to what I've said. Ms. London.
Good morning. Good morning, all. My name is Charmaine London. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Barbados Conference Services Limited, and we manage the Lord Erskine Sandiford Center. To add to the Minister's comment, we have done a number of initiatives. We have been, number one, for sure, what we've been doing is working collaboratively We've been working collaboratively with our industry partners and event producers to produce our own events, because we really cannot only depend on booking events, short-term events, with our local persons as well as local clients, as well as our overseas clients. What we're also doing is working with BTMI and the Product Club from BHTA to encourage and to attract more MICE business, which is the meetings, incentives, conferences, and events business. That's a niche market, which we would like to see, I would like to see grow more over the next couple of years. Only last year, we would have joined with the BTA and the BHTA to go to the IMETS Americas meeting to promote LESC and promote the island along with BTMI and the BHTA. The other things that we're doing, we've refocused our efforts in our event management services. Not only do we manage events at the center, but a lot of persons do not know that we also manage events at other local venues. And one of the main things that we're looking to grow as well is the audiovisual and technical services which we offer to all the venues on island, as well as off island. We have a portable system. I think most members might know. We have a portable system which is a conference discussion system similar to what we have here, but we have used that along with our technical support and our very highly trained technical persons to offer that service and to meetings not only here on island, at Hilton or all the other venues, but also in Dominica, Antigua, and St. Lucia so far. And that is a Pretty much, that is, we have diversified in a way so that we can increase our revenues. In addition to that, we are also completing infrastructural upgrades as well as the physical plant. The physical plant is over 25 years, and there are some areas which need to be upgraded to modernize it, as well as to make it more aesthetically pleasing, and also to meet the trends and international standards. And we have started doing that. So far we have completed the recarpeting of the main conference rooms. We are going to continue to complete the smaller rooms. We are also looking at our furnishings to replace those so that we become more marketable. And those are things that we are working on at the present moment. One of the main areas we're also going to be working on is the renovation and the upgrade of the washroom facilities throughout the center. So that is what is one of the projects that we'll be working on over the next 2 years. And one of the things that we've also tried to do is to reduce our footprint, our carbon footprint. Today, we do have a photovoltaic system in place, which has saved us roughly about 7% on the electricity bill, and our electricity bill is the highest operating expense that we have at this present moment. So we have been able to reduce that by 7%. We are investigating installing another photovoltaic system, an additional system, and this will go on the multi-story car park. That multi-story car park already has the facility, the infrastructure to attach a photovoltaic system to there. So we are investigating that so that we will be able to reduce our electricity costs as well as to reduce the carbon footprint. We are also looking at upgrading our chilled water air conditioning system to a more efficient energy technology, also to provide additional redundancy and to mitigate any downtimes caused by the aging air conditioning plant. And the final thing, in terms of energy efficiency, we are investigating a power factor correction unit, which will further reduce our costs again by about 12%. So what we're doing is looking to increase our revenue, but at the same time reducing our costs, and so that we are not a burden to the government purse. Once we do that, we will obviously not reduce our how should I put it? We will not compromise our service to our clients. Thank you.
Your final question, sir?
All right. Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you to Madam. My final question is in relation to sustainable tourism. And I know we've heard the word used at different points during the course of this conversation. They need to focus on sustainability, they need to focus on vulnerabilities, and so on. And my question is really then in relation to ecotourism as a product. And considering that the East Coast remains, and other parts of Barbados, but the East Coast specifically, remains untapped in many ways. It is rugged, it is rustic. It offers the opportunity for a great ecotourism product. We see places like Walker's World, Cornwall Cottage, and other places that are venturing into this, but as a part of the overall tourism package. I am not so sure what role this plays, how big this factors in as an opportunity that is perhaps underdeveloped. And I would like to know what plans, if any, there are for utilizing the potential for an ecotourism product in Barbados.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I would have alluded to some of it, not under that specific category when I spoke. But when I spoke to the issue of attractions and, of course, what we can do to, for example, our gullies that we have in Barbados, using that as one example of what we can do, not only to build sustainability and resilience, but in terms of the tourism sector as a sustainable entity, and also in addition to all the policies that we would announce in terms of our smart energy programs, in terms of all the net zero arrangements that we want to achieve, the fact that we had used the BEST program to enhance greening and sustainability and obviously seek to go after renewable energy. What I will do, I will ask the BTMI to address this issue as well. We also have the chair of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Mrs. Shelley Williams, with us. I'll let her speak to it, and of course, the CEO of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Mr. Ian Strayhart. Chairman?
Thank you, Minister. When I think about sustainability, I don't only, I just left from, Sorry.
Before you move on,
Sorry.
you give your name and your position for the record.
absolutely,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. My name is Shelley Williams. I am the chair of BTMI. My apologies. When I think about sustainability, when in terms of tourism, I think a little bit more than just eco. I think about how our Barbadians can make tourism more sustainable for us, and how can tourism feed into sustaining our economic, how we sustain our economy through tourism as well. I just came off of a trip meeting the Italians and European tour operators, and they took great interest into Barbados because they're seeing us as a very sustainable destination. I told them sustainability is something that is seemingly a buzzword for the wider world, but for Barbadians, we live in a sustainable manner. You look at how we grow things, how we eat, are the same ecotourism you're talking about, the same locations, the Harrison's Cave, which was pretty much preserved by the persons in St. Thomas. How we feed into tourism and make it more sustainable. We at the BTMI are very, very interested in doing that. That is big on our list. We have Run Barbados. We moved Run Barbados from in town to go on to Bashiba, so people can see the beauty of Barbados. And you're seeing now sustainability, meaning we are now taking our rum shops. If you saw a lot of the films going around now, you're seeing the new marketing of tourism is no longer just a Caucasian tourist walking down a beach front. It is now going into the rum shops and showing you the average Barbadian and how they live and how they share in the tourism product. If you see what we're doing in terms of promoting our eco water from the sky, we're now brokering with the cruise ships to have that on board, and they're buying that on board now, and that was brokered out of tourism. So sustainability for me in tourism means that all Barbadians must be included into this product. And the eco, well, we have to take care of our country, but there's more to tourism just than the hotels. And we definitely, we are definitely actively looking for new attractions and diverse places that we can carry our tourists. And they're asking for it. I would like to see the day that we even have the Temple Yard, the Rastafarian community feeding into our tourism product as well. When we fix up and make them look like oysters, we will have yet another attraction. So those are the things I'm talking about when it comes to sustainable tourism for the tourism product. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before Dr. Trenhart comes, I would like to ask my Permanent Secretary also to make some additional comments here. P.S.
Thank you, Minister. My name is Francine Blackman, Permanent Secretary within the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport. I basically wish to add to the Chair, Ms. Williams, by indicating that in terms of the ecotourism, we recently the ministry was able to have a very credible partner within the IDB produced a report that basically spoke to this. That report shed light on what additional initiatives that we can take to further ecotourism. One of it, which is, these are areas that have been talked about before, is how do we further expand and develop our gullies to become a major attraction for tourists. And one area that was paid particular attention was the Wim Gully in St. Peter. And how do we facilitate a whole ecosystem there that allows for persons to do selling of particular craft items along there, also to connect that with boating, and to develop it in a manner that persons from within the area benefit from that particular beauty and nature that we do have in the gullies around Barbados. These are things that have been talked about for some time, but now we are taking a more direct approach within the ministry as to how we can build out these additional gullies around Barbados. We have Jackson Gully. There's talked about how can we build that out where you can have very short visits from persons coming off the cruise ships to just go there, bus them there, that they can experience that, that wonder of nature too as well. So these are some of the initiatives right now that are being considered within the ministry and will be built out over time. Thank you.
Dr. Trainhard, I'm not sure if you want to add any further comments.
Thank you, Minister. Jens Trainhard, CEO, BTMI. So for us, sustainable tourism is really around how we manage the destination. And it's important because the impact of a well-managed tourism destination can provide essential benefits. On the other side, poor management can also have severe impacts on the ecosystem, the economic stability, and overconsumption as well of resources that can contribute to the loss of cultural integrity and identity of the destination. So for us, sustainability is a multi-dimensional topic. So it does not only provide considerations to preserve our environment, but also includes the protection of social structures in our communities and the Bajan culture. Because, you know, what post-pandemic travelers are looking for is more meaningful travel and experiences that include and drive purpose in their trips and want to have that immersive contact with local experiences and communities. So I believe it goes beyond just ecotourism. So our goal needs to be to develop Barbados in a sustainable destination, which means working with the hotels, the residents, the communities, and the government together collaboratively. And that strategy is then to boost really the island's tourism product, make it more authentic, and eventually roping in thousands of locals to showcase these Bajan experiences. So with that, we create an inclusive and transformative tourism model, which means utilizing all the non-traditional aspects of tourism. Actually, last year, Barbados was featured as only one of 10 global destinations in a new documentary series by Sustainable Travel International called Sustainable Travel, Where Next? And with that, in that documentary where we showcase Barbados, we actually showcase these small, authentic experiences to the world. And we're also one of only 3 destinations in Central America and the Caribbean that's currently one of the top 100 global green destinations. So from farm to table, culinary experiences to recycling and reusing, reuse programs. So each of these episodes of the documentary showcase these real life examples of sustainable travel. So really, to preserve the story of our destination, we believe that Barbados will have to launch several initiatives to promote the unique Bajan culture and these experiences to ensure the environmental sustainability of the entire destination. Thank you.
I have some other questions, but I will pass, Honourable Member. Thank you so much.
Is this a follow-up question?
I had some, but I will let the other members speak, sir.
You are permitted if there is a follow-up question, which is in relation to what you asked previously. You can so.
Okay, yes, sir, I'm aware. I was going to let the other members speak. Okay, so I understand what sustainable tourism is, and I've heard that being explained during the course of this conversation on the first day. But my question was specifically on ecotourism and not the wider version of sustainable tourism. And I wanted to understand that in relation to particularly its financing, because I know when I was in another place, as Minister of Maritime, there was a study that was done a few years back that suggested tourists were willing to pay directly a little something toward the preservation of the environment, and toward us maintaining the beauty, the rustic beauty that they think Barbados has, specifically toward maintaining the ocean space. And I think the PS was getting very close to the answer in relation to the things being done for ecotourism, which is my question. So I wanted to know what were the plans specifically for ecotourism and not the wider definition of what sustainable tourism is.
The Permanent Secretary will address the question. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. One other initiative that I can speak to is the multi-destination marketing that we have been engaged with talks with Guyana, for instance, to see how we can pair and partner where a tourist can experience the two destinations simultaneously, where a tourist can come, either go to Guyana and experience much of the ecotourism, some of the things that Barbados do not have. Well, then on the completion of that, then come to Barbados. So we have been in talks about that area and building it out. In addition to what we are doing in Barbados, we have looked at the Ministry of Examining how, for instance, we can align our policies with that of the Ministry of Environment, where there have been tourists who've expressed a desire and interest, for instance, in planting trees to help mitigate their carbon footprint in the flight over from the Europe. In particular, the tourists arriving from that destination they have been very attracted towards helping us in reducing our carbon footprint in that area. So these are some of the areas that have been under consideration. In fact, we have looked at them paying, for instance, as much as about $5 or $10 to partner with us to plant a tree that we will preserve for a number of years to help Barbados in terms of its own carbon footprint. These are initiatives that we will continue to explore, and there will be announcements as we go on and we further cement and concretize these ideas as we bring them to fore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, PS.
Sir, with your leave, the chair of the BTMI would also like to add some comments. With your leave, thanks.
Shelley Williams, again from Chair of BTMI. I want to say that we do have something called the Mindful Travel or the Mindful Traveler. It is something that is very important for Europeans. So when they do come down, yes, part of planting trees are one of them. They also help with the sea turtles and the nesting of the sea turtles, helping to salvage them. But we also in the cruise, where cruise we have representation in Miami. One of our SBDOs, our Senior Business Development Officer, is actually engaging in talks with the Disney cruise lines, who are very interested in offering some finance and initiatives for sustainability and protecting the ecosystem within Barbados. Even though they are not yet sailing here, they have shown a great interest and they have reached out to us about partnering with us on an initiative to help us with our sea and our shorelines and our reefs. So we are definitely top of mind, eco-tourism is top of mind for us, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to get right to my questions because I know that time is of the essence. Minister, colleagues, good to see everyone. I'm going to start at a very macro place in the sector because there is a perception that there is some level of tourism investment in Barbados that is too much. There's a perception that we are dragging a sector with us that we need to bring into the 21st century. Notwithstanding the fact that this is a sector that, like it or not, has distinguished itself as one of the most productive for the people of this country. So I wanted, Minister, to give you and your team the opportunity to address a particular question, and it is this. What do you consider to be the scope for growth in this sector? Have we done the work to say across the sectors that integrate with tourism proper, but also the linkages with agriculture, with beauty, with ecotourism, etc., is there a ceiling? So in other words, is this sector contributing all that it can? Is there more that it can contribute? Is there real scope for growth? How much more bang can we get for the bucks that we are investing in these estimates? Because I want to hear whether we are trying to return to some level of normal. We have a cap. We keep hearing the 40% contribution to GDP. What is the real scope for growth that you consider that through your stewardship and the officers here, we will be able to see?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will address the issue as well as I will ask the Permanent Secretary to speak to it. Let me give you my scope, and I do so because having worked within the hospitality sector for all of my life, I am a true believer in it. I believe that there is significant scope within the tourism sector. One of the things I think that we as a country we have to get better at is how, one, do we create additional wealth within the tourism sector? And secondly, how do we increase yields from the tourism sector so that we can, by extension, extrapolate more spend from visitors when we get them on island? In respect of building out wealth, there are a number of vehicles that I think that hitherto we have not utilized, that we could utilize in order to build additional hotels in Barbados. And if we were to do that, it would also not only constitute and define the ownership class, but it would also allow a lot of other persons who hitherto have not had an investment in tourism to do so. The other issue is how do we create wealth? And by vehicles, I mean, for example, that we should perhaps start looking at opportunities for maybe venture capitalists with full participation of the Barbadian public. Maybe we should go the route of having maybe an initial IPO or floating a company on a local stock exchange or refloating it elsewhere, any other stock market. I give you my example, having worked for Elegant Hotels. That was St. James Beach Hotels, as it were, was the first public entity in Barbados to be listed on the UK stock market. And later on, it went through private equity funding, and then a couple of years thereafter, it again was relisted as Elegant Hotels on the London Stock Exchange. That, when we exited that created a bounty for the shareholders who were involved in that. And it all had to do with the fact that predominantly, with the exception of one person, you had an executive leadership team who flogged the horse, as I would refer to it, and delivered to a stock market, and which also did justice to Barbados as a destination, its reputation, but also allowed persons to see what local people can do. So I believe if we can come up with either equity arrangement, institutions in Barbados in order to build out, I think we could realize in a very material way the benefits, additional benefits of tourism. And that's one area where I think we could focus on. Whether we are getting the best bang for a buck in this market has to do, one, with how entities are managed. If you have very sound management, you will always get decent and proper returns. The investment climate in Barbados is ripe compared to some other countries. When you look and see, for example, the incentives under the TDAA and other incentives that are available for the development of tourism, there's actually no comparison to some other jurisdictions. When you look at the fact that Barbados and investors in anything in Barbados can register their inflows with the central bank and pay dividends through that process and with no hindrance at all, that also speaks to the depth of what us as a people, what we've been able to do over time. But our primary consideration has to be, how do we extrapolate more? And if we continue the process of reinvestment in hotels, which obviously has to be done, and I've seen it because I've lived it, and you refurbish your hotel, you do some, annual capex expenditure, that will always put you in a position where you can increase your room rate. And whenever the room rate is increased, there are often no difficulties with all tour partners, be it online operators, be it tour operators, other partners in the business, because they are seeing the value that we are offering. And I think, and in addition to that, even now, not now, but even with the food and beverage concessions that are available within the sector, compared to some other countries, you have a wonderful opportunity to build quality, and you have a wonderful opportunity to get a decent return. And I speak from experience when I tell you that if a hotel or any other entity is properly managed, you can drop between 35 to 40 cents to the dollar. So I believe there, to answer your question, Honorable Member, there is significant uptake and opportunity available. It is how we put the mechanisms in place to ensure we can build out that. I'll ask the Permanent Secretary if she wishes to add. Thank you. B.S.
Thank you, Minister. The question is, how can we create growth? And I would respond by indicating that tourism is not a standalone industry. It needs transportation, it needs agriculture, it needs manufacturing, and all of these additional sectors that create linkages in order for tourism to be successful. And recently, the ministry had a carrying capacity study undertaken. And that study, we were interested in determining, is Barbados saturated? Are we at full capacity when it comes to accommodation and how we utilize the resources around us? We took a look at how do we look in terms of the environment, in terms of our social network, and also from the economic perspective. And I would indicate that the outcome has shown us that we are not saturated. There is still opportunity for us for growth. Once we've talked about this, but we need to put very strategic and deliberate actions to be able to fuse tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and these types of agencies, these types of sectors, I should say, to be able to promote further growth, to generate, to move our GDP even higher. The opportunity is there for us as we, for the first time, also take deliberate steps to move our civil aviation sector to one that supports tourism, which we have not done in the past. We have the major opportunity now through that body, as I mentioned on Monday, to be able to go into new markets, to be able to sell ourselves, to have new airlines as a result of having the Civil Aviation Authority develop and position in a manner that shows us that we are on top of our security and safety, and we are able to manage our skies to be able to attract new airlines and create the demand in the market for us to have new tourists here. And that has to be buttressed with us also inviting investors, whether local or international, to look at the opportunities for further accommodation. We're seeing it evolve through the villa market and the Airbnbs, and persons are now offering services in tourism where traditionally these services were not offered. So I believe that when we are able to harness these different types of strands and make them into more holistic plans, which is where the ministry, the direction where we're going, it offers us a greater opportunity to add more and more to the revenue generated from tourism. And I would say, too, that this has become even more acute after we are now in the process of evolving from the COVID-19 pandemic, because that has shown us categorically the linkages that have existed within the tourism sector between the various sectors that out there that we probably never registered before. And it has shown us what are some of the additional initiatives that we can put in place to create further growth in this sector. So to answer your question, I do believe that there is opportunity for more growth. It is not saturated as persons may perceive, and the ministry is working now to be able to move it in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you for those reflections. I do think it might be useful at some point to try and quantify that capacity for growth, to be able to say, as it relates to GDP, what can we expect? It can be a greater contribution to the tourism and international transport sector, because I think that would answer a lot of the questions that float around out there. You know, we tend to suggest, as we should, that the first tourist is a Bajan. For me, that doesn't mean from the experiential perspective. It doesn't just mean that we create attractions and that we want Bajans to behave as tourists. What it means is what that says to me is that what we're doing is not just developing the country for the visitor economy, but in a way that it benefits Barbadians economically, but also in the everyday things. And so that brings me to my next question, which flows naturally, Minister, from what you were saying about creating a tourism sector in which Barbadians can invest, in which all Barbadians can, through some platform, invest and see a return. Because I think what Barbadians are listening to hear from us is, what is my role in the tourism sector? Not just to be employed and not just to be kind of the product, because Bajans are the product. And if Bajans are the product, Bajans should be benefiting from the sector. And they're listening to us to hear how is that going to be real. So then I want to look at Program 332, Subprogram 350 of your estimates, Minister, which relates to the Small Hotels Investment Fund. I know that is one of the investment funds that the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited is helping to support. The Enterprise Growth Fund Limited also has a separate tourism stream, and then there has also been the BEST program. And I really would like to get a sense of what has been the performance of these kinds of resources targeted towards the renewal of the tourism products and the tourism plans in this country. And I ask because, and you hear that I mentioned the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, because we have spoken for some time about being able to set up real impactful tourism investment funds. And I really want to get a sense of, have these efforts really had the impact that we expect? And if not, what are the plans for these kinds of funds and investments, in particular through entities like the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, in which arguably there's much space to have this kind of fund management and investment vehicle? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I do agree with you that we have to see how best we can get Barbadians generally, more Barbadians I should add, invested into the tourism sector. Indeed, the policy initiative that was taken some years ago in respect to the incentives for the taxi operators is but one, I think, very good example of how we've been able to create entrepreneurs out of the tourism sector. These persons have done exceedingly well. They have obviously maintained a fleet, and they have, in my judgment, the best taxi fleet of anywhere to compare with any island, not only Caribbean, but beyond. And I think that's but one opportunity where you have good participation, where persons were able to build a business, have a fleet of taxis, and also individuals who were able to benefit in a fundamental way, that they were even able to acquire their own homes and go into private investments and other real estate opportunities. In respect of the BEST program, I will ask our Deputy Permanent Secretary to speak to that. But before I do so, the whole issue of investment, I have long maintained, only because when I worked in the sector, I had an opportunity to have a glimpse at some of the product that we were offering on island. And clearly, when I was there was an urgent need for substantial investments to be made. There was one entity within our portfolio, not originally in the portfolio, that was struggling. And by putting together an investment opportunity, we were able to create a wonderful asset that paid back for itself in less than 2 years. I don't want to call the entity's name, but not too far from Prospect, there was a limping asset that was turned around and remains in the tourism sector as a wonderful product. I am a firm believer that there has to be a financial stability study of hotels. There are a number of hotels on this island who are highly leveraged. That is good and that is bad. Because if your gearing is too high, you know what happens, the attendant consequences. What we need to do is, once we have a financial stability study, that would then allow us as a country to chart a specific course for the redevelopment of properties, and it can be done. People criticize us when you talk about going into negotiations and trying to restructure debt. And when we did so, there were people who complained generally. But I can tell you from my private sector experience that I've worked for the company and they have had to restructure the debt, and they did it in the fundamental way in order to enhance its standing and obviously to take more cash out of the business, and that's a fact. We also, I think, need additional investment funds. You mentioned the small hotels. I had the opportunity to meet, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, with the Intimate Hotels of Barbados Group, their leadership and executive team. And I made reference to them, and I said to them, and I gave them some examples. Even though you have small properties, with some investment, you can then boost those properties so that they become boutique hotels. There's no secret that there was a hotel on the West Coast named Buccaneer that was later changed to the House, and that was, a small property in need of urgent repair. It was fixed, but can I tell you that the average room rate there exceeded some of the room rates that we would have got even in what we would call highly reputable and established properties, and that was brought up to a luxury property, and the story that was told is the story and the success of that product alone. I made that point because there are a number of small hotels who I think can reposition themselves into a boutique-style hotel. For example, only last year, not because I'm privy to it, but look and see where Caribou was located, near the Dover playing field. It was a rundown property. It was refurbished and enhanced. And today, can I tell you that that facility carries an average occupancy in excess of 90% and is doing well financially. Now, I'm not saying that because I have an interest, so let me declare my hand. I'm saying that because I know of the performance of the entity, but I do agree that we need to get more funding, and I believe it's an opportunity for us, for example, to look for other sources of funding, maybe the Africa Exim Bank, where we can perhaps channel a lot more resources for refurbishment with a clear plan of action that wants to refurbish the hotels, and you classify them into whatever categories that are required to be classified, that they too can come out with gains that others have done. And that is by perhaps one example, but I think we need to have additional funding. I also believe if you want to become more transformational, that I think we should perhaps look and see what are some of the other investment vehicles that we should attach ourselves to. And there are multiple investment vehicles out there. The issue is always, getting people to buy into something that people believe is not a good business. And I can tell you from my previous experience that I have enjoyed, like most people, a good opportunity to work within the hotel sector. All I got is as a result of that sector, and therefore I think that sometimes people underrate the performance of the sector. But I'll come back to this. Solid management is also the answer to solid investments. P.S., I'm not sure if you want to add anything.
Thank you, Minister. Minister did indicate that there are a number of instruments and vehicles that can be used to incentivize Barbadian partnership or participation within the hotel sector. And I believe government, for instance, had, in the same vein in how announcements were made with respect to the energy sector as we transition there from fossil fuel to renewable energy, and the demarcation of some percentage for Barbadians, there is an opportunity within the sector where some of these smaller hotels can be pooled and refurbished and offered to Barbadians as for purchase of shares within these, as an instrument or a particular vehicle that can be used to encourage participation. I've seen, in the past, we would have done this, for instance, when we were able to, Barbados that is, offered the then Barbados National Bank for sale. You had participation there of locals and other areas, ICBL, for instance. So I think if we were able to pool resources and create the opportunity for Barbadians, we recognize that within the marketplace, Barbados is seen as luxurious and an aspirational destination. We attract persons who are usually of high net worth. And our recent experience, even within the Gulf, persons are looking for opportunities to relocate to destinations, particularly in the summer, where it is extremely hot, to find a destination that they can locate, and they usually travel with an entourage and be part of the experience for a month to 2 months, which they stay. I see an opportunity there for us with the small hotels to be able to tap into that market and have Barbadians, and however it is structured, be part owners, so we share within the wealth and not just simply supply labor as part of our service to the hotel sector and the tourism sector. So I think as we pursue and have continued discussions in the ministry, there will be some of these initiatives that we will bring to the table, to the fore, and certainly as we have discussions with the IHS, which is the Intimate Hotels Group, to buy in their approval, to have their approval and willingness to participate in an initiative such as this that would allow certainly that group to be further strengthened and move from and place on a trajectory of growth than the stagnation where they are at this point. So I think there are opportunities there, and these are some of the initiatives that we are examining closely in the ministry to see how best these ideas can be commercialized and brought to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister and PS.
Chair, sorry.
Sorry.
I wanted to ask the DPS, in respect of your question, in respect of the BEST program, to respond. DPS.
Thank you, Minister. My name is Nicole Taylor, the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport. So the BEST program, which is Barbados Employment and Sustainable Transformation Program, was established by the government in October 2020 to stimulate the transformation of the tourism and direct tourism-related service sectors, as well as protect employment in the sectors as a result of the devastation that we know was caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the program had two major tenets. It was alluded to that one of those tenets was investment, but obviously one of them, as we know, was re-engagement of employees. There was also a training program that was expected, that was necessary, because the thinking was that at the time, there was not a lot of business happening in the country. People couldn't travel. Tourists were not here. But you wanted the workers, when they returned, to be upskilled. And so a training program was implemented with the assistance of the National Transformation Initiative. And then there was the investment that Minister Cattle, you would have alluded to. There was investment opportunities available in greening and digitization, and this included renewable energy installations like photovoltaic systems, water conservation, and increased use of technology and process digitization to upgrade business processes. So many of the properties took advantage of that. They also were able to upgrade their plants and focus on refurbishment and expansion of the properties. This program was for 2 years. It ended in September 2022. And, in terms of figures, you would say about 13 businesses consisting of hotels, attractions, restaurants, and so on. Even car rental companies were able to take advantage of this investment opportunity. Thank you.
I also ask Chair of the BTMI, Mrs. Shelley Williams, to speak on the matter as well on the Accelerator program. Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Minister. We are well aware that there are people now, younger people, that are less interested in tourism. They don't see the connectivity between tourism and their entrepreneurship. And when I took up the chairmanship, I decided that we are going to pay more attention to those persons. We have started a food accelerator program, and this program allows manufacturers, persons who manufacture drinks, alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks. We've had people that manufacture pasta, their own homemade pasta, things of this nature. But they want to be able to connect their products with tourists, with non-nationals, and even use our platform in order to get more exposure for their business. I see tourism and BTMI as being that vehicle for those persons. There are a lot of people that are in, now are influencers, social media. You're now going to see that we have started our program where we now bring in influencers and take them around with us in order to highlight what the average Barbadian, how it feels to be in Barbados. And they're paid for their work as well as get exposure. You have, we're now looking into, well, we've hired some young photographers as well at the BTMI, freelance, who are now going around and taking those pictures and buying those pictures and buying that content from them. So even though you may not be in tourism, you may not work in a hotel, tourism is sustainable and is a part of all of us, and we can be that vehicle. BTMI can be that vehicle and that platform to either showcase your business or whatever you're manufacturing, as well as help promote or even give you business. So we have persons doing jewelry, and we have persons doing swimsuits. We have persons doing purses and wallets and things of that nature. We take those with us when we go to showcase Barbados. So we show not only Barbados as the hotel and the perfect destination and the people, but the talent and the commerce that the people also have. And we are also in talks right now to have a retail. We're the only destination that doesn't have a retail store within our ports that belong to us, that only sell our stuff. And I don't mean just branded Barbados, I mean made by a Barbadian, produced by a Barbadian, and sold by us and endorsed by us. And we are in talks of that. So I look at it, when you talk about the macro level, I think tourism has a role of growth for everyone in different sectors: food, retail, and even when they are looking at newer things like influencers and social media and those social platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. My last question, and let me say thanks for all of the varied responses. Just to say, P.S., that I hear the opportunities. Given that we are discussing estimates, I hope that these opportunities will be reflected in future estimates, because I think that this exercise of programming has to make the bread and butter financial activities of the government. So I look forward next year when we're here to seeing these opportunities that you discuss programmed in these numbers, because ultimately government shows its priorities and its intent in this document. So thank you for those responses. My last question is one question, but it relates to, well, let me say it relates to subprogram 40. Program 40, subprogram 599 of your estimates, Minister, which is the National Tourism Program. But I want to ask it in the context of the discussions we've been having about Bridgetown. We heard a lot about Pelican and about different, the path from the port up into town and how that could be developed. But this is a bigger, larger, more fundamental question about Bridgetown. I understand that there has been an entity established, a kind of a city management center now established to focus on the regeneration of Bridgetown. And to focus on investment in the capital. And at the same time, there exists this National Tourism Program, which is funded, which is multilateral development bank funding, And we know that those have to be executed within a certain time. So my question really is, given that there is this new city management center and resources, not in your estimates, Minister, but resources presumably allocated to having this focus on a renewed and regenerated Bridgetown. Obviously, that cannot be a government project, but it can be facilitated by the government because it has to be able to crowd in private sector investment. And then there's this National Tourism Program, which I'm asking about when we will see the impact and the outcomes from this program, because this has been, I don't know what is the life of the program, how many years on the books, but this has certainly been some time that it has been on the books. And there is an opportunity to twin that work with whatever the government is investing through the City Management Center, which has tremendous potential, and I really do hope it is appropriately resourced. So I want to get an update on that in terms of outcomes, and when we will have outcomes on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Excellent question indeed. I'm going to ask Ms. Nicole Allen to address the outcomes and impacts. What I will tell you is that there is a US $20 million loan through the IADB. The loan was for 5 years. As I've been advised, we lost some of those years as a result of COVID. But I do share your perspective, and therefore I will ask Ms. Nicole Allen, who leads that National Tourism Program, to address your specific question with respect to the impact and, of course, the outcomes. Ms. Allen?
Good morning, members of this honorable chamber. My name is Nicole Allen, and I'm the project coordinator of the project execution unit for the National Tourism Program. Thank you for your question, Member of Parliament Caddo. With respect to the National Tourism Program, I want to say at the outset that we have two types of output: those which are tangible and can be readily seen, and those which are, I would say, intangible, but there are things that are happening. I know people like to see things to think that something is going on, but certainly under component 2, let me start there, for the National Tourism Program, of which the BTMI is the primary beneficiary, and that one focuses on strengthening digital marketing. And under that, one of the key outputs has been enhancements to Barbados' official tourism website, where we did two types of work. We did feature enhancements, which resulted in a number of user-generated content being added to that website to reflect the different niches and the different product offerings that the BTMI is focusing on, whether it is things like Bajan stories, Bajan cultures, and so forth. And that consultancy was completed in its totality in July of last year. So that is one output under component 2 that has been completed, but obviously that's not anything that you walk along the street and you see. Also under component 2, there's a major deliverable there. Is a tool called the Tourism Insights tool, which is really going to allow the BTMI to be very targeted in how it does its marketing, being able to understand the demographic of the visitors who are coming to Barbados, what it is they're looking at, and even before they get to Barbados, being able to see the type of information they are researching on Barbados, which allows then the BTMI to be strategic and respond to what the market is saying. We heard on Monday the need for the BTMI to be data-driven in terms of how it does its business. And this Tourism Insights tool that is being done through MasterCard International allows them to do exactly that, real-time disaggregated data that allows them to be very focused. And we have signed that consultancy. It has started. As a matter of fact, there will be a training workshop by the consulting team that works with MasterCard to show the BTMI team, the ministries team, how best to use the tool and so on. So I want to say that in that quote-unquote intangible way where it has been going. To your pointed question now in terms of Bridgetown and the collaboration with the new entity that has been formed, and when you asked the question, when are we going to see things happening there? Let me say, Member of Parliament Catalan, I know you held this portfolio, so you know. I can't hide anything from you, you know. We certainly have been, and I can use this word, I hope, we've been body slammed by COVID. That really has put places on the back foot, and we've lost lots of time. We've lost lots of time in having the loan restructured, which took us all the way down to December of 2019. And then along when we were ready to start in March of 2020 and get going, along came COVID and it really put us on the back foot. So we have lost significant time, which we are actively engaging the IDB on as we speak to have the program extended to make up for this lost time. But in terms of the work we're doing in the Bridgetown area, I mentioned on Monday, we just got our file back from the Special Tenders Committee for a number of design and supervision consultancies for 7 products. 4 of which are going to be located here in Barbados. The way the National Tourism Program has been structured, we really, because of all that lost time, had to consolidate and truncate our procurement activities. We're working with the IDB to utilize a procurement process called the Framework Agreement, where we've gone into the market one single time for 7 consultancies, and then we will have a pool of consulting firms who will be issued what are called call-off contracts as we are ready for them to get started. So that's one way we have addressed the loss of time to help us to get to market quicker, that you can actually see things happening here in the Bridgetown area. So those the requests for expressions of interest will be shortly advertised for those, so that we can have things happening that you can visually see. But more earlier than that is the work we're currently doing at the museum, which is firstly to improve their car park, and we're also going to be upgrading 3 of their exhibition galleries. They're all Harewood and Jubilee galleries. We've already engaged the consultant for the design work. We expect to have in our hands in another 2 weeks, early March, the 2 conceptual designs for those upgrades to the car park, and shortly thereafter we will have preliminary designs on which tender documents will be built and we'll be able to go into the market. So I beg your indulgence, please, to just give us a little bit more time to see these things come to fruition, to see a lot more activity in the media indicating the work that we're doing, and then to just physically see it so that you know that the taxpayers' money that is being repaid is being judiciously used for the benefit of our country, Barbados. So that is where we are at this point in time with the National Tourism Program. Thank you.
But Mr. Chair, by way of quick follow-up, thank you for that response. The reason that I emphasize the city center management effort and the National Tourism Program, and the reason I reflected earlier that the first tourist is a Bajan, is that to me, I tend to talk about a visitor economy, which is much wider than the tourism sector. It is about how easily people can come here and live here. But the fact that the first tourist is a Bajan means that my first concern is also a Bajan. If the country is good for Bajans, it will be good for tourists. And so my first concern always is, yes, to develop a country that is marketable, but we're not doing that so we get tourists spend. Fundamentally, we're doing it so people live well. The other day I was driving past the Oval and I saw a person who may have been a tourist, because sometimes you don't know, but we'd like to feel that we can spot a tourist. A man who was in a device to aid in his mobility. So it was not quite a wheelchair, a motorized kind of scooter kind of thing, but he clearly needed it to move around. He got to a place in the sidewalk where he could not mount the pavement, right? Now, if he can't mount the pavement in something with a motor, the average Barbadian that has to move around in a wheelchair through Bridgetown similarly cannot. So yes, we talk all the time about what is happening with Bridgetown. We have the City Management Center that I hope that along with BTI and along with the National Tourism Program, because that is a part of your scope, I think, to make Bridgetown feel better and be more livable, I think there needs to be some kind of coordination among these entities, and hopefully through the City Management Center, that will make Bridgetown the thing of our dreams. And perhaps this is less a follow-up question and more a follow-up reflection, but I think that what is critical is for all of the agencies that are responsible for this, and all of the resources, including under the National Tourism Program, and under perhaps the Enterprise Growth Fund Limited, that is perhaps sitting as one of the most untapped resources in this whole government framework, perhaps through these, all of these vehicles, to be able to address all of these things. It makes no sense to have a lovely attraction and a tourist or a Bajan in a wheelchair or with crutches or with some other challenge of moving can't get to it. And so I just leave that there to be able to start the conversation on the integration of efforts. Because unless you have Bridgetown as a product that makes sense for people, then you're losing out on some of that growth in the sector, Minister, that you suggested to us is possible.
I'm just going to ask you, Minister, to hold your response. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I really want to start this morning by commending you and your team for acquitting yourself as well as you have done on Monday and this morning in sharing with the country the work that we are doing to reposition not just the tourism industry, but to reposition Barbados as a hub of choice for both air and maritime transport. The reality is that we have a duty to be able to leverage the geography that is ours, that was leveraged by others in our name before. And I ask myself, what is the next frontier? Because as the port undertakes the completion of its build-out that Mr. Jean-Marie shared with us on Monday, that's really only going to take us to dealing with today's problems. It's going to give us the container examination facility, the aggregate facility, which must become a public-private investment, not to be controlled by contractors, but to be open to everyone for investment. The boat repair facility that is 3 decades or more overdue, so that people don't have to go to Grenada or St. Lucia or Trinidad, down Chaguaramas, to fix their boats. What is the next frontier? If Barbados is to be, and I'm sorry we don't have a map in Parliament, and maybe, Mr. Chairman, we have to make provision for these facilities as we go forward as a Parliament. But if you were to envisage a map of the Caribbean, you would see that in the north, Mr. Jean-Marie, there is Bahamas and Jamaica and Miami controlling port movements, correct? For transshipment. And then there's the Panama Canal, which Barbadians should know better than anybody else because we supply more people to Panama than any other country in the construction of that canal. It is my humble submission to you, Minister, that there is tremendous opportunity that we need now to secure and build for Barbados as a hub of choice again for transshipment, especially as the Africa Free Trade Area is being undertaken. And only this weekend, the Africa Union met with the leaders of Africa to reinforce their commitment to that. But it also positions us with respect to Latin America. And let me capture it better also for the BTMI, who I know is looking to help us open up Latin America. One, it is quicker to fly from Barbados to Buenos Aires, Barbados to Dakar, Barbados to Accra, Barbados to many other cities in that, to Sao Paulo, than it is from Barbados to London. But yet we have almost, 25, 27 flights a week to the United Kingdom. So that is as a result of historical nurturing of that market. If you want to go to Buenos Aires, because of the exchange rate, the cost of living, and Bajans who want to go on holiday will find that their money will move far more, and they'll get far more going south or going east than going north. I had the opportunity to be in Buenos Aires for the CELAC meeting, the summit of the leaders of Latin America and the Caribbean, a month ago. And I was amazed at how affordable it is for the average Barbadian. And I'm not talking about rich Barbadians now. That top restaurants in Buenos Aires, more than affordable for what you would buy even at Chefette Barbecue Barn here. I believe that the time has come for your ministry to set out, and I'd like to know where you are with it, a vision to make Barbados a domicile of choice as a hub for maritime and air logistics, for cargo as much as people. And as I said, when you look at where we are to the south of the Caribbean, and with what's happening in Guyana, what's happening in Brazil, the landlocked aspects of Brazil, the opportunities are there. And I'd like to know whether your ministry is undertaking the work to reposition this country as that hub of choice. I'll come back with 2 other points after. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member and Prime Minister. Yes, I can let you know that the government, I'll let Mr. Jarmy speak on the port side and the expansion there. But certainly part of the strategy is building out Barbados as a hub has to do as well with what I would have announced on Monday, the expansion of the strategy to expand our footprint within the Latin American market, and to have that as a station in Panama, but also servicing with officers Argentina and Brazil, and obviously going right through South America. We believe that if, as part of this strategy, we have to put the resources behind the gateway and have a presence felt in the market. By doing so, we will continually build out the required, what I call soft infrastructure, in order to build out Barbados as that hub. With respect to aviation, we have and we've received multiple interests from airlines out of the African continent who would want to fly into Barbados. We have, and I can confirm and let you and other members of the chamber know, that we have updated air services agreement. We are looking to 1 or 2, I don't want to announce them at this point, airlines who have approached us from the African continent who would want to do business with us in Barbados and create a flight path from Africa into Barbados and then onwards out to London and or the United States of America. And the beautiful thing of having updated the services agreement is that these agreements would allow the airline or any potential airline to not only fly to Barbados unencumbered, but also to drop, pick up, and move on to any point in between and to any end point, as they refer it in aviation jargon. We are also in discussion with a number of interested parties to see how best we can build out
the Grantley Adams International Airport as a hub. Oftentimes we have the cargo bay on some airlines leaving Barbados without the appropriate cargo. And we believe that that's a wonderful opportunity, working with agriculture as well, to move exports from Barbados into other markets. We are also of the firm belief that in respect of cargo moving now from the seaport, that there are a range of opportunities. Mr. David Jean-Marie, CEO of the port, would have addressed a number of the initiatives planned there. But in order to not only move to a standard, and I believe as well that there was I know there was a team that would have visited some other ports, I believe Qatar and others, looking at how they build out their platform. What I will do, I will pause. I will ask Mr. David Jean-Marie to speak specifically to the arrangements at the seaport, and then I'll come back. Mr. Jean-Marie.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chairman, I wish to assure the House that we are in sync with the vision as articulated by the Prime Minister. We just need to accelerate a bit more. We have been in consultation with the representatives of the shipping lines, the global shipping lines that operate, in order to see where the demand will be for business between Africa and Barbados, and South America through Barbados also. Those conversations are ongoing. We have prepared sister port agreements. Some of them are in draft. We have one with the Port of Mombasa and a few others that we are engaging with. In the meantime, we are building out the hardware, as I described on Monday, in terms of expanding the port with respect to the berth, the equipment and so on, the ferry facilities and so on. We're building out those at this point in time in order to have that ability to accommodate the type of vessels that will come here to provide to require transshipment of goods. Those are some of the areas for now.
What you're doing with the existing berths is still small. Is that correct? And the new berth 6 is still small.
Still small, yes.
If you were to have to reposition Barbados, it will require a significant rethink and expansion of the Bridgetown port as is, even just looking at what is possible for the direction of expanding the port. Is that correct?
Correct, Prime Minister.
And the truth is, both the Bridgetown Fishing Harbour and the Bridgetown port are now in urgent need of major expansion if we are to meet those demands over the next 30 years, not the next 5. In other words, when we are long gone, sir.
I agree, Prime Minister, and we have been engaging, for example, with the African Import-Export Bank. We had meetings with them. They are quite ripe in terms of wanting to invest here in Barbados. I agree, Prime Minister. Our current breakwater, for example, was built back in 1961.
That's the point.
Still being used.
61 is how long ago?
Prime Minister, exposing our ages. It's at
It's
least 60
also
years ago.
61 or 62 years old. So it matches the year in which it was opened.
Correct. It was built at a time when sugar was king, and we needed to have the berths close enough to the sugar loaders and the ships. That's no longer relevant. We've already dismantled the chutes, and we're going to dismantle the rest of the sugar loaders during the summer. It is now being used for home porting, for example, but the apron is only 30 feet. So it's too narrow to accommodate the provisioning, the bunkering, and the garbage disposal. So we need to re-engineer that, perhaps go to the west, build out another arm, which would be of the width suitable to accommodate the growing cruise home porting that we are undertaking. Home porting has grown way beyond our expectations. We were targeting 20% by 2025. We're not 50% of the business. So we need to move in that direction. There have been 3 attempts, at least during my time, Prime Minister, to build out new cruise facilities. One in the early mid-90s, a one pier. That didn't work. Then there was one in 2020, which would have been a more significant expansion. And then, of course, there was one about 2 years ago involving the cruise lines, and then COVID kind of put that on hold, where the cruise lines actually participated in the design of a build-out of several piers and reclaiming land, building out new facilities, pledged over $100 million, and then COVID hit. So we are now rethinking how we can get into a partnership, PPP, somehow with other entities, perhaps the African Import-Export Bank, in building up not only cruise facilities, but cargo facilities that take us into the next 30 to 50 years.
Thank you. If I may, through you, Mr. Chair. The reality is that the government has announced, and I did it 2 weeks ago, that both the airport and seaport must, in their holding companies, open up to enfranchise both the workers in those respective institutions, and if the National Insurance Scheme is so interested in the first round, that before we get to other institutional investors, pension funds that are local. That is to facilitate that holding company being able to have shares in any subsidiary company that can then partner with the private sector or other local investors or foreign investors in order to develop specific aspects of each of those ports, airport and seaport. Against the backdrop of the work that has to be done to bring them on board in the next 12 months as joint shareholders, improving the corporate governance, that then allows you to be able to bring in additional investment, not simply as debt, but as equity, which will allow for the expansion of the Bridgetown port at a more rapid rate. I'd like you to indicate as well whether you have started those discussions, and if not, when you propose to start them as a matter of urgency, so that we can have engaged all of the institutional arrangements that can ultimately unlock the future expansion to meet the needs not of this generation of Barbadians, but of the next generation of Barbadians. And secondly, since this is my last outing, I believe, Mr. Chairman, as I'm only entitled to 3 questions at once, I'd also like to take into account that the potential for the growth of cruise in the Middle East and Africa, and the BTMI may have to come in on this point, is huge, since they only command less than 5% of the global cruise market, but yet the income increases in those who can afford cruises. In fact, I think Nigeria has the largest fleet of privately owned aircraft in the world, which should speak per capita, which should speak volumes, as well as the Gulf states, as to the potential for that. But in so doing, and in opening up these other markets, what are the plans, Minister, for the provision of training for our hotel and port workers, airport and seaport workers, in language, conversational language, to be able to facilitate us opening up these markets to a wider group of people than those who traditionally speak English from the North Atlantic countries? So that what I'm really asking you all to do is to speak to the plans for the repositioning of Barbados as a hub, but also equipping our people to be able to meet the needs of that repositioning as a hub effectively and efficiently. Thank you. And once again, I thank all who are here, because I really do believe that this process in sharing with the country allows Barbadians to know in detail mode, rather than just being the recipient of a sexy headline with a sexy story that doesn't necessarily advance anybody's ability to go forward.
Thank you, Prime Minister. What I'll do, I'll ask Mr. David Jean-Marie to speak to some of the plans first. We bring in the BTMI, and then we'll also come back on training. But I think I should also let the House know that tomorrow, just as a segue into the cruise and how we are preparing, and we do have a strategic plan, which I should be receipt of next month. But tomorrow, once again, we will have 9,500 passengers docking here on 5 ships. I just thought I'd share that with you because the last time we had 1 ship here, and we didn't have enough taxis in the Bridgetown port. And tomorrow we will have 5 cruise ships with 9,500 passengers. But Mr. John Marie, I'll let you speak to some of the expansion plans in accordance with the port's business plan and also the master plan. Mr. John Marie.
Thank you, Minister. Just to report, it's interesting your question, Prime Minister. Yesterday, the port's management team, we went through the presentation and finalized the report and presentation that will be made to the board on next Thursday on the transformation of the port. And included in that transformation, apart from the projects that we've identified and all the asset innovation, process innovation, and so on that we discussed, is the second wave of corporatization, as we call it, in which we transition from Barbados Port Inc. as is to a holding company, the port being a landlord port rather than being the tool port. And in that model, the structure would involve, hopefully, as I said, the NIS, the state, of course, and the workers and workers' representatives as the shareholders in the holding company. And we've identified already 9 subsidiary opportunities, which would allow opportunities for Barbadians, ordinary Barbadians, everyone, to participate. We will develop the necessary business plans, issue IPOs, inform the public, and give every person the opportunity to invest in an area of their interest, whether it's the aggregate berth, whether it's cruise business, whether it is the boat repair facilities, whether it is the shallow draft marina facilities, whether it's the people who are interested in technology, whether it's the port community system, which is the biggest initiative in terms of digital transformation being undertaken by the port to facilitate trade, reduce the number of forms, reduce the costs, and so on. So we are on the same page in this respect. I would use the opportunity to speak, for example, the merge. We are, Prime Minister, we are. With respect to the merge, as a simple matter of concern to us, we expend about $10 million of foreign exchange US in the merge being containers remaining in the port for too long. So they're not in the port, outside of the port for too long. And we need to become more efficient, the entire industry. So there are a number of initiatives already in place to deal with those. For example, the Trusted Trader Program, initiated by the Customs Department, which has as a utility as a pre-clearance program. This, a pre-clearance facility, as reported by the Customs, this is only being used 2% by our importers. So we need to have more importers on board with respect to pre-clearance. We want to reduce truck turnaround time in the port. We have a target of 35 minutes. We've been feeling a bit during the busy periods, but we're going to fix that by acquiring the necessary cargo handling equipment. 5 straddle carriers on order expected by August, 5 more to be ordered by next board meeting. That's an investment of $30 million in order to ensure that our trucks are able to get the containers out of the port in a timely manner. Of course, we're looking at working hours of the port in addition to those things. So we are looking actively at methods and ways to reduce the time and the cost of operating at the port and eliminating that wastage of foreign exchange, the 10 or so million US dollars in the merge. Minister reminded me of the stevedore that will go into effect and will be performed by the port effective the 1st of April, in addition to the port being the free out port where all charges will be paid locally. And we will use the opportunity to reduce the cost of transaction business at the port by at least 10%. This is about $10 million in savings.
I'd like, Mr. Chairman, through you for him to repeat that. I also am aware that I actually do have longer time as Prime Minister, so the rules are a good thing. So if he can repeat that point, because no, it is important, because people are concerned about cost of living. And one of the key measures that the government is taking is being able to, and break down for the country what stevedoring is, how it adds to the cost, and why we're removing it. Thank you.
Right, so when the port rationalized in the early 90s, the private stevedores were severed, port longshoremen were also severed, and the workers became port workers with the mantra, port work for port workers. And all activities in the port were performed by port workers. These workers will be contracted by the private stevedore management companies, and stevedoring is basically the discharging and loading of vessels. That side of the water, that's private. And that was being done by these private stevedores. It's kind of a legacy arrangement. The workers were part of the port.
Speaking simple language, Mr. Jean-Marie, was legacy arrangement.
It goes back.
Talk as if you're at the Bush Bar. Please.
It goes back several decades. It was being done by the private sector, the work on board the vessels. So it's just come forward as part of our arrangements over the many years. It was done via contract with the Shipping Association of Barbados. It has been determined that it is now time for the port to transition to handle all activities within the port, including the loading and unloading of vessels. The port employees, workers have been trained in stevedoring operations, and therefore this is a natural transition. It gives us more transparency in the charging for these services, and we have been in conversation with we're having conversations with the shipping lines. My understanding is that the presidents of the Florida Shipowners Group will be meeting on Thursday, and hopefully by Thursday afternoon they will give us the assurance that we are on the same page. And we, as I said, will use the opportunity at the port to examine the costs. We've looked at all the costs on this side. What is paid through the agent from the shipping line to the port, what is paid directly to the port by the consignee stroke importers. And we have said that we're going to reduce that total by 10%. And we've looked at our cash flows and we can facilitate that. So once the board confirms or agrees to this next Thursday, by the 1st of April, port costs should come down by 10%. And we expect that port cost reduction will filter through to the consignees of Barbados and reduce costs by about $10 million.
And this is on top of already a reduction in international freight prices that you're seeing, sir?
Yes, Prime Minister. And in fact, the whole move away to becoming a free out port is that the port charges that currently are part of freight come out of the freight. So there must be a commitment. The whole purpose of having the conversations with the Florida Shipowners Group is for them to agree that the freight costs will be reduced by the port charges.
In addition to the reduction that is already taking place in international freight again.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Is that the case?
Yes, Prime Minister.
Okay. And I think I'd ask questions of the BTMI out of the same thing with respect to readying our workers and also the potential for Africa and Middle East cruise.
Yeah, okay. I'll ask Ms. Shelley Williams to speak, and then I'll ask the PS to come back. Thanks. Mrs. Williams?
Thank you, Minister. Prime Minister, at this time we are partnering with Future Barbados. BTMI is looking to partner with Future Barbados. It is very important to upskill all of our people in languages. I just came from a big tourism conference in Italy, BIT, and that was paramount. That was the conversation. How many hotels carry Italian-speaking persons? And the truth is, probably little to none at this point. And if we really want to make ourselves a hub and really open up that European business as well as the African business, we need to upskill our people. And we're working with the Future Barbados and with the partnership of BTMI, and we're going to make sure that that happens. As it pertains to opening the market for Africans to take cruise ships through our home porting, well, we can do something very similar to what we did with TUI cruises. We have the TUI charter. We do charters out of UK and Europe with using TUI. We can do that with the African, as you well said, there's so many private charters and so many, airlift is not a problem out of Africa. We can set up a similar program, we've done it before, and that can see to the movement of them coming and doing air and sea. Air and land, so they can come, spend a few days in a hotel, and then transition on the cruise throughout the islands and throughout the Caribbean and back. And it may very well open up our summer Caribbean cruising. So that's a good possibility for us. We're going to be on it.
Exactly, so that what you are currently doing with the United Kingdom with P&O can be replicated for Africa and the Gulf states in the Middle East, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, Prime Minister.
As it relates to the language, I'd like to also suggest that the Barbados Community College, the Gina Norma Holder Institute, along with the Barbados Community College Language Lab, along with competency-based software, whether Babbel or Duolingo or whichever one, because what you're not training people to write a thesis. You're training people to be able to work in a functioning environment with respect to things, and because the technology is now available on so many smartphones, it will also assist with the communication as quickly as possible. Sorry, you said that the PS wanted to answer.
Yes,
to Minister.
Prime Minister, the PS will also address the issue of additional training, in addition to what we are going to do with Freddie Fantastic that we are going to announce in very shortly. But the PS will give an update in terms of the languages we have identified and initiatives that we have undertaken. PS.
Thank you, Minister and Prime Minister, for the question. Let me say, only a few weeks ago, about approximately 4 weeks ago exactly, the ministry met with the head of missions of Venezuela. And the objective there being was not just simply a courtesy call, but for us to look at how do we expand language, Spanish in particular, to be taught not simply in the sterile way in which it is done within the school environment, but for workers across Barbados to engage in conversation with Spanish speakers, given, again, our location with Latin America, and trying to increase traffic there in terms of tourist arrivals from that destination. I can say that the meeting was very positive, and out of that came a number of initiatives where the Spanish language is expected to be broadened in terms of how it is taught to workers within the hotel environment, persons who are working within the restaurants, as well as certainly engaging the Barbados Community College Language Center too as well, to see how courses can be done, additional times offered for persons to access training there, that we can broaden the scope of persons who do translation, for instance, for Barbados, to facilitate us at times when we need to provide these types of services at conferences. So these have been part of the wider discussion, but outside of language, the ministry took the opportunity during COVID, at the height of COVID, to also use the BEST program to be able to engage hoteliers to provide training for their workers in a number of areas. And that was done with the premise in mind that when we anticipated that on the outshot of COVID, when that crisis was over, we were positioning the sector to be able to respond in a manner that would allow them to keep Barbados at cutting edge. And therefore, I can report that that program, we partnered with NTI to deliver the National Training Initiative, to be able to deliver training for approximately 25,000 participants across 57 properties, hoteliers who participated in that program. And that covered a number of skills. And I can also indicate NTI has also developed through its online platform with Coursera an initiative that we have been working with the government of Guyana to allow us to sell or basically use Barbados competencies that we have developed in over 70 years of doing this tourism business to help Guyana also position itself or take advantage of its own natural resources that can be used to encourage Barbadians and visitors alike from outside of the region. And for us to build that multi-destination premise that I spoke of, where we partner with them to be able to enhance the tourism product for both countries. And NTI is also offering, through its online platform, training there, and that training is about to commence. 200 persons, I'm told, have been earmarked to engage with this online training, and an additional number of persons are expected to participate in person training with the Norman Holder Institute. And that training is expected to start in July of this year. So we're trying to tackle training from a number of fronts, where we are not only addressing the language, and I know the concerns where we want to make sure that Barbadians are multilingual and not only capable in speaking the English language, but be able to converse with other language as we seek to broaden the scope for visitors here in Barbados. So I thought I'll share a little bit of what we were doing in the ministry and working with partners such as the Barbados Community College as well as NTI to be able to broaden the scope for training. Thank you.
And if I may add, just to reinforce what the Permanent Secretary indicated, that we also have within the ministry now, and specifically the BTMI, we also have a program running with the BCC, Barbados Community College, and the University of the West Indies, where we're training up both airport and seaport workers in language skills in order for them to converse with passengers both at the air and seaports. The three languages that we have identified and that we have to pursue, those are Spanish, Portuguese, as well as French. That dovetails with the overall strategy, marketing strategy that we have in place, where we want to bring more visitors from France and those territories, French-speaking territories. We are also focusing on our quest to push the Latin American market, and we know that we have to have those skills in place along with Portuguese as we aggressively go after the Brazilian market. So those are some of the additional measures, in addition to sign language, I might add, that we are focusing on, Prime Minister. So I just want to give the country a sense of where we're going, why we're doing what we're doing, and also the components that we have to implement in order for us to sustain the market, because it makes no sense us going to, using the Latin American market as an example, going to that market, but then when those guests get here, our tourists get here, we find it difficult to communicate with them. So it's an ongoing thrust, and we are going to forge ahead with that in the most fundamental way. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The last two questions, and I look forward to seeing significant progress on this language training immediately, as well as the general commitment to continue to train our workers to be the best that they can be. Barbados doesn't have the highest repeat visitor rate in the region for decades by accident, and therefore the worker component of our industry is critical as the sun, sea, and sand is the Beijing. Okay. I'd like to ask two quick questions that I think that have not been answered yet. If they have been answered, I withdraw it. And to, as I sense you're getting ready to wrap up, one, for you to update this honorable chamber on the plans for the BTMI to become a public-private entity, because the government is committed to that as a matter of policy. It was put on pause because of COVID for 3 years, but it has to transition if we are to ensure that this industry is capable of sustaining itself in spite of governmental and ministerial changes. It is too critical to the fundamental well-being of the nation economically for us not to vest it in the appropriate way, recognizing also the disruptions that are taking place in the marketplace with technology that has happened in the last decade, especially with how people book and the greater use of online platforms, etc. And secondly, I'd like to hear from you with respect to the plans to continue to upgrade the capacity. We don't have a lot of greenfield sites left in this country to build new hotels, but we have existing hotels that can expand. We have existing spaces for expansion. So Harrison John once said that we must be one of the few countries in the world that have the luxury of placing car parks on coastal lands where others put hotels or villas. Against that backdrop, I'd like to hear the plans for Needham's Point, generally not only with the Hilton, but also the other hotels in there that clearly need to be, that space needs to be maximized while at the same time upgraded, because it is also one of the most mature sites for the hosting of tourism entities in this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. In my open remarks, I did indicate that we are going to the BTMI as part of a key objectives. 14 objectives are listed. We'll be moving to a PPP. This is necessary because we have not only to broaden the ownership base, but we also have to put the BTMI on a firm foundation going forward. I would have indicated that prior to 2018, early this morning, that the former administration didn't have the BTA, and then it came into BTMI on a sustained footing, and that when, and the honorable member for St. James Central would know this because he was then Minister of Tourism, that when they went to WTM, there were several questions being asked, and the first question that the airlines and operators were asked is, when will Barbados pay its debts? We were obviously in a firm position, and we, through the leadership at the time, implemented a sustained path of funding through the airport service charge for the BTMI, which allowed those questions to disappear and therefore allow us not to be embarrassed, but for persons wanting to engage us and to do business with us. The model that when I became minister and I saw, I believe is not a model that I would advocate. What I have done, having reviewed that model, is that we have put some core elements to be incorporated in a revised document. I will be meeting with the officer assigned to us to review that plan and to share our thoughts. I've also been engaging the officers within the ministry and also the BTMI in a model that I believe will be consistent and a model that I believe will lead to sustainability. The reality is that we have to secure and to have enough revenue coming in order to fund the BTMI on a monthly basis. And we have a model that we believe can work. The other issue is that the BTMI would definitely have to invest in other ventures and projects that will have a sustained stream, not only of monthly income, but annualized income. And a number of initiatives we are seeking to conclude. We are looking, for example, to ensure that we move to the online, what we call the OTAs, the online online trade facility, to operate a facility, for the business. As we all know, there is a major shift away from the operators in most markets. The BTMI's mandate must include how to drive additional business through the OTAs, and we are in discussions with an online platform. We are going to conclude those discussions in this financial year, which would allow us not only to provide a firm booking engine for OTAs, but also to have a sustained revenue position and to ensure that we benefit and sustain ourselves as much as we can. I think it's no secret that there are some hotels in Barbados who have gone this route and they have sustained upwards of 90%, and I know one in particular, through the OTA option. As we all know, it is cheaper. Marketing, for sure, is instant, it's more effective, and it's easier to deal with. And we believe that this is but one of the opportunities that we're going to have to deal with. The other issue is that, and we all know this, that technology is driving the world. And building a database which is cleaner, which is more efficient, can help us broaden our strategic operations and help us to utilize some tactical measures to enhance visitor arrivals to Barbados. Those are some of the issues. It's also going to be an opportunity to invest for the PPP to invest in a range of investments across the island and to help build out new capacity within tourism, whilst at the same time generating income to sustain themselves. So that's on the PPP side. Regarding the capacity building, your point is noted, Prime Minister. In respect of the Needham's Point and the lands, I believe there's close to 9 acres in that area. I know that the senior minister in the Prime Minister's office has a plan to assist with the getting that site ready. Once that site is ready, there are numerous opportunities. We don't necessarily have to have one hotel on one site. Because of the acreage, we can have multiple hotels on that site, and that's a further opportunity to expand our capacity. At the Hilton, Needham's Point, we are ensuring that through the owner's returns, we continue to gain substantially what we are entitled to by way of the owner's fees and other fees that we collect from that operation. But there are also other opportunities where we can build out additional capacity. I've held the view, like you, Prime Minister, that if you want the best economic use of the land, you can't have offices and car park on the land. And I learned that when I was working in the hotel industry. And that's why we never have offices in our company, corporate offices, that is, on the west coast of Barbados. The opportunity for additional growth will come when we discuss investment opportunities with aligned partners to build out what predominantly is the car park facing the current Hilton. There's no justifiable reason why that area could not have been and should be converted into additional accommodation spaces to build out what I refer to as the Hilton Peninsula. The same applies to other sites that we have around Barbados that we need to build out in order to build capacity. We need additional capacity, we need new plant, and we are very much focused, Prime Minister, in that respect. And I look forward to, once we've completed the cleanup operations at the Hilton, that we can also seek to expand the other operations and utilize a lot of the lands that we have available to further build out and grow our tourism sector.
Of course, none of this will be at the expense of locals accessing the beaches. So I think that is a given, and I just repeat it because Barbados is committed to ensuring that Bajans have full access. And I hope that one of the things that will endure to time immemorial will be that. I want to thank you, Minister. I want to thank the officials. As I said, I believe that we are operating in a very tough environment, but nevertheless, we are doing well, but we can do even better. And to that extent, the government will remain committed to ensuring that as a whole, we work step in step with you. We are aware that there are a number of new investments coming, and just as we did with the Hilton Hotel in 19 60s, in the 1960s, where state entrepreneurship took us to a new level of tourism, we have agreed equally with the Hyatt Hotel to be able to work with them and another major private sector investor locally with the original investors to ensure that that new development and wave of tourism development in the heart of Bridgetown can start without prejudice to the other developments that would also take place there. I imagine, and I really don't want us to be talking in advance of the many things that will happen, but I am aware that you have some interesting announcements in the next few weeks and months, and I look forward, therefore, to your team putting the interests of Barbados and Barbadians at the top of growing back out a revised and renewed tourism product from the mature one that we have been managing for the last few decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All in favor say aye. All members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 12:20 p.m. 12:25.
Before we suspend for lunch, I just want to bring some clarity. Before we break for 5 minutes, I just want to bring some clarity to the earlier proceedings. The Honorable Leader of Government Business had requested earlier the suspension of 66 subsection 1 and 67 subsection 3 of the standing orders. I just want to bring clarity that that suspension relates to the entire sitting and not just to the day sitting. The question that this Honorable Chairman will be suspended for 5 minutes. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honorable Chamber stands suspended for 5 minutes. This sitting is resumed. We revert to our standing finance committee.
This Honorable House is now standing Finance Committee. Honorable Member for St. James North.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will cut down on my interventions here from 3 to 2, but still wish to congratulate the Minister and his team for the work they have been doing and for their erudite presentations here over the last 2 days. The issue, of course, the ministry is always looking to see how it could expand the amount of tourists that travel to Barbados. But I assume also, in addition to looking at an expansion of areas of attractions and tourism locally, that you will also look, or are also looking at expanding the categories of people who come to Barbados as tourists. And in that case, persons with disabilities is a key factor. It is estimated that 1.3 billion people in the world have some form of disability. That is 16% of the global population. It is estimated, in fact, that people with disabilities, mobile disabilities, not any other disabilities, just mobility disabilities alone, spend $58.2 billion annually on travel. I certainly am one who believes that Barbados in no way reaches the potential benefits that it could obtain and derive from attracting people with disabilities to these shores. People with disabilities in America, Canada, Europe are generally quite cash liquid because a lot of them have obtained personal injury settlements from the incident in which they gained the disability. Traffic accident, as you know, in America, that is millions of dollars. These people are wealthy people in a lot of cases. But we don't do enough to attract them. I don't think that our hotel stock caters well enough for them in terms of accessibility. I know Marriott's Hotel there in Hastings made a concerted effort when it was built to do so. And in fact, because of that, conferences were held there by people with disabilities. We don't have enough accessible swimming pools in our hotel stock for persons with disabilities, equipment that will allow participation by people with immobilities. Within our hotels, I don't think the mattresses are low enough in a lot of cases, and person with immobility is going to need a lower mattress. Bedside lighting got to be lower. Ground floors generally suited for accessibility of persons with disabilities. The Honorable Member for St. Michael's South Central started to speak about people with disabilities and accessibility on our streets and ramps, and therefore I follow up on what she was intervening on in that regard. And obviously I know, Honorable Minister, that would not only be your ministry, but your ministry in association with Ministry of Public Works, for example. I don't know that your marketing strategies do enough to try to attract persons with disabilities. Countries such as Portugal, for example, and Spain intensely market for persons with disabilities to visit them, and their public places speak to that. And then training of hotel staff I am not so sure that we do enough in terms of training our hotel staff to seek to, cater for persons with disabilities. But, I mean, as you know...
The honourable member may want to ask the question.
To speak, So what are your marketing strategies to try to attract persons with disabilities to Barbados, but not only to attract tourists with disabilities, but locals who have disabilities to go into the hotels, and enjoy themselves as a matter of human right? And secondly, Mr. Chair, if you would allow me, I'll ask both same time. I know that traditionally we knew that we do not get as much tourist revenue staying in Barbados, foreign exchange earnings staying in Barbados as perhaps we would like to have for the benefit of our people. And I'm wondering if what kind of percentage now of tourist spend in Barbados stays in Barbados rather than is repatriated from the country into non-Barbadian resident directors or bank accounts where the holding companies overseas own properties here. How much of the tourist spend here now stays in the country? I know years ago it used to be that 70% was repatriated. I know it'll be a lot less than that now, but I just wanted to provide an opportunity for you and your team, Honourable Minister, to update Barbadians on that regard.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I will respond, and I will also ask Dr. Jens Trainhard and Alana Harewood, of course, to respond to some of the questions as it relates to the efforts that we're expending to certainly attract disabled persons to Barbados. You are correct that the disability sector or sector relating to disabled persons is a huge sector for us. I can tell you that when we market, we do not discriminate in our marketing efforts. We are fully focused, and we believe, as always, and as we've demonstrated over the years, that Barbados is a destination for all persons, including disabled persons. In respect of the accommodation sector, the question you asked whether or not they're building out facilities, I can tell you that I am aware that a lot of the newly built hotel plant, they have a significant focus on building out facilities through accessible rooms, as they refer to them, and bathrooms, even in public washrooms within the accommodation sector. You can see that there is accommodation for the disabled community. In addition to that, there was a time when you could not find a disabled or accessible, as I refer to, an accessible room in Barbados, but long gone are those days. And what hoteliers and others within the accommodation sector, what they're doing now is that they are utilizing ground floors. When there are elevators, of course, they have upper floors, and that is ongoing. If you look, for example, if you visited some of the new hotels that we have on the island, you would definitely see that this has been and continues to be the strategy. And it's also in part a planning issue that we also deal with, and the sector deals with that. In respect of the foreign exchange strategy, I come from the tourism sector, and I know that there is a view that, the hoteliers don't bring the money on island. Let me disabuse those who have that idea, and I'll tell you why. A lot of the hotel plan in Barbados, they have loans with a number of institutions on island. With those loans, there are significant covenants, and the covenants make it clear what should be done and what has to happen. In addition to that, through this government's initiative, we also have a facility that you can maintain U.S. foreign accounts, U.S. dollar accounts on island. Let's use that as an example. You can have United States dollar accounts on island. And what happens is then when the tour operators or the OTAs, the online travel agents, when they remit funds for accommodation as a result of bookings in their system, because most people pay by credit cards, those funds are transferred into the either a local bank account or the United States bank account based in Barbados. That's the first thing. The second issue is that you still have to pay your bills, and you still have to buy food, you still have to pay your staff, you still have to pay land tax, and a number of other operating expenses that must be met. And those operating expenses are met from the funds that come in as room revenue. In addition, when you have to do upgrades to the plant, those funds, as part of a capital expenditure program, those funds must be available to do so. In terms of profits, this country has relied on a very good system. It has maintained a solid reputation where anytime there's investment in the country and it is registered with the central bank, and when you want to repatriate dividends or shareholders' interests, there's a procedure that is followed in the central bank, and of course the commercial banks adhere to that as well. So there's no willy-nilly of concealing, in my view, my general view. I'm not saying that maybe it is not an element, but from where I sit, and having worked in the sector, and I'm not defending the sector, but I'm just putting it out there. Now, I think where your question is going is that perhaps in the villa market, perhaps we need to have maybe a level of control, not only in how we make them available for rental, but also how we utilize those funds on island. I won't want to engage in that discussion at this point in time, because as I indicated on Monday, a new tourist accommodation bill will be coming. When we pass that bill in this chamber and the other place, we will be in a better position to do what we have to do to ensure that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central and the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, that they get their fair share of levies and other contributions into the Treasury of Barbados. But I won't speak to that now. So I just thought that I will put that on record. I don't have any available and updated data on the percentage spent by tourists on island. We all know how much the tourism sector contributes, at least a third to our GDP. And therefore, I would have to get that information for you. It's regrettable that I don't have it, but I would have to get updated information. The other thing, as I indicated last Monday as well, is that we have to move to more data analytics and getting information in order to ensure that when we speak to these issues that we are pulling from one source and not from multiple sources. But that's something that we're going to work on. So what I'd like to do is to ask Dr. Jens Trainhard and Lana Hayward to just expand on some of the initiatives that we would have been executing in the marketplace in respect of the disabled community.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for this question. I think Barbados has a tremendous opportunity to actually be positioned as an island open and friendly to people with disabilities and accessible tourism. In fact, just this coming weekend, we partnered with a golf tournament for people with the eye disease. I have to read it, keratoconus. So I think, we are doing already various projects around it. But to answer your question in particular as it relates to how can Barbados really be positioned as a destination that attracts this huge market, I think first of all, promote accessibility in public spaces. The minister mentioned in the accommodation sector, but it can also be just, from an infrastructure standpoint, installing ramps, wider paths, doorways, better public transport. Even there are destinations that have specific taxis, that where they transport wheelchairs and so on. So I think all of that is a big opportunity. We already have been in discussions actually with associations of people for disabilities, and there are also specific online travel agencies that just cater to people with disabilities. And these people obviously, they go on these online travel agencies because they know that these destinations and the services related to these destinations that provide the services that they need. So we obviously have to do a lot of work on the infrastructure side, but on the promotional side, being active there and making sure that that Barbados is positioned as catering to that kind of to that kind of audience, I think is important. The last thing I would say is educating the staff. So there needs to be training and capacity building at the staff level as well. Thank you.
We're going to have to keep our responses very short, team, because we are playing against time. So I would ask you to keep your responses as short as possible. Thanks. Ms. Lana Hayward.
Good morning, Lana Hayward, Barbados Tourism Product Authority, Manager Product Quality. To add to what was said before, the Product Quality Unit also is encouraging a number of the hoteliers because we realize that we're getting a number of queries from differently able persons. I must add, it is not only visitors. With COVID being impacted by COVID and a number of our local populace not being able to travel, a lot of persons have come to us seeking this as well, seeking information in terms of where they can stay, where they can go. So we have incorporated this information within our new proposed tourism bill, accommodation bill, and we are engaging hoteliers on that level to look at it in a more serious manner. To add to that, we currently do training for housekeepers, and in that training, we are sensitizing locals, especially our housekeepers, to be more sensitive and receptive to differently able persons. And I must say that the training has been going exceptionally well. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, with your leave, just quickly, just for the benefit of the honourable member for St. James North, and so that he's also aware, I do not recall if he was in his seat when I spoke, but I thought I will just reiterate that the Millie Eiffel Fish Market at Weston in your constituency will benefit from a $2.5 million upgrade. It's going to be a very modern facility, and it's going to be fully accessible. So I just thought I would reiterate that now he's in his chair for the benefit of the honourable member for St. James North.
Honourable member,
Mr. Chair, in fact, that was going to be my third. So I thank the Minister for giving me the third.
Minister, I hope you have something further north as well. At the tip of the island. Honourable member for Christchurch West Central.
Hi, good morning, and thank you, Chair. Minister, I want to commend you for your leadership thus far. Job well done. If I want to use an old Bajan axiom, it's like a fish that jump into the great blue ocean. And as Minister of the Environment, I can speak loosely to that. But I also want to recognize, of course, that I am the Minister also responsible for the lithosphere, the green environment. And this is where the question will be focused on, because I know with your new Sustainable Development Tourism Act, there is a discussion that has been ongoing thus far. And I know that you will want to realize, as part of Barbados, carbon reduction, and the fact that as much as possible by 2030, we will be telling the rest of the world that we are carbon neutral. There is a plan as part of that act to have a carbon offsetting program where visitors that come to this island, understanding full well that they are using aviation fuel, which adds to the carbon footprint and the devastating greenhouse effect that we are having in the world. I know your ministry has a plan to have a carbon offsetting touristic drive where tourists will be able, either by planting trees to enhance forestry and obviously our carbon sequestration, or by contributing to a fund set up by your ministry so that they will be able to be involved in environmental sustainable projects. I want you to elucidate on that so Barbados can appreciate the amount of work you are doing, not only in helping to add to the sustainable livelihoods of our people, but of course to ensure that we have an environment that can sustain the test of time, and of course certainly that has a green touristic drive to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and let me also thank you in similar vein for all of your efforts in the beautification of Barbados across the entire island. You know, once we have a very clean and beautiful country, that will make it easier sell for us. Perhaps, Minister, you were not in your seat on Monday when the Permanent Secretary addressed this issue. Okay, I understand that entirely, but the Permanent Secretary had addressed the issue. But I would ask the Permanent Secretary just to reiterate rather quickly, because we're against the clock, for your benefit, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Minister Ford, for the question. Certainly at the ministry, when we look at tourism, we're doing it from a holistic way. And certainly we spoke at length on Monday as well as today. We talked about the efforts that we're making with respect to sustainable tourism. One of the initiatives that have been conceptualized is, which plays very much to the strength of the European market in terms of carbon and how do we reduce Barbados' carbon footprint for tourists emanating out of that market. And one of the initiatives that have been identified, actually, it has been advanced by one of the directors of the BTMI, located within the European market, is to have tourists pay a small fee, possibly $5 to $10 to undertake a tree planting initiative, which would also help you in the Ministry of Environment with your tree planting agenda across the island. That is an initiative that will be submitted to Cabinet for their approval, and after that, it will be rolled out. But this is an area that has sparked much attention and has been an area that has been seen to be very attractive for European tourists to engage in. So that is one of the initiatives that will be rolled out, which will certainly align with the efforts too of your ministry. And we certainly understand within tourism how we can also align with the energy ministry to reduce Barbados' carbon footprint. And in that regard, you've had initiatives and efforts are being made to have the hoteliers be able to install photovoltaics on their roofs of the hotels, and also to utilize LED lighting, look at their air conditioning units to move those to inverter type as opposed to systems. And these initiatives, we recognize this morning that we have to engage more with EGFL and to utilize the funding there to allow the hoteliers to be able to access them in order to make these types of changes within their hotel plans. These initiatives collectively reduces their energy costs and help Barbados progress towards its overall goal to make this country to be fossil fuel free by 2030. So we're very much in line with your ministry and environment as well as that of the energy ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want, as I alluded to earlier, Minister, I want to beg your indulgence as I was absent on Monday, as you rightfully say. But for those in earshot, I just want to know that there is a perfect yamos between my ministry and yourself, because we understand that if we have a vibrant program, the 963 acres of land available to you for planting can realize from the environment upward of 200 tons of carbon dioxide. We produce about 2 million tons yearly, so we will be getting there as it relates with all the other things we are doing in the electrical industry, renewable, the transport industry. We'll be able to say to the rest of the world that we are doing what we have to do to become as carbon neutral as possible by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. George North, South, sorry.
Chair, let me be quick here because I endorse all the sentiment shared by my colleagues with respect to the team, tourism and international transport. You've done an excellent job thus far. Minister, this morning you and Monday you mentioned some new markets in terms of Africa, and I heard you mention Latin America. And I recall you hinting that you have some plans for the South American market, but you didn't go into details. But I asked the question against the backdrop. Some years ago, I sat where the member for St. George North is sitting. On the right of you, Minister, was the opposition then in 2014. And I recall the then minister went to Brazil, and he behaved like Millie, who went to Brazil. And I think he had a wire wrapped around his waist and razor did cut up his face. He came back with nothing. And I know you have plans for the South American market, and I would like you to explain not only to this chamber, but to the public. And my final question, Mr. Chairman, relates to the port, the Bridgetown port. And again, when we came to office in 2018, we had some challenges with respect to scanners not working. And I think when the Prime Minister toured then, she was terribly surprised that scanners were indeed not working. And I think that contributed, if I may say, I can say it in this chamber, to a number of illegitimate imports into this country. I would like to know where we are now compared to when we came to office. Those are my two questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And that's why I made earlier my remarks this morning, that it's amazing when people come out and perhaps want to score political points. And oftentimes you have to take them back to the origins. What I will do, I will ask the Chief Executive Officer of Barbados Port Inc. to address the whole issue of scanners, where we were then and where we are today. But I would also like to say that we went beyond scanners, because there was a $200 million project with all sorts of variables included in that. And we were able to isolate and then reposition so we can have Berth 6 today. And that a lot of what went on there no longer exists thanks to this Barbados Labour Party government. But I will ask the Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Port Inc. to address the issue. Quickly, in respect of the Latin America approach, we are very focused going in that direction. We definitely intend to bill it out. This will not be a case of merely going to Brazil, but it will be a case that the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. is steadfastly, and they have a strategy in how to bill out the Latin American market. Brazil presents a wonderful opportunity for us to attract a number of visitors to Barbados. There is significant wealth and spend in Brazil, as highlighted in our travel trends, and we will be exploring every opportunity within that market. In addition to which, we have some markets in that corridor. We have Uruguay, we also have Argentina, for example, and we are going to be, and Chile and others, and we are going to be using our resources, and that is why it's critical that we have a physical presence in the Latin American market to help build us out. It will take some time to build out that market. It will be nurtured, but I'm confident that with the same alacrity and with the same approach that we utilize to concretize what constitutes our source markets, that we will be able to see improved numbers there. I will ask I'm not sure if the chairman of the BTMI would wish to say a few comments. Chair?
Thank you, Minister. I too agree with your comments. We are not only looking at strategically placing persons there to open up the LATAM's market, but we're also, as early as February 1, we had high-level conversations with Airlift to open back up Brazil, connectivity to Brazil to Barbados. And they are very interested in Barbados, not only for seasonal, but all throughout the year. They're looking at our cruise, how strong we are in the Southern Caribbean for cruise. So they're also interested in cruise, but they're also tired of being boxed in. They now need a visa for Mexico to come out of Brazil. They don't need a visa for Barbados. So they're very interested in moving a lot of their high-end business over to Barbados. So we are moving along, and Copa is doing excellent. Right now with Copa out of Panama, that flight is running more than 95% occupancy, and we are looking at ramping up with them as well, given more connectivity out of Panama. So it is high on our agenda. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. I will ask Mr. David John Marie to address the issue. The only thing I will highlight, honorable member, and you would appreciate this, is that there are a number of security details that we cannot go into in detail in the port, but as broad a brush and as carefully as he can craft his message, the CEO will craft his message in respect to the scanners at the Bridgetown port. Mr. John Marie.
Thank you, Minister. Indeed, with respect to the enhancement at the port, with respect to security, there is enhanced collaboration with the security agencies operating there, port security, police, and customs. Joint monitoring of the areas is now enhanced, takes place. All new employees of the port, as part of the standard recruitment process, must now undergo the truth verification testing. All senior port management have already been subject to truth verification testing. There's extensive use of new technologies at the port. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we have an appointment system so that anyone who wants to enter the port to conduct business must go and apply online for an appointment and receive a QR code to enter prior to arrival at the port. Scanning of persons is standard, scanning of persons and their hand luggage to enter the main port area, and this is being expanded to other areas of the port. With respect to scanning, unlike a number of years ago, we are now scanning 100% of all containers leaving the port. There's also 100% coverage by CCTV of the port, and there are a number of other initiatives that we may know and others that we may not want to speak to at this point in time. The planned build-out of the container freight station will go a long way to enhancing security at the port also by minimizing the number of persons who enter the Bridgetown port. As now, scanning will take place, inspections will take place at that facility and not away from the port. Those are broad measures, sir, that we wish to disclose.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. I will allow my colleagues based on time to proceed. I'm fine, and I have every confidence in both the head of the port and the minister and the team that indeed you do justice to this key sector, tourism and international transport. I thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I add my voice to congratulate the Minister of Tourism and International Transport and his team for the work that is obviously being done in the ministry under his leadership. I have a pretty simple question. But before I ask the question, I should also offer my thanks in this forum since I sit here as a member of Parliament for St. Peter, to the Barbados Tourism and Investment, BTMI, Barbados Tourism Management Inc., and not in this ministry, but BTII as well, for the collaboration that we've seen and we've had in St. Peter. Long may it continue. My question is relatively simple, not profound like many of the others that have been asked. But we spoke earlier about the connection between the linkages with various industries. Mine has to do with product and particularly with community tourism. Some officers in the ministry know that I am a little bit passionate about that. I want to be able to have the opportunity for the ministry to speak to the country, not necessarily to me, because I think I know a little bit about this already, but I think the country needs to know how the ministry is connecting the dots, what I call connecting the dots with respect to community tourism, engaging with stakeholders in the community, engaging with the Division of Culture, engaging with Ministry of the Environment, engaging with the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, those entities, maybe churches and communities as well, and groups. How is the maybe product, BTMI, the ministry itself, connecting so that community tourism becomes not just community tourism in name, but that those in the community feel that they are part of the development and the execution of the project. And I must say that the question comes out of the fact that, and one of your officers knows this, I was in the Arawak Temple in Ben Hill this morning. Now, most people don't know about that, but I know that there's at least one officer in this ministry who does. And we were talking about a community tourism project. But the inclusion of persons in the community and outside of the community, but like the museum, those others that I mentioned, what is the ministry or the BTMI doing to make sure that we have a really good cohesion to allow these projects to be genuine tourism projects? Sorry, genuine community tourism projects.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will ask Ms. Marsha Aline of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. To come into the well to respond to you. As you may know, Mrs. Aline has done a lot of work in this area. And whilst we wait for her, just to let you know that and I thought you were going to tell Mr. John Marie once again, thank you for the jetty in St. Peter. Speightstown, because it's not only available for us in the future to do tendering with cruise ships, but also to make it available to fisher folks in the area. And also, as you're well aware, I'm not sure if you were here when I made the point, that you will have the unique benefit of being the first member of parliament in the Caribbean to have in their constituency a cruise ship christened. But I will give way now to Ms. Marsha Aline. Marsha?
Thank you, Minister. Marsha Aline, Chief Product Development Officer with the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for that question. And I just would first like to start by saying that community tourism is not so much community tourism, but it's more about the community getting together to have economic empowerment for themselves and the tourism industry benefiting as a result. So this is more of a bottom-up approach as opposed to the tourism industry telling the communities what they should and should not do. And we found that strategy to be very beneficial as we are working with the communities around Barbados to build out this product. What we have actually sought to do is to work directly with the parish independence committees, because we feel that the whole issue of community tourism must be owned by the communities first. And rather than us doing a top-down approach, as in we are bringing a product to them, we are specifically looking at the products that are of value, of significance within each of the communities, and working with those communities, whether it would be advertising, as in giving them, greater marketability, working with them to ensure that we are also able to actually build out their program, whether it's business advisory services, and also putting resources with those particular events and activities to build out that entire program. And we've successfully been doing it over the last 18 months, very quietly so. And, St. Peter is one of those examples where very, very much it has evolved from a very, very basic type of activity to an activity where we are seeing an increasing amount of visitors come in on a daily basis. We're going to go through Barbados with the same concept. Every single parish will have an opportunity, and we're, like I said, we're working specifically with the parishes to ensure that you have that marquee experience that we want to showcase to the rest of the world, and that in its nutshell really is the strategy that we're using to build out community tourism. We're also working with the entrepreneurs. We've done a pilot very recently where we would have worked with some accelerated persons to build out an accelerated program, and we have helped them to be able to maximize their profit sharing by about 300%. They increased their margin in terms of what they were doing with their particular product to make it more visible to the rest of the island and also to increase their profit share as well. So we are working with the community. We'll continue to do so in phase 1 and phase 2 and a phase 3 concept.
Thank you very much. And I register the thanks of the Parish Organizing Committee, Parish Independence Committee, Spice Sound Task Force, the people of St. Mains, to BTMI and to the ministry, and the people of St. Peter, to the Barbados Port Inc. for significant assistance that we have had from the ministry. Thank you, Mr. John Marie. Thank you, Ms. Aline. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You now have the opportunity to wrap up. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot outrun afoul of your ruling, otherwise you reserve the right to put me out. And the constituents of St. Michael West Central will be very happy. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard from the well over the last 2 days the work of the ministry. We've provided the Honorable House with an insight into the efforts being made to promote growth and development, the initiatives being planned and undertaken in the new and emerging markets, as well as efforts to solidify our presence in the current markets are being intensified. Despite the promising prospects for the future, we are not taking anything for granted. We will build on our strengths, we seek to eradicate our weaknesses, and try new approaches, including the extensive use of technology wherever feasible. We are intent on challenging all of our methods and approaches to create the best possible chance of freshness without eroding the uniqueness of Barbados and Barbadians. You will probably get tired of me saying that tourism is still in a recovery mode, but that is the harsh reality. Let me thank the Permanent Secretary, of course, and her staff at the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport, including those officers who spent the last 2 days here in the Well of Parliament responding to the questions directed at them, not to forget all of the employees and the leadership within the state-owned enterprises, for which there are 13 within my ministry. Their responses were well-informed, relevant, and displayed great professionalism. Mr. Chairman, I crave your indulgence in allowing me to put on record the exceptional and tireless inputs from my Permanent Secretary, Ms. Francine Blackman, both at home and abroad, who has contributed significantly to my overall leadership in the ministry. Whenever called upon to undertake the most complex assignment, she always brings her training to bear and also expertise as an economist in helping us to arrive at meaningful discussions and decisions within the ministry. For example, the Permanent Secretary, and she won't want me to tell you this, that very often when we are on duty abroad, meetings which start at 9 a.m. can be going strong 13 hours later. But I want to thank my Permanent Secretary and, of course, her team. Let me also thank the market directors, the senior business development officers and business development officers located in our overseas offices for their hard work, without which Barbados could not have enjoyed the improvement in tourism that has been our recent experience. Our stakeholders must also be complemented and for their willing and combined efforts in the ongoing interests of all important tourism products. And this covers the whole range of participants, the immigration and custom officers, port health, baggage handlers, red cap, taxi operators at both ports, along with those who ply their trade at hotels and at various locations across Barbados. All, and I mean all tourism workers, hotels, food and beverage suppliers and providers, restaurants, bars and rum shops, the boating sector, attractions, vendors and small business persons, the private security services, and in particular, Mr. Chairman, the Barbados Police Service for its ongoing leading role. Let me also inform the House that in April, I will be convening the second meeting for the State of the Industry report to update stakeholders in the entire tourism sector on developments within the sector. The task at hand is a demanding one, Mr. Chairman, necessitating that all concerned dig as deeply as possible into their skills to bring about the full recovery and growth that the country needs, demands, and expects of all of us. The BTMI, whose only job is to market Barbados as a premier destination, will be tasked with charting the appropriate path to the required improvements. The same high demands also apply to other state-owned entities and enterprises operating under the ministry. Let me thank Barbadians at large for their priceless and much celebrated hospitality, warmth, and generosity that has contributed in large measure to what seems to be a very promising recovery. Let me frankly state that a lot of the same will be expected of them as we continue our journey towards a better tourism industry and a better Barbados. I promise Barbados and Barbadians that every day I will give this ministry my very best shot. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I will beg to move that Head 27 stand par.
The question is that Head 27 Head 27 stand par. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg to sit, leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:30 p.m.
Beg the second.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 2:30 p.m. This sitting is resumed. We shall revert to Standing Finance Committee.
This House is now in Standing Finance Committee. Honorable Member for St. Michael South.
Good afternoon, Chair. I beg permission for my team to join me, please.
So granted. Before you proceed with your opening remarks, Honorable Minister, just let me advise you and your team of the rules with respect to debate and discussion on this head. You are given, as Minister, 10 minutes for your opening remarks. Thereafter, each response that you have to give in terms of responses to questions is 5 minutes you are allowed. Members of the team allowed 3 minutes for their responses. Honorable members are aware that they have 3 minutes to give their questions. You're allowed 3 supplementary questions. And we shall proceed accordingly. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on the work of the Ministry of People's Empowerment and Elder Affairs. I want to begin, of course, by thanking my team who's here with me, those beside me, those behind me, those still in the ministry. I obviously want to thank, at the very beginning, the Honorable Minister who preceded me, the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas, the Honorable Cynthia Ford, who would have done such tremendous service while in this ministry, and who continues to serve in the ministry in her capacity as advisor on elder affairs. I also want to thank the Honorable Member for St. James North, who also works for the ministry in doing tremendous work for persons with disabilities as well. But that at the beginning, sir, having said that, sir, I really began by thanking my staff, not out of style, but out of a tremendous sense of gratitude for the work that was done over the last few years and the work that I know we're going to be able to do together over the next few years. Sir, we had an idea that we must refresh and renew the work of the Ministry of People's Empowerment. And that, sir, came this year with a level, I think, of unprecedented engagement, re-engagement, communication, consultation. I think at a level, sir, that we hadn't seen before, but one that I felt was necessary given the direction that we're going. I believe, sir, that we are now more than well positioned to deepen and to widen the conversation that we're having in relation to the social services sector specifically, but also the level of social transformation that must come to the social sector more generally and more broadly. I obviously won't spend the limited time that I have describing all of the prevailing circumstances, whether endogenous, exogenous, whether of our cause or not. But sir, it would be remiss of me, I think, as minister, to not mention that surely COVID-19 and all the accompanying challenges that we felt had a tremendous bearing not only on the ministry, but also on the people that we were called upon to serve. And it is very clear to me now, and I think to all of Barbados, that we are one event away from a disaster, one event away from potential ruin, if not managed properly, and one event away from reversing all the gains that we would have done over the last 5 years since we came into office. It is with that in mind, sir, that I think one of the questions that has to constantly be on the forefront of the ministry, but of the country, has to be a question of leadership. And the leadership, sir, over the country in the last few years, but as well as the leadership in the ministry, to be able to prepare for these shocks, some that we saw coming and obviously some that we did not see coming. I think the good thing, sir, is that it has put the conversation on poverty back on the center of the table. It has put the conversation on poverty as a kind of a overarching concern throughout all of the various ministries. And it, more importantly, sir, it has put people back at the center of this conversation. Therefore, a conversation with the ministry is extremely relevant at this time. But I know that it has been very hard, that the prevailing circumstances have been hard. And, you know, we have said in the SDGs that poverty eradication and zero hunger are to be important considerations. They've been important considerations for the country forever. And the work in the ministry is to make sure that we have poverty eradication, of course, to reduce hunger, but to make sure that people feel a sense overall of empowerment. And I often say to my staff that the ministry has been called into question at the same time that it has been called into action. People are questioning the role of social services. At the same time, they're dependent on the social services to be able to cater to their problems. But I ask you, sir, to consider what it would be like if we had not done some of the things that we did in the very early stages for people who are already under pressure. Sir, could you imagine a Barbados where we did not have a pay raise of the nature that we did when we came in? If we hadn't instituted a minimum wage for all, if we had not increased pension, non-contributory pension, if we did not give a 40% increase on welfare, and in real terms that meant people with severe disabilities, instead of getting $116 weekly, are now getting $162. So if we hadn't done these things, what people would be facing today. And of course, there are a number of things that we did during COVID as well to make it easier. The BERT program, sir, the household mitigation unit, the number of things that we did to make life easy for Barbadians, sir, pre-COVID, and the role of this ministry, sir. But I also feel that a crisis is really a very terrible thing to waste. And therefore, it said to us that there had to be some restructuring and reorganizing of the ministry, sir. And we thought about that as we were discussing our new vision. And I know that we're working on a strategic plan that will cast the strategic plan into words, but we were thinking in terms of our vision, sir, words like dignity for people must be at the forefront of that conversation. Putting people first and words that speak to productive citizens and just words that say that at the end of the day we want to make a positive difference in the lives of people, and to move away from the idea that the ministry will simply be doing remedial services and to see ourselves as being a contributor to the productive sector and to produce productive citizens as well. And I had an overarching concern because I know the mental health of people during this period has been very hard, and the mental health of the staff, sir, has been extremely hard hit, considering the challenges that we face, sir. But I feel that you have to treat people well, but we also have to treat our staff well. And there are a number of things that you would hear us speak to in relation to our staff over the course of the next few hours. Sir, in this year's estimates, we were given $784,606 overall, including salaries. And this year we were given 861. So to those who are reading the estimates, it may seem as if there's been a cut of $900,000. It's a $900,000 less looking than last year. And I just want to say very early that last year we received $5 million from the European Union. That is accounted for here. We did not receive those funds this year, and we are still only $90,000 off. So in real terms, we actually received $4 million more for the ministry than we did last year to be able to do this important work. Another important point that I would wish to make at the outset, sir, is that we have gone in personal social services. We've moved from $76 million to $88 million. This is about a $12 million increase. A $12 million increase. And this, sir, personal social services, sir, this is where people are really affected. This is where money goes to the people who are most in need. So this government gave an additional $12 million to that. That would be $4 million that we gave to the welfare department, sir. And we did not trouble, although we've had to make adjustments with some contract workers, the elder care program, sir, that provides for the elderly in Barbados, sir, they've been attended to this year. In fact, the National Assistance Board will report that this is by far the most money that NAB has had to be able to address the needs of the elderly during the course of these estimates, sir. So we have a budget that I think is fit for purpose, one that I think would allow us to be able to address a number of challenges as we go forward, sir. I also would want to say, sir, before I speak to the heads about some of the transformative programs that we are doing. And the ministry, as you know, sir, has been attempting to transform itself so that we could be more fit for purpose, so that we could prioritize the interests of people, so that we could prioritize the needs of people, sir. And I would say to my staff, and I'm sure they know, that we must be focusing on the galaxy ideas, these big ideas, but we must also remain on the ground. Do the big things, go galaxy, but do the small things and take care of people on the ground. And so in that vein, sir, there are a number of things that I would wish to touch on in the few minutes that I have left, sir. We are discussing the amalgamation of the social services. Now, I was manager of the Child Care Board in 2002. And when I went to the ministry, then Ministry of Social Transformation, this amalgamation was on the cards. There was a report written in 1997 discussing this amalgamation. There was a number of subsequent reports. In the other administration, there was a ministry responsible for family, but no real reports to how they were going to do it. And this is the furthest we've ever gotten in relation to being able to deliver it. And before, hopefully by the end of the year, depending on the conversations with the unions, we would have amalgamated the social services. And what this means is that in a real term, we can better deliver goods and services to those people who need them. And that is why this conversation is important, and we'll have, hopefully, a conversation around where we are on that a little bit later on, sir. The other issue that we felt was important was the legislative reform. And I believe that this ministry is perhaps doing the most legislative changes of any ministry at the same time. We are dealing with legislation for the elderly, legislation for persons with disabilities, and legislation for children. In fact, sir, we have already laid the Child Protection Bill in this Parliament, sir. And that's a major, major piece of legislation. If I may begin there, sir. The Child Care Board, sir, and its work is extremely important, as we all know. But it would be surprising to many Barbadians, perhaps, to hear that the legislation that guides the Child Care Board, for the most part, is pretty old. The board itself, the act itself, is 1983. But the Young Person Protection Act is 1918 with amendments. The Prevention of Cruelty to Children Act is 1904 with amendments. This legislation is 120 years old. Written in a Victorian era, sir, where children, some of them were seen and not heard, and in many cases, many children and many people were not to be seen at all. And so it was important for us to be able to change that legislation. 120 years, they say, is not 120 days. In fact, it is 43,800 days. And therefore, it was necessary for us to change that legislation. So, and I would want to say at the outset, sir, why I think it's important for us to address this legislation issue as it relates to children, sir. The Child Care Board, sir, over the course of the last few years, have been dealing, as you know, with cases of abuse, sir. In the period 2019, this is April 2019 to March in all cases, 2019 to 2020, there were 495 cases of abuse of children. In 2020 to 2021, 437 cases of abuse reported. In 2021 to 2022, 538 cases of abuse. And between April 22 and now, January 2023 really, 462 cases of abuse. Sir, if you consider last year, the sexual abuse cases last year were 126. That is a sexual abuse case every 3 days. Therefore, the legislation that is guiding the ministry must be legislation that is fit for purpose. And I do hope that we have a conversation about the nature of that legislation as well during the course of this conversation, sir. In relation to disabilities, we have done extensive work. The Honorable Member for St. James North has led a process of consultation that even for a ministry that has been busy consulting is extraordinary with the amount of consultations, over 50 consultations and continuing, to be able to bring legislation and policy to address persons with disabilities. In relation to the elderly, sir, we've done a situation analysis with PAHO. We are now in receipt of the final version of the policy, the draft policy, and we are about to begin the drafting of that legislation as well. And the other act that we will review is the National Assistance Act, sir. So I say all that to say, sir, that the ministry is busy doing very, very transformative and important things, sir. And then if you look at the idea that I shared, sir, that we must be on the ground as well as in the galaxy. We must focus on the big things as well as the small things, sir. For persons considered to be elderly in Barbados, sir, and the truth is, I think this is something that we must pay attention to because our population is aging. And many in this room behind me would probably say our population is already aged. But the truth is, sir, in relation to that, we could anticipate that in the next 20 years, 25 years, the average Barbadian is likely to be about 60 years old. And therefore, we need to plan. And therefore, sir, the work that is being done now at Lancaster, where we house elderly persons and Vauxhall Senior Citizens Home, sir, to bring those facilities up to scratch, that is an important conversation, sir. And a number of new initiatives being rolled out that I'm sure the director of the NAB will be able to go through. In relation to the National Disabilities Unit, again, we've already committed that 10% of government housing will be for persons with disabilities. We're looking at, in the legislation, having greater affirmative action to employ people with disabilities as well. I've made, sir, it no secret that I've been concerned about our work in gender and that we now need to do more to bring that up to par, but I also have to accept that my staff in gender is extremely small. And during the course of the year, we'll be seeking to make that right, sir, because gender is one of those issues that I feel we need to focus on, sir. Issues affect men and women differently. That's the truth. I also feel that we have to be focused in terms of gender budgeting, gender financing, and in this regard, we are working with the Caribbean Development Bank to have an advisor as we roll this program out. The HIV Commission, sir, is also going to be doing some important work. In the last few months, I must tell you that I was extremely pleased with the work of the foundation, but I know that the director there as well will tell you about plans we have afoot now to do new things, to make the HIV Commission also perhaps to reach a wider market as well. So I couldn't obviously end this conversation without talking a little bit more about the welfare department, sir. And I must also say, as I am with most of my departments, that the welfare department in the course of the last year, but certainly even in the last 4 or 5 years, the welfare department, sir, has been dealing with a very burdened situation. COVID meant that the welfare list moved from about 3,000 plus at one point to 6,000 plus. It almost doubled. And therefore, without an increase in staff, it meant that staff had to be called to do extraordinary things. The same staff, sir, that would be responding to emergencies, the same staff that would be responding to fires, and so on. And I am very proud, sir, the work that the welfare department has done. But there's also some things happening there now as part of the amalgamation. There's work also happening there in relation to the deep dive that we're doing in relation to the processes in the welfare department, and the director the chief who's next to me, I'm sure will tell you about the work as well to, improve the relations with the public as well. And therefore, as it relates to welfare, we remain extremely pleased. Lastly, sir, the social policy unit, sir, the work that they have done in keeping the ministry together has been extremely important. I think that social policy must be the engine for the ministry. I was a former director of that unit, sir. I know that having a social policy framework and a plan will make all of the difference to the ministry. It will make all of the difference to the country. But I will let them speak to that as well. And then, lastly, the work that we were doing in the strengthening program, you may see in the estimates a reduction in the poverty funds. That is because we were receiving funds from the IDB to do a program that we refer to as Strengthening Human and Social Development. That program came to an end. And therefore, the funds came to an end. So it would have been a case where the government put and was reimbursed. So it's not a reduction, it is just that that program has ended. And we are now transforming that program. You would have heard me speak, sir, about the 1,000 family program. We now call it the One Family program. And in that program, sir, the idea is that we are asking Barbadians to help other Barbadians. That the last poverty study showed us that 1 in every 5 Barbadians was poor, which means that 4 out of every 5 is not. And that's been the Prime Minister's motto. And that we're going to be calling on Barbadians to help other Barbadians to be able to get us through this and to be able to offer the best of government social services to the people who need it the most. This, therefore, becomes a targeted intervention to help the people who are in need of help. It will continue to prioritize people, to focus on the needs of people during the course of the year. So, sir, in closing, I believe that the work of the ministry has been extremely comprehensive. The nature of the transformation, as you can tell, sir, is advanced. The relationship to people, sir, has never been tighter. We've become a lot more people-focused, sir. We're working closer with our partners, so we're also partner-oriented. So the organizations dealing with the elderly and persons with disabilities and persons living with HIV or persons who are interested in that space, working closer with them as well. We have a determination that people who come to this ministry are clients. First of all, they're human beings who come to the door as clients of the ministry and therefore should be treated with respect and dignity at all times, sir. And I also have, sir, a belief that I have to take care of the staff. And I will make it a priority, as we've already started doing, sir, and I know the former minister before me felt the same, that we will prioritize the staff. Because it's been a case where, for example, in welfare, one officer has 400 and something people dealing with. And, you know, that is just almost impossible to manage. So, sir, with those few words, sir, I want to end as I began by thanking my team for what I think has been really significant work for delivering to the people of Barbados during the last 5 years. And it has been without even stretch of your imagination. COVID, Elsa, Freak Storm, Ash, and every single event, this ministry has been called upon to respond. And in every single time, the ministry has done so and done so well. So, sir, with those few words, I move ahead 35 Sampart.
Thank you. Honorable Member for St. James North. Before you proceed, just let me further advise members of the team to the process. Before you begin to speak, you give your name and the position that you hold for the records of answered and those of our technical members of the technical team. And you have 3 minutes to respond to any question that may be asked of you. Honorable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I wish to commend the Honorable Minister and his team for the tremendous work that they have been doing for the last year under his leadership, but also to give commendations to the immediate predecessor of that ministry, the Honorable Member for St. Thomas. It could not have been easy leading the Ministry of People Empowerment through the times of COVID, where essentially all you were doing is pushing back against the tremendous dislocation in employment which we went through in that 2-year period. But now is the time, of course, to move forward with that ministry in terms of social transformation, and you, Minister, have a tremendous opportunity to do so. Your ministry is not seen as one of the glamour ministries, but as I told you when you first became minister, it is one of the most important ministries because it deals with the vulnerable, whether it's the elderly, people with disabilities, children, women with, single women, single mothers with children who realistically they're not able to financially support. But we're still in a situation in Barbados, as best as we have tried to do, in terms of taking people out of intergenerational poverty, where we still have too many people for our satisfaction in poverty. It is being reduced. We were reducing it tremendously. COVID came along and set us back a bit, but that is the reality. And as you know, as well as I do, Minister, a lot of our poverty is intergenerational. And I would like to give you the opportunity, you and your team, to speak about what strategic plans you have to reduce that percentage of intergenerational poverty. Of course, it is not only working within your ministry, but you have to work in association with education, because that has a lot to do with it, and we're in the midst of educational reform planning. Has to do, obviously, with the Ministry of Commerce, with our trust loan concept to take people into self-employment. Has to do with community development as well, sports. So, I know that your ministry is not in a silo, but I'll give you the opportunity to speak about your strategic planning in that regard, to take people, out of the poverty and from welfare to work as well.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. I would want to begin, honestly, by, when I think about intergenerational poverty, it's not for me an academic exercise. Having been a person born in Mylarcil, raised in the Pine, I know the challenges of poverty every day, day in and day out. So it is never one of those things that is easy to break, and therefore the work has to be, in my mind, there has to be a lot of passion in the work that we do. This is nothing in my mind that you can fake. Either you care about people or you don't. This is not the kind of work you can fake. I begin that way because, sir, for me, it is also about putting your heart into this thing, serving people from a genuine place. But having said that, if we zoom out and look at it as a policy issue, you cannot fix what you do not know. And one of the things that I felt that we needed to do again, we haven't had a poverty study since 2011, 2012. I think the data came out in 2013. The CDB one, then there was one in 2016 by IDB. And therefore, this is now, 7 years that we would have had the data. And therefore, it is now time for a new poverty study. Obviously, sir, the world has changed. I've just mentioned to you a lot of the things that we would have dealt with over the last few years. The nature of poverty, I think, has also changed, been affected at least by it. And therefore, the first thing that we need to do is to have a proper poverty assessment. And that is why I would allow Ms. Gibson to speak shortly on the poverty assessment that we're about to undertake, that we refer to as the ECPA, the Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment, or the ECPA, and what we think that data would allow us to do. But we've also had a lot of planning. There's been a social protection framework that has been put in place in the ministry that has allowed us to look at poverty in all of its various components. Now, we know that poverty is multidimensional. Poverty is not only income poverty. And the challenge that many people have faced is that you've tried to address a multidimensional issue with a one-dimension response. You try to address poverty that comes with all of these associated consequences by throwing money at the problem. Let's increase the welfare grant. Let's do this. Let's give money. Let's give money. You have to do that, of course, because you have to stabilize people. But the ministry has a program that is called the IC program, which I think is going to be the fundamental difference in moving people from one stage to another. And let me explain what IC is. It's an acronym. It's identification, stabilization, enablement, and empowerment. That is the framework in the ministry. Identification, because you have to identify who the people are. You have to know where they are. And the truth is, I saw something in the paper recently, or circulated on social media about government and people having to have ID card to access services and trying to be critical of a government. But in order to access services for the most part anywhere, you need to have ID. And what we found is that many Barbadians who come to the social services sector for support don't have an ID card. And so we have to begin first by identifying people, help them get the ID card, go through the birth certificate process, and so on and so forth. That is very important because people have to know who people are. It's the only way you can get these statistics. It's the only way you can then know how many males, how many females. You can understand the other demographics. The other thing that we do in the ministry is what we call stabilization. And stabilization is where a person gets the remedial services. So if you need a welfare grant, you get the welfare grant. If you need a disability grant, you might get a disability grant. If you need perhaps us to intervene and help you with health and housing and so on, to stabilize the situation. Unfortunately, in many cases, this is where the intervention for many people has stopped. And this is where we've been trying to do a different kind of approach. And this is where I think the intergenerational poverty ends, Honorable Member. Because it has to be the other two E's, the other two letters in the acronym, enablement and empowerment. That's about training. That's about giving people skills. That's about empowering people. And then empowerment is where the person is so trained up that they then can go on to live a productive life. If this ministry, or any ministry responsible for the social services, believes that its value is in delivering remedial services to people, which is very important. But if it believes that that's their destination, then we will miss the boat. It has to be that we have then taken people past that stabilization to the point where they're enabled and where they're empowered. If you were to see the base of our social services sector now, at the very bottom, a number of people, identification and stabilization. But at the top, very few people for enablement and empowerment. We have to flip that and have more people who are getting enabled and empowered and therefore passing that empowerment on to their children and passing that empowerment on to the people and then being able to break poverty. So we intervene. We give you help with education. We give you help with health care. We give you help with housing, which is the one family program that you're going to see us talk about perhaps a little bit later. But you intervene on those categories. And you get assistance with parental training. We're doing a program with the Ministry of Education for training parents how to parent. Because, I saw this thing from Dr. Jakes, T.D. Jakes, and he was saying you can't pour from an empty mug into a cup. So at the end of the day, we got to fill the mug. We got to work with the parents. We got to make sure that the parents have the capacity to give. And all this is the work of the ministry. So I know I've taken you on a big ride, but I think that's an important question, and perhaps, sir, if I have more time, could I ask Ms. Gibson to just add to this, and Mr. Pollard, if he chooses.
Good evening, Honorable House. My name is Rianne Gibson. I'm the Research Analyst in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. To answer your question, Honorable Minister Hinkson, the ministry, we have been doing work in the past 6 years to reduce intergenerational poverty. As the minister would have said earlier, we've been working on a program based on the IC pillars, which was called the Strengthening Human and Social Development in Barbados project, where we worked with households and not individuals across 7 different pillars. We would have worked with working on the family dynamics, counseling. We would have worked on that social and income pillar to help provide them with the income to meet their basic needs. We would have given them opportunities to access education, employment, across every pillar that we could think would have given them the opportunity to empower themselves and to therefore increase the household income. So not only working with the individual, but the entire family. So that's one program that we have implemented to reduce intergenerational poverty. As the minister would have said, going into this financial year, we would like to, if we're going to work on reducing intergenerational poverty, we need to have more accurate data on what poverty around Barbados actually is. The last study was done in 2017 and previously would have been in 2010. So we've started discussions with the Caribbean Development Bank to engage in an enhanced country poverty assessment. And as it says, it's enhanced country poverty assessment because it goes beyond looking at monetary income poverty. And we're also going to be looking at the multidimensional aspects of poverty, looking at things such as education and health. And we're also going to include climate change into that and see how climate change will be impacting households and also causing persons to be in poverty. And it includes vulnerability mapping. So the Enhanced Country Poverty Assessment, it has 4 main components. It has the Survey of Living Conditions, which looks at that same income component that I spoke of. So we will know, we'll get a poverty line figure. We know, okay, if we're providing assistance to families, what's the basic income that they will need to actually meet their needs. So this can guide our programming. It also has a participatory poverty assessment where we'll actually speak to households and get a more in-depth understanding of their living situations and how they're coping, as well as an institutional assessment where we look at how we can strengthen the social protection network. And I will end here, taking into consideration the time limit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you to the Minister and Ms. Gibson. My next intervention will direct the Ministry towards the issue of persons with disabilities, and of course, it has been my tremendous pleasure to work with you, Minister, and your team on trying to get a policy and legislative framework for persons with disabilities who make up a growing number of people in Barbados. It was 5% in the census 13 years ago. It has to be more now because people are living longer, and the longer you live, the more likely you're going to get some form of disability, whether Alzheimer's, loss of vision, hearing, physical or immobility disability. And of course, we've had chikungunya, we've had COVID that has increased that amount. So this is of serious concern, and there's been a determined effort by the ministry to get policy and legislation on our statute books within the foreseeable future. We have, as you know, Minister, the draft legislation already subject, of course, to review by the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's office. And up to Saturday, we would have had an all-days stakeholder session with everyone concerning the cause for people with disabilities, all the organizations and key players to review the policy. And I would want to take this opportunity to thank again the Law Reform Commission headed by an illustrious former member of this chambers, Sir David Simmons, and the drafter of the legislation, Dr. Jason Haynes, and the scriber of the policy, Professor Drain Devenish, for the intense and comprehensive work that has been done. And Minister, if you could pull this off, believe you me, or when you pull it off, not if, you would have met and dealt with, treated to the frustrations of people with disabilities over the years who, quite frankly, at the start of the exercise when the committee was established by Cabinet at the beginning of June, was very pessimistic about causes because they've heard it all before, but are now very optimistic and looking forward to the legislation coming in and the policy framework. So I like, Honorable Minister, to give you the opportunity to expand a bit more on that in terms of the next few months and the time frame you expect, perhaps, that this could come to Parliament, etc.
Thank you again, Honorable Member. As you know, I am equally satisfied with the work that you've done in this regard. In fact, I think it has been, even for me, above and beyond what we all anticipated when we came in. I know that my colleagues have told me that you've met with almost every minister in this room and that you've had conversations, again, I like to use my phrase, in galaxy and ground. You've been having all the big conversations, but also conversations about the things that matter to people, like sidewalks and, putting some kind of sound on the bus, these new electric buses, because they're difficult for people sometimes to be able to know they're coming. And in that regard, Minister, Honorable Member, I am very, very pleased with the work you've done. In fact, you've made my job in this regard very easy. I also want to thank you, too, because of the legitimacy that you brought to the exercise. And I'm not so sure that any other member in this room would have brought by virtue of just showing up, the legitimacy that you've brought because of your real work in this area for all these years. So I want to begin, first of all, by thanking you. And in so doing, I also want to thank the number of stakeholders that we've worked with, the Council for the Disabled, and all the other many organizations that we've worked with. I want to thank the National Disabilities Unit, and I will let the director speak to it after I've spoken about some of the work that they too are doing in this regard. This, as I said to the staff when I came in, I care very much about all of these areas. I care about poverty, I care about children, but the two that I said we needed to focus on initially would have been persons with disabilities and the elderly, only because I felt that that was such a significant portion of our population, and that yet the work that we would have done as a country did not reflect the amount of persons and the intensity of the issue that we were dealing with, and therefore I felt like we needed to concentrate on these two almost immediately, which is not to say that we haven't been working on all the others, because as you will see from my heads during the course of these conversations, that everybody has been doing a lot of work. I am really proud of this team. So in relation to the persons with disabilities, the committee that you lead, the committee that was set up to establish the commission to assist persons with disabilities that you lead, they held about 50 meetings, stakeholder meetings. Many of these stakeholder meetings, not many, all, were very productive. They've allowed us to draft a policy. And before we got the policy, we had a document that combined all of the issues from all these stakeholders. You know, I've been joking a lot that of late, because I felt like I've had to, that, you know, if you're going to do law, you need to have consultation, but that's just a joke. But at the end of the day, the amount of consultation that was held has been extensive. And therefore, we now have a policy that reflects the level of consultation. We just had a all-day meeting, as you rightly said, on Saturday, where we went through, everything you could possibly imagine. And not only listing the issues, but coming up with challenges, coming up with solutions to the challenges that are comprehensive and that are multifaceted in terms of the stakeholders that they involve. So, for example, when we were discussing health, we had conversations, extreme conversations with health in relation to issues of aging, whether it be aging in place for persons with disabilities, whether it be transportation for persons with disability. It was just comprehensive. And I'm very proud of the work. So where we are now is that we have the draft policy. We worked with the Law Reform Commission, as you know, to be able to draft the legislation. So the legislation for persons with disabilities in draft. In fact, when I became minister, I had seen a draft legislation, but that was in relation to the convention, more specifically. And I did not think it had addressed the wider issues of persons with disabilities. And so we made an agreement to go back to the drawing board and to draw up a piece of legislation that was fit for purpose and more relevant to the needs of persons with disabilities in Barbados, and that is what we've done. So we have the draft legislation. It is very, very comprehensive. I believe that I will be in a position to bring both the draft legislation and the policy to Cabinet next month, surely in March, once I've received the final, from your committee, once I've received the final documentation. But I believe before the end of March, we'll have that before Cabinet. And once Cabinet approves, then the conversation begins with the CPC. And I'm very optimistic that before September, but surely by the end of this calendar year, we would have in place, or at least laid in Parliament, but hopefully debated and passed, legislation that will improve the lives of persons with disabilities. This has, as you said, this has been too long in coming. There are simple things that people with disabilities need that this country does not offer. And I would add, before I pass over to the director of the National Disabilities Unit, I would add that the one thing that this country needs most of all is not even the legislation. It is not even the policy. It is this mindset shift. It is the way Barbadians, regrettably, are treating persons with disabilities in a way that in many cases it is shameful, it is embarrassing in many cases, and maybe some of it is cruelty, yes, and some of it is just a lack of information. And that is why we've asked the Disabilities Unit to increase the PR, have larger public education programs, but also to start that conversation in schools as part of their curricula, so that people start feeling this thing almost naturally, and it's not a fight when you're fighting against a person who's in their 20s. So that is the work. and this mindset change, to get that right, so that we start treating to persons with disabilities and creating a society that is more equitable, even if not equal, but certainly more equitable, and give people access and opportunity. So, Mr. Hollingsworth, who is Director of the National Disabilities Unit, please.
Thank you, Minister. Let me join with you, Minister, in commending the honorable member for St. James North for his, John Hollingsworth, Director of National Disabilities Unit. Director of the National Disabilities Unit. I was saying that I want to join with the Minister to commend the honorable member for St. James North for his leadership of the commission of the advisory committee to improve the lives of persons with disabilities. The National Disabilities Unit was the secretariat for that committee, and based on the amount of work that took place, I think at the end we had over 50 stakeholder consultations, which meant basically that we were engaged at least 2 to 3 times per week, in addition to our routine activities. But as it relates to the work of the National Disabilities Unit and what we would have achieved over the past year, we are cognizant of the fact that there are a number of issues that plague persons with disabilities, and we have sought to address those as time progressed. Specifically, we will look at one of the major issues, which is employment, and we would have had a number of initiatives to address this particular issue. Namely, we would have had entrepreneurial markets where persons would be able to showcase their goods and services to the public in order to increase their marketability. We would have had symposiums to train them in entrepreneurship. And we are also looking to have persons with disabilities engage in employment through advocacy and through working with some of our affiliate organizations like the Barbados Council for the Disabled. In addition to that, we also sought to look at some of the other issues like transportation. We would have purchased 2 buses, and before I left the office this morning, we were in contact with Courtesy Garage with the view to supplying one other bus. I call them buses, but they're really Nissan Airvans, which are ZR-type vehicles. What we seek to do basically is to transport persons with disabilities to their medical appointments. And we are restrained to that particular service because we recognize that in spite of the other transportation needs of persons with disabilities to attend recreational events, educational institutions, etc., we see that the medical appointment attendance is the priority for persons with disabilities. In addition to that, we would have also, as we do traditionally, create the supportive environment for persons with disabilities, like building ramps, providing prostheses, crutches, bathroom adjustments, etc. What we all seek to do, given the tremendous amount of work that we do, that we are required to do, we recognize that it can't all be done by the National Disabilities Unit. And what we seek to do, government through the ministry have been able to improve or to increase the grant to organizations representing the interests of persons with disabilities by 40% across the board. Not that one organization gets 40% increase, but across the board, it's a total of 40%. Those are some of the initiatives that we have undertaken, and some of the achievements that we would have had is that we were able, in this financial year, to allocate 4 parking spaces for persons with disabilities in Bridgetown, near and about Broad Street. We were able to start for the first time, provide orthopedic braces to children. The orthopedic person at the QEH had indicated to us that she had a long waiting list for these persons for this particular service. These are persons, normally children, who have spinal issues and who were without the service of getting the corrective procedures or the corrective aid in order for them to develop physically. We have recently been able to add an assisted living program for persons with developmental challenges, and sometimes their parents may have died. They would have been getting old chronologically, having reached the age of 18, and without the skills, the daily living skills to function independently. We have been able to engage the services of an occupational therapist so that we teach them how to function within the sheltered environment, within the home particularly, and acquire the skills so that they can become independent and not become homeless. So that's just a snapshot, basically, what we have been able to achieve over the past year.
Thank you, Mr. Minister and Mr. Hollingsworth. And Mr. Chairman, just my last intervention would relate to two other pressing social issues in Barbados. One, care of the elderly, and this political administration would have addressed the issue of COVID with one employing, I think it was close to 500 people, 460 odd people in the midst of COVID to assist with the elderly, go into communities, community healthcare workers, in addition to National Assistance Board workers, to treat and look after our elderly people who have served us well and have laid the foundation for us younger people to have a better life. But we still have the pressing problem where there are a lot of elderly people in Barbados who may need housing accommodation for one reason or another. They might be living on their own. We know that the geriatric hospital, the capacity is at its maximum, and all of us as members of Parliament surely time and again get inquiries from constituents about whether a constituent or a relative of theirs can be accommodated at the geriatric hospital, and it's just impossible to do so. There's also provision whereby the ministry may pay a subsidy towards a private home for that kind of accommodation, but that obviously has its limitations too. And the issue, Honorable Minister, of therefore persons in service organizations perhaps helping on a Saturday, for instance, to look after elderly care, elderly people, has come up. I know the Honorable Prime Minister has raised it, and I believe that you and your senior ministry may have met with the Honorable Member for St. Peter and his social partnership ministry on this issue. Also, I know you have the Give Back program where tertiary students also, as part of their Give Back to Barbados, assist with your ministry as well. So I'm just wondering if you would, to give you the opportunity, you and your team, to expand for the benefit of Barbadians on the strategy and thinking in this regard, and also finally to speak towards your parenting program, because again, we have a situation in Barbados where, yes, there's a need for probably stronger parenting in some cases. Parenting is not something that you could read in a book. That's the reality of the situation. I recently joined Parados myself because I regard it as a serious social issue. And I'm willing to assist Parados in that regard because I'm mainly an NGO person, but I want to speak about your strategies in terms of heightening training for parents as best as could be, assisting in this regard to deal with some children who, as we know, perhaps are not on the straight line in a lot of cases, bullying at school and other issues. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Honourable Member. I will ask the Director of the National Assistance Board to speak to this issue, and I will also ask Ms. Wiltshire, Jacqueline Wiltshire, when she's done to speak to the issue, and then I may add a few points at the end. Thanks.
Good evening, Honourable House. Colleen Walcott, Director Actor, National Assistance Board. Let me first say that I'm quite pleased this year at the momentum that elderly issues and elderly matters are getting, and I do believe that going into the next financial year that momentum will increase. Issues pertaining to the elderly are certainly on the agenda at this time. The honourable member would have asked about the whole, what is happening as it relates to older persons. At the ministry level, we would have had the National Policy on Aging and the accompanying action plan. However, while that is happening at the direct level, on the ground, persons need services. What does this policy mean for them? And therefore, there are a number of things that we're doing at the National Assistance Board to directly impact elderly and their families. First, we have to look internally. And one of the main things you would have mentioned, housing and standards of living for older persons and housing for elderly people continue to be a major issue for us. But what we've done, we've looked internally. If we want to look in the community and talk about housing and housing for elderly persons, we have to look internally as well. And therefore, we have started with our own facilities at the National Assistance Board, our residential facility at the Vauxhall Senior Citizens Village, housing 35 people, and Lancaster House, which is a transitional facility for persons who have been displaced. And those two facilities, works have started and are progressing to the tune of some 2.9 million, and we expect that in the next financial year that those facilities would have been completed. Let me say that this is the first major works, renovations that these facilities would be getting since around 2006 or so. We would have been doing some work, but that was primarily cosmetic. So we would start with the housing. The aim really in all of this is to keep older persons right in their communities unless they are acutely ill and they need medical management. So to do that, you have to take the services to the community, taking direct services, and also not only to the communities, we have to work with very, very closely with families. A lot of these issues that we are encountering with elderly has to be fixed. Not all will be done at the level of the state, and we have to change that mindset that as persons get older, families relinquish their responsibility and place persons who have now contributed so much to the country strictly on the state. We do recognize, however, that caregiving and caring for elderly persons, particularly those with dementia, is burdensome and can lead to burnout for families. So we will, along with our partners, Alzheimer's Association, Barbados Association of Retired Persons, and Seroptimus Village, we will be working with our partners as we look at the services and what we can do in the community. We recognize that National Assistance Board cannot alone do this work because we just do not have all of the services. So the aim really is to improve quality of life. Every older person who has an issue cannot be fixed by institutionalization. Sometimes because of a shortage of housing, the first thing families may ask or may be recommended is housing or institutional care. No, what we need to do is to build a continuum of services in the communities around persons. Going into the next financial year, what we have done, we have requested, we will, for 2 community nurses assigned to the National Assistance Board, contracted by the National Assistance Board, who would work with our clients, go into the community, monitor medications. We will not be interfering with the work of the community nurses from the Ministry of Health. In addition to that, we will also be contracting the services of an occupational therapist who will work with our both programs, particularly in our residential settings and with the community elder care program, to train persons and train those persons on how to engage older persons, how to provide social stimulation. Even as we look externally at our older persons, we also have to look internally at our caregivers. We would have had over 173 persons in the field working with the home care program, servicing over 1,200 persons, so that's a 1-in-9 ratio. And if you do the mathematics, one in a ratio of 9 is really a bit too much for one worker. So we will be looking at that in the community elder care program, where we currently have 420 persons servicing some over 900 persons. We will be looking at that as well. Those two programs really complement each other. We have started a client satisfaction survey, an independent client satisfaction survey, where we're asking our workers as well as our clients for an objective view of our services. Are our services responsive? Are they relevant? What are the expectations? What is needed at that time? This time, what more is needed from the agency? So even as we serve our external customers, our clients, we will also be looking internally what it is that our staff want. I'm pleased to say that in the next financial year, one of the first things that we will be doing is issuing uniforms and shoes to our staff who are in the field. It is quite a while, and we know that they have been, along with the unions, have been quite generous in waiting, but we will be addressing that issue as well, and also looking at the mental health and the needs of our workers. Our workers give human service. They would have worked throughout COVID. So in summary, we will be looking at our human resources, our internal clients. We'll be looking at the clients which the National Assistance Board serve directly, and more importantly, we will be broadening our base. It will not only be those persons that benefit directly from services, but older persons, say, who are vulnerable or may not even be vulnerable, but just requesting services. So what we've started and continue to do is that once we get a referral for service, so sometimes we will get a referral for home care. We're requesting a continuation, and we're going to be upscaling it, that social work intervention does a comprehensive assessment of the household. Then where there are other issues, that we can then take that information back to our team in the ministry and make the necessary interventions and treat older persons and their family as a whole unit instead of this individual piecemeal approach.
Sorry, I'd ask Sir Jacqueline Wiltshire just to add a few comments.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Wiltshire, and I work with the Elder Affairs Program, which is led by the Special Advisor on Elder Affairs and the Honorable Member for St. Thomas. This program, we look at the fact that, yes, it is an aging society, and we want people not only to look towards their elder years, but to look there without trepidation and fear. We know that there's a lot of discrimination, all the issues that the policy and the legislation will address, but the fact also that there are certain things that you cannot legislate, and therefore you have to deal with them and address them in other ways. And in this way, we are looking at certain projects which will help with the intergenerational gaps, bridge those gaps, and make sure that as people age, and aging affects you from the day you are born to the day you die. It is nothing that is solely the preserve of older persons, and therefore that we look along the continuum. And with the Ministry of Education, we've come up with the Granddaddy Project, which is a project which will look to older persons, mentoring particularly our young boys, because we know that they're the ones that seem to be falling through the cracks much more than the girls are. And they're the ones that live in homes with female-headed, and maybe never had a male model that they could look to. And therefore, we look to the older males in our society, older policemen, older teachers, people who are being retired, to come into the schools and mentor our boys, show them what they can do in terms of the traditional crafts, tell them stories, and in turn, learn from them, because the thing we know is that mentoring, not only is beneficial to the mentees, but also to the mentors. So it's mutually beneficial. We're starting with a pilot, which will be with a rural school, urban school, and a school with disabilities, children with disabilities. And we hope that from that, looking at with an M&E frame, with a monitoring and evaluation framework, that we could then build it out over the rest of the society. We're also looking at the issue of dementias, which now has become, one of our concerns in terms of aging. And we look at the communities where people would like to stay in place, age in place. Loved ones would love to have their elderly stay in place, but they just don't know how to manage, how to cope with the dementias. We hear of people wandering. How many times we hear people, I think there's someone that now that has not even been found. And therefore what we're doing is working with the community college and the Barbados Community College and the SJPI to make sure that we can take the kind of information and education into the communities. So the person's caregivers can not only be able to much more better understand what they have to do, but also to get in for themselves some sort of certification so that themselves could go on to be carers to other persons in the community once their loved one dies. We continue to try to take the information into communication, and at all times we are partnering with those other agencies across the public service, private sector, the communities, organizations led by BARC, and therefore we are able then to cover the spectrum because it is an interagency, multifaceted, interministerial, and there's no one who is in fact, not involved in the aging process. So this program, I think, if we work with it in terms of complementing the other agencies who are already doing their part with the elderly, and I think that at the end of the day, we should see a great success, great effect from an impact from the program.
Good afternoon. My name is Jay Hewell, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. I am very thankful for the opportunity to work in the ministry because if one is to recall the words of Mahatma Gandhi, who said that how a society treats its vulnerable is always a measure of its humanity. And if we can reflect on those words, we can fully understand what we are seeking to do in terms of the implementation of our programs. Mr. Chairman, I just want to inform this honorable chamber that the cabinet had mandated the Ministry of Education to execute a parenting program, and we are certainly looking forward to working with the ministry in the undertaking of such a parenting program. And indeed, we have placed funds in our estimates to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Minister and his officials.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Christchurch. West?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me join the previous member for commending your predecessor, the member for St. Thomas, for the tremendous work that she did in that ministry. By the members tap in, you obviously know it's unanimous, the amount of adoration and support we have for the work that the member of St. Thomas did in the ministry as your predecessor and the work that you're continuing to do. She's obviously built a tremendous foundation for you to improve on. So I'm going to start with my first question. I guess you may consider it a galaxy question because you talked galaxy then coming down to the grassroots. And obviously, when we think of care of the vulnerable and care of the elderly and so on, very much in first world nations, we're hearing a lot about universal basic income. And I know it's a difficult question, Minister, as I see you look into the roof. But what work has your ministry doing, and what plans do you all have, if any, to be able to address this concept of universal basic income? As you know, in other jurisdictions, we hear that it reduces poverty and it reduces income inequality, and there's certain pros and cons to it. So I don't know if you could advise us and the Chamber, and by extension, the people of Barbados, if any plans you have to look at this concept of universal basic income. That's my first question.
Thank you for the question. I had actually given this matter great consideration, and in fact, it was a conversation I had on one of the call-in programs solely on this issue. Because at the time, though we all began with the recognition that poverty is multidimensional, the solution to all of our poverty problems or social problems was advocated by the other side as a universal basic income. Now, you cannot begin with the premise that poverty is multidimensional and conclude with the idea that a single solution is the solution to a multidimensional problem. The premise is flawed. And when you look at a universal basic income, first of all, there's no universal definition of what a universal basic income is or should be. That's the first thing. Different people have tried different things. And if you look the world over, the best version that you would have of a universal basic income is actually a modified, not quite universal. What does universal mean? Now, the question that I'd asked at the time is, if we accept that to give a universal basic income means that you give everybody, this is what it would be in its purest form. You give everybody an income. Everybody gets a certain amount of money to be able to live. It couldn't be then that the money that they get, or it shouldn't be, should be money that would keep them beneath the poverty line if the idea is to take them out of poverty. That's the first thing. If you calculate a universal basic income at even the most minimum idea of a universal basic income for everybody, you are talking about putting a small island developing state under extreme financial pressure. Universal in its understanding, in its genuine understanding of what universal means. If you then were to modify that and you offer your basic income to perhaps a category of the population, let me say those we consider to be those under the poverty line, you just give them financing. We already said that the poverty line in Barbados, the persons who fell under it were nearly 20% of the population. 20% of the Barbadian population, considering we are about 300,000 or so, would be what, about 50,000 people? You then would have to give basic income to 50,000 people. We did during, and of course, just to meet your basic living standards, you're already talking about significant, almost unimaginable and certainly unsustainable financing. The other question you'd have to ask yourself is, for how long? So even then, if you don't give all the persons who fall beneath the poverty line, you then give a category. How do you define that category of persons who get it? We brought this all the way down, because I wish I knew the question was coming, because we brought this all the way down to about 6,000 people. And even the cost for providing for those persons over time is almost unsustainable. Basic income, if you're giving persons enough income to be above the poverty line. But having said all that, if you begin with the premise that I begin on, which is that poverty is multidimensional, and that you therefore need to be able to target people to get different things, so that not everybody's poverty is the subject of just pure income deprivation. A universal basic income assumes that that's what it is. We know, for example, that a lot of our people would need the same parenting program. We know that a lot of our people need access to proper housing, proper health care, various things. We know that people just need conflict resolution. There's so many things that are affecting people. Our position on this matter was that we offer a targeted intervention, and it is my recommendation. I'm not a fan of universal basic income at all. Because one, because it is unsustainable, and two, because the word universal in a small island developing state, just by virtue of even saying it, puts the state under so much pressure. But if we're talking about a serious targeted intervention methodology, it means that you have to go back to the same poverty study that Ms. Gibson spoke about to identify who is poor. Who is poor? What are the components of their poverty? and then address each person according to their situation. But a generic understanding and a generic response sounds good on paper. It sounded good when the opposition leader said it, but the premise for a small island developing state is flawed.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
I take the point, sir, when the leader of the Democratic Labour Party said it, because I said there's no opposition leader.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. And I appreciate your clarity of thought on the matter. And let's hope that it puts that matter to bed. The second question, coming out of the galaxy and coming more to ground. I heard the director of the National Assistance Board speak of renovations to Lancaster House and to Vauxhall. But I'm also aware that you have another property at Sterling. And I was wondering what plans you have, because I was fortunate enough to see that some work was done. In fact, I helped some work being done at Sterling, where we had a few houses that were renovated. Three houses, of course, being renovated that were pressed into use. But I know that Sterling remains there unoccupied. And I don't know, I certainly didn't find it, but maybe you could point me to what you have in the estimates, or if not in the estimates, what plans you have for the Sterling home going forward. Because I believe it's a 7-acre site there.
Thank you. As a former manager of the Child Care Board, I'm very familiar with Sterling. In fact, at that time, Sterling was a children's home. And during that time, we built the 3 transitional cottages that are located at Sterling. And the intention then was for persons who would leave childcare to go into these homes and get the skills to be able to adjust into coming back into society. And I felt at the time, and I still feel now, that we need to have more transitional housing. Sterling is an amazing site. I like Sterling a lot. It offers great potential. I know that it no longer resides specifically with the board, but it resides with the ministry. I know when Minister Ford was minister, that there were plans being looked at for a facility for battered women and homeless women with children, to be able to use that facility specifically for that purpose. I think it would be an ideal facility, because a number of persons who are showing up at a lot of our facilities are actually women with children, and many facilities don't properly cater to them. In fact, if Mr. Kimar Safri were here, he would tell you that many people who come to his facility are women with children. And the unfortunate thing is that there's a concept of the transient poor, right? That is somebody who's not really poor, but who is passing through poverty. And if you're not able to intervene quick enough and fast enough, what is supposed to be a temporary circumstance, regrettably, could become a permanent circumstance. And so to be able to intervene to prevent those women with children, that was one idea we had. We also have in the child protection legislation a facility that we need to either build or retrofit to be able to have a secure facility for children, which is a facility that would allow the children to have the benefit of care, but also increased interventions so that they get treatment, they get support with their schooling, they get like a much more concentrated level of intervention. We also looked at Sterling potentially for that. I mean, we had about 3 ideas on the table, two of which I would like to bring to Cabinet, either for Cabinet to make a decision. The third, I was told that we wouldn't be able to do that particular thing, but Sterling offers potential because Sterling is vast. It allows you to have a facility off the beaten track, but yet enough ground to be able to do, if you want to do agriculture, if you want to just have privacy. And Sterling offers tremendous opportunity. We haven't taken Sterling off the table. I also am not keen to give Sterling back to housing because I know as minister responsible for housing, I know you're asking me as minister responsible for housing.
You're preempting where I wanted to go.
I know exactly where you're going. As minister, the senior minister, responsible for the minister of housing who's sitting next to you, I know that you had a desire to seize it potentially.
7 acres.
7 acres to help the most vulnerable in this country by delivering on our promise to be the best that we can be to those who are poor and in need of help.
You're obviously preempting where I wanted to go on Sterling, and clearly it is it's a wonderful site. close to Six Roads, and which is a burgeoning metropolis now, I guess, and it's something that we would look at. But I'm gonna leave that one and go straight to the grassroots things. So obviously Sterling is mid-range. The other one was Galaxy. As members of Parliament, many people come to ask us if we can assist with housing, and they go to welfare, and welfare says, yes, we can assist you with rental accommodation if you could find a landlord that would rent to you. And people often find great challenges in getting people to then rent to them. So I don't know if you could elaborate and tell us what programs and policies you or the Welfare Department, by extension, have entered into so that more landlords will be encouraged to be able to offer rental accommodation to your clients. I think this is critical because too many people sometimes, when they have difficulty in getting places for our landlords to rent to them, and then they have great difficulty going forward, they end up being homeless or near to homeless, or having to go and live in difficult accommodations with friends, family, or whatever. So I don't know what programs and policies you've been able to put in place to be able to assist with this obvious problem.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would let the Chief Welfare Officer go first, and then I will share some thoughts. But I know, because a lot of what you said is related directly to welfare, I think the Chief Welfare Officer should speak.
Thank you, Minister. Deborah Norville, Chief Welfare Officer. Minister, I share your concerns because we are overwhelmed with these requests for rent and accommodation. And you're seeing things like, overcrowding in households, increasing domestic violence, general family breakdown, and then there are those homes which are dilapidated, about to fall into the street or the gully, and people need somewhere to go. But traditionally or historically, the Welfare Department paid rent for people who were already in rented accommodation. So this, like last year alone, we had 1,142 applications for rent. That's impossible for us to service. We're currently accepting proposals from stakeholders, Minister can speak to this, to address this need for emergency, short, and long-term solutions. And what this would look like, emergency housing could be an emergency shelter, which can accommodate families, because currently, the shelter is either male, female. But we have a lot of females presenting with children. So that's a challenge. Medium term could be a transitional house. We used to have halfway houses. That's in the past. And that's something that we need to bring back to the table. And then finally, long-term, a long-term solution could be a housing pool, housing rentals, a pool for people to choose from. But it remains very challenging, and we're going to have to work very closely with other partners to make sure that we can achieve.
Thank you so much, Chief. So the reality is that, and the Chief Welfare Officer is on point, the Welfare Department traditionally did not provide housing. There is no facility in the Welfare Department for giving a person a house. There is no officer assigned to going on the streets and finding a house. That has actually...
Not even at Sterling?
That has actually emerged as a more recent phenomenon. If you give me the $2 million to fit Sterling, sure, but that has actually emerged as a more recent phenomenon. Seriously, traditionally people would come to welfare, the Chief said, with difficulty paying for the place that they reside in. It is now a case where people come looking for a house. And that has obviously shifted what Welfare Department was created to do, or even has the staff complement to. That's the first thing. The second thing is that in this regard, the Welfare Department, though challenged, has actually provided assistance for a number of people. The Chief spoke of the amount of requests, but not the amount of people and funds that actually went toward it, and I would ask her to give that number, but there have been a number of people who've been assisted with rents. Now, there is a common conversation that I hear all the time where people say that, they've been trying to find a place, but the people don't want to rent to welfare because welfare stays too long to pay them. We rectify that. So people won't have a problem with the amount of time that it takes from welfare, but that's the common belief, But when you break that down, as I've tried to do on several occasions, when you break that down, oftentimes when people come to me and I say there's never been a time where publicly I've been asked a question about a person who is trying to get a house publicly. No. And when I go to the welfare department and I go back, the reality is always different from what is said. Many times there are people who say that the landlord won't rent to them because they don't want to take money from welfare. Many times the landlord won't rent to them, period. And landlords are often very afraid of welfare clients. There are many landlords who've told us that, people who come from these departments destroy their housing. I actually have a colleague who asked me very recently about one of his persons and payment of the rent. And when we checked, the rent was paid up to date. It was paid until December. And it wasn't a case where the welfare hadn't paid the rent, but the landlord wanted the person out because they felt that the house was being compromised by the personnel. I also feel that we have to do some training for the people we put into these houses, but that is also the reality. There's also the situation where, in many cases, people go to the press, they complain in the press and they complain for landlords. Many landlords have then backed away from renting, period, right? But where it is a genuine case of a person who needs the assistance and has a challenge with welfare, we've tried to have conversation to work through them, to give the client some support. We also have now a proposal that is coming to cabinet that the chief hinted at, which is where we're going to be looking. I think Minister Lane might be online. If he is, I would ask him to weigh in here as well, because Minister Lane would have done a lot of work on this. I hope he's online. But we had developed a situation where we had agents. We'd incorporate agents so that the person would then, instead of dealing directly with the welfare department, the person deals with an agent who acts on behalf of the government, but they may have greater comfort. Many people we found have relationships with other people and could get house rentals better than we can. We ran an ad during the height of trying to find people for ELSA. We ran a full-page ad. We ran an ad twice. We encouraged people to come forward. We made it very clear in the ad it was not the welfare department, it was the ministry. And we encouraged people to come forward and that, the monies would be forthcoming. And the response to that was so bleak. People didn't want to come forward to rent their houses to other people. And we had upped the rent to about $2,000 a month. Now, a $2,000 a month, $2,500 a month market is not necessarily looking for a welfare client. And that's the truth. And therefore, there's some conversations that we have to have. No, having said all of that, so yes, we recognize the problem. 2, we've put a solution in place. And 3, they're mitigating conditions. But having said all of this, the truth is that there are just too many people who are coming to welfare, who live in a house, who are just getting put out, if I could use the phrase, put out for all kind of simple things. So the easy thing now is to say that 2 people in a household not getting along, you put out the person in the middle of the night, welfare department has to find it. But welfare does not provide housing. Ministry of Housing is responsible for housing for the state. Welfare pays rent on behalf of people who might need rent. Welfare doesn't even build houses. So I'm just saying that to say that when people get put out in the middle of the night and come to welfare for a house, and people get put out in the middle of the night and come to welfare for a house, there's no house. And that we have to go back to the Ministry of Housing and ask for housing, and in cases where there are houses, we've been able to get a few, or we have to go to the private sector and ask for a house. But it is a very difficult situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Clearly, you're obviously on top of the ministry and covering all of the various angles. And I look forward to continue to see the programs, and maybe I'll get an opportunity to come back on another. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, the chief just wanted to give some of the figures for rentals, if she may, please.
Yes, sorry. Right, so I just wanted to add, because the minister had said I didn't mention the cost. But I had said we had over 11, no, that was for rent. We had, in 2020, 130 persons on private rents. and now in 2022, there are 291. We would have spent $1.7 million last year, and up to December 2022, we have spent $1.3 million. So it's a significant amount of money that we're spending in rent every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Minister, Senior Minister. Honorable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Chamber. Just to follow on from the Minister's request to speak to the housing program related to the Welfare Department, I just want to add here is that we have been having discussions with a number of escrow landlord agents, and we are quite satisfied and looking to do a little bit more work here in relation to them assisting with this perennial problem. There are many people who, due to this situation, as the member for Christchurch West pointed out, not only on the borderline of homelessness, but end up homelessness because of lack of access to housing. What we've worked on so far, we continue to work on in the ministry, is really putting together that social welfare housing program where we have these escrow agents willing to do about 4 things. The minister mentioned that the welfare doesn't have a person responsible for going out there and looking for these houses or have persons with these qualifications. What this program would allow us to do is to have these landlord agents who are more familiar with real estate, familiar with housing, to do the assessment of the housing to ensure that it is suitable for the persons that we will be looking to temporarily house, to make sure that the clients are also suitable for the landlord and the houses, also providing that full assessment and placement on the behalf of the government. And one of the more important ones, being able to offer a line of credit to government. If you are familiar with government financial management methodology, that the money is not always available. So if you understand the problem, you put the problem in context, you would recognize is that sometimes it's not welfare not paying because it doesn't want to, but because sometimes you have information not being submitted by landlords in time. Sometimes you have mixed up with just account numbers. Sometimes you have a case where you're waiting on a financial warrant, etc., Mr. Chair. And what this allows us to do is to allow these escrow agents to provide that landlord with a line of credit to give them that comfort and also to ensure them that we have a more amicable relationship with landlords and allowing for our citizens to be housed. But the minister is also absolutely correct that the welfare department is not a housing agency. So I believe that even if we are able to achieve this in the short term, the medium term has to be a relationship with the Ministry of Housing to be able to take on housing persons. And this administration, as many would know, have already embarked in the housing resolution, seeking to increase the number of houses that be accessed to our people. I cannot end without mentioning the long-term plan. And the long-term plan is that as we empower more people and we bring about that meaningful long-term empowerment, you will see a case where people are able to house themselves, whether if it is by engaging in our program or building and accessing housing on their own through their own personal empowerment. And that is part of the important work of the ministry, Chair. So I'm happy to interject at this point to add to that very important question from the member from Christchurch West.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I recall that when you were last in this place on this occasion, we had some very robust discussion and engagement, and I remember remarking that I wouldn't say that it was my favorite ministry to engage with in these estimates because then others might feel away, as we say. But it was definitely one that I enjoyed, and I am very encouraged by the progress between 1 year and the other that has been made. Not necessarily having reached the ultimate destination, but I think we have to be grateful for progress and to be able to see that the ministry is listening to the people of Barbados, and I feel encouraged by that. I have some very simple questions. The first, Minister, in reference to the One Family Program, and through the course of the discussion so far, you mentioned that the last poverty study suggested that 1 in 5 people were poor, and therefore that meant that 4 in 5 are not. I'm not so sure. You're doing a study now, but any poverty study of this nature, survey of living conditions, household budget survey, all of these things, it's a snapshot, right? And it tells you what's happening at the moment that you administer the survey. And by the time you finish and you hit send, something else is happening, right? So we need not just new poverty data, but also to understand, as you said, transitional poverty. I can be not poor today, and tomorrow, it's a completely different situation. I'm reminded of a friend and constituent from Beals Gap, Minister, which is close to you, who worked, I don't want to say anything that's too identifying, but who worked in a physical capacity for many, many years. And the last time I had engaged with him, he was in his shop doing some work. And again, as we say, quick so, I saw him again, and he was an amputee and was no longer working. And I had to work with him to navigate these services that he might need. But also I wanted to ask you, and I'll come back to the matter of services in a different question, but what is the effort to really understand the very rapidly changing circumstances of people? What is the effort to use administrative data that you have so much across all of your departments in that ministry that you just get through an intake form or when somebody tells you something about their circumstance, and to be able to feed that into a data management system so that alongside the poverty study, which you can only reasonably do max every 5 years, you have this ongoing data that you're monitoring.
Agreed, Honorable Member. We have the ongoing data that we should be monitoring, because there is, as you said so rightly, there is so much information on the ministry, and I think I'll let Mr. Pollard speak and Ms. Gibson speak so they could get ready. But, so the first is the poverty study. Every 5 years is not enough, and I take your point that what was relevant in 2016, given COVID, and given all the other things, may not be so relevant in 2023. That's the truth. That's the starting point. And so we need to get these statistics. That's why we're pushing so hard to get the poverty study. And we're going to do the poverty study this year, for sure. We're already very engaged with CDB to be able to do it, to get that snapshot. Then you're right, because even I found with the last poverty study, if I'm being very honest, and the one before it, the information came in. So you have the raw data just there, but it wasn't used, in my mind, to inform policy in the way that you should use data to inform policy. So when we created it, when we did the poverty study, we got the information and we kept it. And we used the numbers to say, back then it was 13% of the population was poor, and then by 2016 or whenever we did the last one, almost 19% was poor. We recited the numbers, but we didn't use it to inform policy. So even when we had done a specific instrument to give us the data, we didn't use the data for policy. And I say that to say, where there's other data equally relevant, but we didn't use a specific instrument to gather it. And regrettably, in many cases, we were not using it to inform policy. And that's just the starting point, which is the truth. However, I know the ministry is now working on a database that would allow us to have quicker access to the information so that the data is there. We can then use it to determine trends. We can use it to do some extrapolations and different things. And that's the conversation I've been having with the ministry. I also feel that we need to strengthen the Bureau of Social Policy. And as the department that I think is best able and best suited, working with your former ministry really, and statistics and the economic and, well, it could be economic and social research, depending on where we're going, but that unit to be able to just make use of the data. Now, the ministry has a lot of data, education has a lot of data, health has a lot of data. There's so much data in the government just sitting there. And you have to have people who are curious about data to mine it and to be able to use it for decision making. And I think the government has to have a more scientific mindset. I mean, this is just the reality. You know, this idea that you can make policy on I got a feeling those days are long past, and therefore we have to use evidence-based and make evidence-based decisions. That is why I hope the system that we're creating would allow us to have quick access to the data. But if you don't have that mindset, if you don't say to yourself, I could do so much with this information and get excited about it, you know, and I think that perhaps we have to have some training programs for people who then could see what is possible with this data. Because I remember when I was then coordinator of the first poverty study before I think Lee Rose came after myself. But when I was first coordinator, we had met with all the different departments. So we created a national assessment team called the NAT, you know very well. But we created the NAT, and the NAT has different players from different government departments and private sector departments and so on. And the amount of information that people would have at their disposal at every single meeting would be so tremendous. And then in my mind, I would be like, what a waste, because you have all this information. Now, my nerdy side is more, you know, I get excited about these numbers, and then nobody else in the room is excited. And I just find a way, we have to find a way to be able to use this data meaningfully. So you are absolutely right. First of all, the numbers from the last poverty study, given COVID, probably have very little bearing now. That's why we're doing the current one. And then in relation to this information that we have, in terms of how we should be monitoring and evaluating and using it for information making, we have not been, but we will be. And I don't know if Mr. Pollard or if Ms. Gibson would wish to add something to the question.
Good evening to everyone. Andrew Pollard, Coordinator, Poverty Alleviation and Reduction Program. Honorable Member, you are so correct, and what the Minister said is correct as well. We are data rich and analysis poor. We have a lot of data, but we don't seem to use it so that we can formulate the policy we need to formulate. And you're correct also that the poverty study is really only a snapshot at that particular time and period. So the ministry has developed what we call the eligibility score sheet. And this score sheet has 6 dimensions. What it does for us, though, is that once we go out and we do an assessment with that eligibility score sheet, then we are able to see, it ranks persons in terms of the poverty rank, but it also gives you a score. Now, the poverty rank really ranges from non-vulnerable to extreme poverty. And what we use that for, particularly in the Strengthening Human and Social Development Program, is to be able to gauge or monitor where persons have started. So we have the baseline information, and then we move from there to monitor midterm and such like. That we think is a pretty good tool to help us see how persons are moving either deeper into poverty or out of poverty. At least it tells us what their poverty status is, not only at a particular point in time, but over a period of time. So that's an important tool that the ministry has adopted. Well, not really adopted, because it was really designed by the ministry, taking into consideration the nuances of our situation in Barbados with respect to vulnerability and poverty.
Yes. Thank you for that response. I think, though, that sometimes, you know, we try for the Rolls Royce, and we might have a little, I don't want to cast aspersions on Swift drivers, but we might got the little Swift there that we could immediately take up and move, and we hoping that we can get the Rolls Royce. I say that to say that if you have a set of data, Excel does wondrous things. To be able to just cross-reference information, to be able to just track information, and I hear you, Mr. Pollard, about the instrument that you have, but I suspect that that doesn't apply to your entire population, probably only the ones in the project. But you do need a way to be able to track what is happening with members of the population, because I imagine that so many people pass through all of the various services of this ministry that is almost the entire population through a life cycle. It's many, and if it's not several, it should be. It should be, and it goes back to what the minister said about transitory poverty, that there needs to be some kind of assessment tool or some kind of access that says, well, I might just need something today to stop me from being poor tomorrow, and that the ministry has to respond to that. So I'll come quickly to the second question, which has to do with, I will say the welfare department because that's still the name now, but I imagine that when all the magic is finished, it might have a much more empowering kind of name like social protection or something else that starts to change the narrative from that welfare narrative. But I hear you and I feel the extent to which the department is understaffed. I think you said it was 1 to 400 and something clients. And I know that it is difficult to be able to cope with that, with that situation. But we've discussed for some time now the idea of these frontline workers and frontline officers across departments and ministries that have the capacity to stand in the breach. And I feel like between the community elder care workers, the community health liaison officers, all the other frontline kinds of officers that we have in departments, that we can really establish a decent system network for referring, reporting, and response that helps minister with your needs in the welfare department. So for example, there are community elder care workers and other workers, and I'll give you a specific example. There was one particular worker who came to me and gave me some information about a household that she had been working in. So I said to her, but surely when you go back in, you have a referral form, something that you can use to report to whatever ministry this relates to. If it is poor housing, if it is further help needed for welfare, surely there is a referral form. And the response I got was that, no, not really. I mean, we are concerned mainly with the hours worked and to ensure that the client was seen, and that was it. And I feel like we're missing the opportunity. Government is investing resources in these different programs, rightly so, but I don't think we're using them well enough. And I wanted to hear from you, what is the intent to be able to have that network across all these frontline officers? It's not just welfare officers we have. We have lots of different frontline officers that can, at the very least, take a report and make a referral to a relevant ministry, and there has to be a network for that. I want to hear if there are any plans for that.
Thank you so much, Minister. I would ask Andrew Pollard to speak to what we're doing, some of the work in the amalgamation, and I would then let the Chief Welfare Officer perhaps speak about some of the work that she's now doing with additional social workers that are helping with cleaning that list and also with the 24-hour system. But perhaps, Mr. Pollard, you may wish to say how the amalgamation addresses this.
Yes, thank you, Minister. Honorable member, though, before I go into that, with respect to the eligibility score sheet, what we have started in a minimal way, but what we have started, because you mentioned about, you talked about the Rolls Royce and the other car. So what we are doing is we are moving towards having every organization, every NGO or FPO that interacts with the ministry and indeed across Barbados utilize the eligibility score sheet. We want all of that information to be collected from whoever has anything to do with vulnerable persons. So that's where we are heading. The other thing about the other question you asked, if you could refresh my mind a bit.
So let me answer the question. So we're heavily in the process of doing an amalgamation, as you know, right? We're bringing together Welfare Department, National Disabilities Unit, National Assistance Board, and Child Care Board. Each of these agencies have social workers already. And it's one of the reasons for the amalgamation is that we felt that there was some repetition and duplication in some effort, but also we could get greater returns on our little investment by having these social workers be able to go and do, help out in the agencies that are more under pressure. So we've already started that with the officers that were in the strengthening program. There were about 20 social workers that are now helping the welfare department to clean their list. Going to the families, each of the families. So this is not welfare officers, this is just additional social workers. And then we'll get to your bigger point, which I think makes a lot of sense. But taking these social workers and having them go to the various households, because I would have said in public that we have 6,000 plus persons on the list, but we don't know, really. We haven't done a full assessment lately where we physically visited and seen who needs to be on the list and so on. These additional officers are helping us to clean the list, to tell us not only the conditions of the initial person, but the conditions of the household. So if it's an elderly person, if the house is falling apart, to get more relevant information, and then to come back in and use that information in the full system, so that then the persons will get the benefit of, if it's a child needing help, so that, where you mentioned a referral, the persons are in the system, so that child care welfare, NDU, NAB, all in the same place, and then those matters are addressed in one location. And that gives us that particular benefit. The other thing that we've asked, and Nicole Daniel may wish to speak to this, the other thing that we've asked is that we have now a set of officers who are on a hotline, basically. And as you call in, they are not only going to take the information and refer it, but we've gone further. They're going to take the information, do the assessment form, help with the determination, and then when that information goes over, the officers don't have to go and do the work because the work would already have been done for them. And this takes a lot of the pressure off of the welfare department. Now, in terms of your larger vision, which I think makes a lot of sense, because we already have people who are there, A lot of the community development officers know, the youth commissioners may know. Where I feel the best value is for the minister, and where I feel that we are not being served, where we're underserving ourselves really, is the NGO sector, the community people. The people who know, the people who live in the communities, the community groups, and so on. And there has to be a system where we could either give them some training or use of the form and develop a system based on trust so that we have the benefit of their knowledge and their expertise, right? And a much wider reach. The public service is, and I've been a public servant for a long time, so I know very well. The public service is, in many ways, is very protective of its space, as it has to be. They're the ones who are given the audit at the end of the year. They're the ones that politicians often chastise publicly. But I feel we have to build a relationship with the minister, the honorable member for St. Peter, his third sector. In many ways, the churches, those groups, and give us the information that we have it there in a way that we can be able to utilize that information. Is one area where I think we could do a lot better than we've been doing in the churches, but also I feel like many people who are on blocks and so on, I just feel like we gotta be real about this thing. If we intend to make a difference, we gotta be real. You could walk in, Mr. Lane is on call, we were in Haynesville one night with the honorable member for St. James South. And we were doing this thing where we go on nights and we talk to people, and the amount of information that just came up in that conversation from just regular folk who telling you exactly where the issues are, what they want to see. I mean, we believe, as I know you believe, that people often have the solution to their problems, They just need the resources to get it done. And so to bring those into the equation, but to build that situation where either be through training or through a system that is more trust, And then lastly, Minister, in the amalgamated entity, right now the system is that people have to come to the Child Care Board. People have to come to the Welfare Department. People have to come, and all these places are centralized one place or the other. In the amalgamated entity, we're going to have what we referred to initially as satellite offices in the various, so hopefully there'll be one in St. Michael South Central and one in St. Michael South. But like a satellite office where you could walk into this building and get all the services of the ministry. But the officers are not only supposed to wait for people to come. We're going to have agents whose job will be to go out. And as they walk the community to collect the information so that the model of waiting to serve changes to a model where you go out and serve. So that's the direction that the ministry is going.
Thank you, Minister. My last question, again, is very, very basic one that relates to your last intervention, which is really about process and service expectations, service standards, menus of services for across the departments. Because the truth is that, you know, for a small island, sometimes this country can feel very difficult to navigate. Across a range of sectors, to be honest. I mean, I tell these stories sometimes. I started an NGO in 2005, a health advocacy NGO. And the reason I started it is because my sister had been diagnosed with cancer. And it was so difficult just to understand and help her navigate the various things you had to do and who you needed to find. And, you know, it really can be burdensome. And I feel sometimes that people who are already vulnerable and feel a little bit tired of life really just don't have the wherewithal to do that. And so even for me sometimes in trying to guide the people who I serve in St. Michael South Central, sometimes it's not always clear. And some of your officers are probably familiar with my phone number, for good or for bad, because I always have questions. I was listening to Mr. Hollingsworth talk about the things that the disability unit is doing. I had no idea that I could refer somebody for that kind of support, although I gather that the resources are probably a little bit limited in terms of how many people you can serve. But I just wanted to know, and really perhaps to talk to me. I have a friend who used to say, talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old. But to talk to me and the country through the chair about how can people understand the process, what they can expect, what is the menu of services available to the clients of the ministry. I don't expect you to say them all now like some kind of infomercial, but just to let us know how we can know, where we can find it, what we can expect, and especially and importantly in terms of kind of service standards and expectations.
Ms. Gibson, you may wish to share on this one, please.
Okay, good afternoon again. We have what we call a Directory of Social Services for both government as well as non-governmental organizations. In the past, this will not be the first version of it. We've had one before, but it's been a physical copy. So we've taken the initiative to actually make it an electronic database where persons, the actual organizations, they've entered in information about the services, the times of operation, what type of identification you may need to bring, what type of documentation you may need to bring to access the services, as well as a list of services that they will offer. So as I said, it's not only government services, but we've also reached out to NGO organizations. And this database, it is operational, it's just not open to the public as yet. We're aiming to have it open by April, which will be the start of the financial year. But one of the challenges here would be actually getting persons to enter information about their services. Yes, of course, having the government organizations to enter their information, that would be fine, but having the NGOs and faith-based organizations, because as we all know, we need greater partnerships, and that persons not only come to the government for services, but also be aware of some of the organizations in their community that may be able to serve them. So we are working on this, and something is in the train where persons will be able to just go online and see what social services are available across Barbados once persons actually enter their information.
Then, additionally, the ministry, as you know, is doing this amalgamation, and I should have said at the outset as well, I want to thank the former PS, Ms. Springer, who is now the the PS responsible for restructuring, reform of social and economic ministries, yes. And working with her team, we've developed a kind of a customer map, a journey map. And it's in pictures, pictorial. So you can see what happens when you come to the door, what services are possible, and then what happens at the various stages with the services that are possible. So that is not done yet, but I know for sure I've seen it doesn't exist, it hadn't existed previously, but I've seen it. And we're just tweaking it to make sure that at each stage, the services that are reflected are actually the services. So that will be coming in conjunction with the amalgamation as well, which should make it easy for people, at least within the ministry. I think we need to have, as you said, a more comprehensive thing so somebody knows, because when you're dealing with one health issue, one social issue, normally, you're dealing with all of them. You know, you end up dealing with money issues, you end up dealing with child issues. It's just comprehensive. So we take the point, but we're working and moving toward that direction.
Chair Hubert, Chair Permanent Secretary. Minister, the technological foundation for the amalgamation is a Pulse MIS system, which is really going to make the services a lot more efficient and effective. And on this basis, I'm going to ask the project lead on this matter, Ms. Nico Daniel, to just give you some more details in relation to that MIS system that we are going to be implementing commencing next month. Nico?
Hi, good afternoon. Nicole Daniel, Social Development Project Manager in the Strengthening Human and Social Development Project in the ministry. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Yes, the Pulse MIS is currently in the implementation stage, where we are seeking to go ahead now as it relates to the pilot, where we will actually be entering information in a live way. The pilot is in the process through our partners at the Ministry of Innovation, MIS, to transfer the system from the Synergy, which is the MIS firm that we would have contracted to develop the system, over to the bunker and the data center at the Ministry of Innovation. The Pulse MIS will then store the relevant information in a centralized way. We would have a central repository of all the information across the social agencies so that we would have that holistic picture of what the client needs. So when the client comes into the department, we have that broad picture of what the client has already been through, what services they have already received, and we're better able to provide relevant assistance to the clients. So through that, and as well as the eligibility score sheet, which will be included as an aspect and a tool within the MIS, those functions can be provided. And any referrals, we have the assistance of the helpline, the ministry's helpline, where there's a faith-based organization, persons in the front line, to provide any referral services, and all this information can also be entered into the management information system.
Thanks very much, Minister and team. I don't have a follow-up question, really just a very quick observation on the parenting program that you are embarking on. It seems to me that the challenge that we collectively, is perhaps a challenge of care. So parenting is one care relationship, but then there are care relationships of us as adults with our elderly parents, our elderly relatives. There are other kinds of care relationships. You spoke about the housing issue and the fact that really sometimes what you're dealing with is a noise, right? You're dealing with a disagreement where people think that the place that they land, the place that they go to first is, well, me and you can't live in here together. And then it creates a crisis in that person's life. So I just wanted to encourage that more work for the ministry, more to think about, but perhaps to also broaden the engagement with people to be about care and not just that one care relationship that is parenting, because that might help with some of the other challenges that we're seeing. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member for St. Michael South Central. Honorable Member for St. Philip North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate the minister for doing such what I think is a wonderful job. He did aptly take the baton from the previous minister and carried on the race. What I want to commend you on, especially one of my favorite parts of what you initiated in the ministry, is the amalgamation of the various departments within your ministry. I think that is a wonderful idea, given myself the experience I would have had on more than one occasion. I had on more than one occasion, both in my professional capacity, and that is still my profession to some extent, as well as an MP, where I found it difficult actually reporting instances of abuse to the relevant departments being sent from one to the other, to the other, to the other. So I think the amalgamation, as if it works well, should lend a lot to that. But I really want to concentrate now on two of the areas that I am particular, or one of the areas or two parts that I'm particularly concerned about, and this is one of the things that keeps me up at night, is the abuse situation, both in the adult population, women mostly, but of course there are men and children. I am seeing in your briefing that, well, we know it's already on paper, mandatory reporting of abuse among children. I want a little information on that. On one, how do we institute it? I took it upon myself to mandatorily report something and it never went anywhere. How are we instituting that? Does mandatory reporting involve which departments? Does it involve education, for instance? Is there adequate or will be adequate training among the teachers and other school-based staff? Do we have enough social workers? I've heard the argument that all schools don't need social workers, and I really do believe that they do. The reasoning in some cases being that there are no reports from some schools of deviant behavior or whatever, but we all know that children tend to internalize. So because there's not a lot of noise, that does not mean that children are not suffering from whether it be abuse or mental, sexual, whatever. And I'm concerned that do we have enough social workers in any sector really to fill the need, and what is the ministry? And I know this is in tandem with other ministries, this question, what are we really doing to ensure that there are enough social workers? I know that money is an issue with respect to payment, but I think there is really a strong need for it. What do we have? I'm probably going to put all my questions in one, so write them down. What do we have to support mothers and women who are being abused? I ask this question because, again, up to recently, it has been brought to my attention a young lady, a mother, who was basically being abused by an ex, and to get many of them, a lot of police officers may not necessarily have the training to assist. I've had situations like this where the police officer basically thought it was normal if the lady got a slap and basically brushed it under the carpet. So I'm expecting that there will be some training of the police services with respect to handling mothers that have been abused and that need help. The court system is also a bugbear, which is not under you, but many women are having issues, for instance, with child support and having enough money to finance the children. And one of the things I always say is okay for the court to tell a gentleman, a father, that he has to find $400 a month, but anything lacking the mother is always mandated to find it. What are social services doing to buttress basically the need of mothers who are standing late child support payments, for instance, or none at all? The final thing I want to touch on, all related with these abuse situations, and many of our children that are in our institutions have suffered such abuse and hence were referred there. Transitional housing. I remember sometime back there were houses at Sterling's, or there are houses. So I'm encouraging Minister, you have my backing, that unless they're willing to help to put transitional houses, not a square foot of Sterling should be given to housing. I support that wholeheartedly. I left my father's house. I am too ashamed to tell you at what age, but I know if I were put out of a children's home at 19, there is nowhere on this God-green earth that I would be able to figure out banking and shopping and budgeting and who is who and which man would feed me. And you know how young people are. We cannot throw our children out to the wolves at 19 years old or even 20. I think there has to be a rebirth of the transitional housing situation, that these children can transition to basically be helped to transition into normal society where they're active members of society. I think basically this is all I want to touch on around the abuses. And yes, there have been reports that women who have been abused and gone to the safe houses have had instances or heard instances taken on good authority. In one particular case, the person in charge of the transitional house wanted the lady to leave because she didn't like how the children were acting. Children would be children, and people have a big problem with believing that children will be children. Children keep noise and children play, but what is a woman to do? 5 children, nowhere to put them other than this home, and is basically pushed out into the streets. Housing, and they hold them accountable to some extent. We have to, I think somebody brought it out earlier, we have to get an area or areas in our communities where these women can be housed and cared for. So with that, Minister, I think that has encompassed all of my questions, short and sweet as usual, and I look forward to your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, too. I think the director of the Child Care Board or the chair of the Child Care Board, but the director of the Child Care Board, surely on the child protection legislation, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Roseanne Richards, and I'm the director of the Child Care Board. The minister, in his preamble, spoke to the new child protection legislation. And what I would want to say is there's a section in that legislation that would address the issue of mandatory reporting. I think that was the first question that the Member of Parliament raised. And in that section dealing with mandatory reporting, it sets out the list of personnel who would have to report a case of child abuse if they become aware of it. And that includes parents, medical practitioners, health practitioners, dental practitioners, nurses, mental health practitioners, administrators of hospitals or medical facilities, the principals or teachers or persons within the teaching profession, social workers and other social service professionals, law enforcement officers, and there's also provision for persons who would be able to collect data via the internet. Those persons who would have that information. Suppose the information was put out there on social media. For those persons as well to report. The minister also, the Member of Parliament also asked a question about whether or not there's adequate amount of social workers. As a social worker.
Before I lead you away, I know you mentioned who would be under the mandatory reporting, but what are we doing to ensure? In other words, if I were a teacher that had no training, and I'm guessing that maybe somebody was abused, but not really and not sure, how am I accountable without the adequate training? What do you have in place?
So to answer that question, I'm going to use my experience. If I were in the classroom and I suspected something, and I didn't have sufficient information, just on suspicion, in the school system, there's a guidance counselor, and a report could be made to the guidance counselor, who would then follow the regulations or the path, possibly the guidance counselor, once she has interviewed the child or taken information from the child, then the guidance counselor could report to the Child Care Board, and the child care officers would do an intervention, a further intervention. And the principal of the school, however, the guidance counselor shouldn't leave out the principal, so it is he or she is the manager of the school, and the guidance counselor, through the principal, would make the referral to the Child Care Board.
Just very quickly, we have actually already met with the Ministry of Education. So we met with the Ministry of Education. We met with their social workers, we met with the minister, we met with the chief, we met with all the staff. And so, I mean, in fact, in some of these more important parts, we've actually had their input. The other thing is that when this paper was approved at Cabinet, Cabinet had also asked for there to be the training necessary to go along for all of the persons who are involved. And the mandatory reporting in section 24, it speaks to very specific duty bearers. And so we've already had the conversation with a lot of the duty bearers, including the Barbados Association of Medical Practitioners, including the Law Association and so on, and the police. So we've already started the conversation. Everyone has said that they want the training, and Cabinet has approved the paper with the caveat that there must be the training necessary to be able to execute the requirements in the bill. Sorry, Roseanne, continue.
With reference to the question of the police, I'll come to the mothers afterwards. With reference to the question of the police, last year, for the first time, Barbados observed Child Abuse Awareness and Prevention Month. And in October, we had a stakeholders workshop for the police officers, who are a critical group of personnel that we work with in order to deal with child abuse matters. However, we are in the process of developing the protocols that the police would use once a report comes into them in relation to what they should do, and liaise with the Child Care Board to have the matter activated. They will deal with the criminal aspect. We will deal with the psychosocial treatment for the child or children or the persons who would have been abused. In relation to the issues pertaining to maintenance, I think the welfare department could speak to that. But normally when personnel come to, parents or guardians come to the Child Care Board and there are issues of maintenance, what we normally do is we refer them to the Child Care Board, or we refer them to the welfare department, or we refer them to the Community Legal Services Department, where they could get legal counsel and they could pursue the matter of maintenance by the court.
Chief Welfare Officer.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So I want to speak a little bit with regards to the question about domestic violence or abuse towards women and the part that our department would play in that. I don't think a lot of people know that there's a family services section within our department. We tend to focus a lot on the national assistance, distribution of benefits. But the family services section deals with matters pertaining to family dysfunction, marital breakdown, domestic violence, and we assist the court with reports to help in their deliberations in matters pertaining to divorce, maintenance, child access, and custody. Now, if there is a situation where there's abuse, and let's say the police refers it, the police gets involved and it goes to court, the court will mandate that the victim and the perpetrator attend counseling at the welfare department. And then after the counseling, we have to provide the court with a report to show if there was any remorse, to look into the circumstances that led to the abuse, and to advise the court going forward. Part of the referral system would be to make the connection between the battered women's shelter and the client so they have a place of safety to go. We would also help the children if the men aren't maintaining the children, or in some cases if the children are with the men and the women aren't contributing, we would try to have a private maintenance agreement through the welfare department, and if that fails, then we would refer to the court. I'm not sure if that answers the question. I think I got a little lost along the way.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all of that. The public might not necessarily be, but as I said, I know more than one, more than two maybe more than 3 cases where it sounds good on paper, but is not actually implemented. Women out there are forced, well, you're amalgamating now, and this has come up many times in this house, in this very well, where the response at the welfare department was less than stellar. Some of the, and I really don't want to implicate your officers, but some of the responses or some of the answers that some of my constituents, my female constituents, have had to put up with, I don't know if I would have been so calm in such office. So I'm hoping that enough training will be put, when you amalgamate enough training, because I assume you will still have welfare officers by another name maybe, but the training will be amalgamated, that the response or the sentences said to some of my constituents, there are actually women that are scared to go into the welfare department that tell me they would rather go down Bush Hill than go back there. And they say, as they say it. So I'm hoping that training happens with respect to your welfare officers by any other name, that some of these things, that women will feel safe enough to go to the welfare department to ask for help or any of your agencies. But you have answered my question.
Chairman, it would be prudent to get the perspective of the head of the Bureau of Gender Affairs, Mr. William Warner, on this matter of abuse against women. Mr. Warner?
Thank you, PS. Honorable member, I share a concern about the domestic abuse. What we have done at the ministry, William Warner, Program Officer, Bureau of Gender Affairs. What we have done at the ministry, in terms of the Bureau, we recognize the seriousness of domestic violence and domestic abuse. For years, it has been fought, what I would term as in silos, where we had a lot of organizations, a lot of departments, ministries having their own initiatives. But in 2019, what we did, we established, through an act of parliament, we established the National Committee on Domestic Violence. And that committee is charged with actually creating a national work plan against domestic violence. We are now in the stage of looking at organizing the terms of reference and the work plan for that committee. And very shortly, we're going to meet our second meeting, is going to be convened very shortly. In terms of the Honorable Minister's concern about the counseling, and we have a lot of NGOs out there who are doing a lot of good work in terms of the counseling. For instance, there's the Advocates Against Domestic Abuse, and that is an NGO that's doing some very good work. They are providing counseling services, and they are actually looking to have another alternative to the shelter for battered women. Thank you.
And plans for transitional housing for those coming out of the children's home? Any plans?
In relation to the transitional housing, what I could say at this point is that plans are afoot to establish a new state-of-the-art facility at Bullins in St. James, and they're hoping to build some transitional houses as well, so that persons attaining the age of 18, if there's no family to reunite with, those persons would transition to one or two of those cottages and live there for a period of time until they could move on their own.
Thank you very much. Very pleased to hear that. I hope it does not end up like Sterling's transitional housing. But I appreciate all your answers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank my colleague from St. Philip North for raising the question of child abuse. It was certainly one of the questions I was going to raise, but I believe that the minister and his team have responded to this matter, and I In that connection, I want to thank the ministry responsible for people empowerment and its agencies for the support that it gave to our Ministry of Education when immediately after we came out of lockdown, where we saw where students who would normally go to school to escape some of what is happening at home, having been confined to the home for an extended period of time, we saw the level of abuse that was at a level that was alarming. And I want to thank the Ministry of People Empowerment for the support you gave us in responding to some very horrific situations that we had to witness once the children had come out of lockdown. Now, we know that there are multiple threats that converge to leave families vulnerable and especially leave our children vulnerable. This is whether it is unsafe homes, this is whether it is food insecurity where they don't get enough to eat at one time or another, and this impacts in the school their ability to focus and their ability to concentrate and therefore their ability to learn. It also impacts their behavior. And I started here because I also have heard the minister speak and others of the 1,000 Family Program that seeks to bring a more holistic approach and a multi-agency approach to the work that has to be done to address the stories of vulnerable families. Because what we are seeing in the schools is that often where there is a child that is manifesting behavioral problems or having significant learning problems, where there is a problem associated with the child, it's usually an environment that's associated with that child. And I'm hoping that the 1,000 Family Program will help us to address in a more holistic way that whole of family approach that would also engage our children in a meaningful way. So my question, Mr. Chairman, is how is the 1,000 Family Program likely to be rolled out? How is it likely to be implemented in a phased process? How is it likely to work in collaboration with other agencies and ministries, including the Ministry of Education, and what is the scope for that program?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will ask Ms. Nicole Daniel to respond and to give some detail on the 1,000 Family, now called the One Family Program.
Hi. Okay, so we are all aware of what is happening around the world. We would have been greatly impacted by COVID, the economic and the financial crisis, the climate change, and other exogenous shocks that we have. So there are a plethora of challenges which exacerbate the existing social protection gaps that we face. However, despite the efforts, we have decided that we will introduce the 1,000 Family Program, which is an extension of the Strengthening Human and Social Development Program. Earlier, we would have mentioned the various pillars and noting that poverty is multidimensional. And being multidimensional, we have various pillars that we would need to recognize. And as a result, we need to also work with the various other ministries, including the Ministry of Education, where we have to seek to empower and enable our clients to help themselves. The other agencies that we will also seek will be the Ministry of Health, family dynamics as it relates to counseling, personal identification, and some other pillars. We have housing as well, which is a very critical area, and the Ministry of Labor, where we are seeking as it relates to employment. The 1,000 Family Program, as we roll out, we will seek to undergo various assessments. The assessments and the referrals that will come in from the various entities, the faith-based organizations, the community-based organizations, the frontline officers, the social agencies themselves, where we identify persons who are vulnerable and who can benefit from this holistic intervention. We are seeking to move away from just providing the general assistance, but to offer persons ways and means to help stabilize them, to empower them, to enable and have that transformational aspect of the household. Having said that, we would have received funding through the IDB for the strengthening project. And this one, we are looking for our families, our friends, our neighbors to assist in this approach. I believe that if we aspire together, we can achieve together. And by doing that, we will build our nation better. The 1,000 Families program, once the assessments are completed, we will have the relevant scores based on the ranking, and we want to work with those obviously most vulnerable, and from those selected after we have done the eligibility score sheet, we will seek to work with these families on a holistic level, engaging them with them in the various aspects and the pillars that I would have mentioned earlier. And through this intervention, we will seek to have this empowering nation, so where we can see these households move from a stage of dependency on the system to a stage of independence, and thereafter to interdependence. We will, based on our model and through the IC Bridge, we would have recognized that it will take at least a minimum of 2 years intervention to have the mindset as well, because it is largely based on the mindset of families in order to move them out of poverty. So this 2-year intervention with the assistance of the social workers who will meet the families where they are and carry them through the program, helping to empower them, improve their livelihoods, seeking opportunities for them where they can seek levels of employment, entrepreneurship. We would have just partnered with 10 Habitat to promote the use of entrepreneurship within the society and help those persons to get back on their feet and less dependent on the state. But through this 1,000 Family, we want to utilize, as I said, the community, the society in general, to work with us to help our families and those less vulnerable. And if there is an instance where we can adopt a family, and not adopt a family in a financial sense, but adopt a family as it relates to mentorship, coaching. If you have a family, a client or a household that you recognize needs that extra push, that mentorship, that is what we are also looking for, as well as, counseling, ensuring that the children as well in the household will be able to benefit from the program. We will have further details with regards to the program upcoming, but this would lend the general basis of what the program is about.
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be prudent for this honorable chamber to perhaps be informed of some of the lessons learned from the IDB-funded Strengthening Human Social Development Project as it relates to those families who benefited from this program, because it is on the basis of that program that we're going to be rolling out the 1 Family, 1,000 Family program. So I think Ms. Daniel may be prudent if you could just, if at this stage, identify some of the lessons learned from the IDB-funded program and how we can utilize those lessons to ensure the successful implementation of the 1 Family program.
All right, so we would have recognized that we, obviously, as a ministry, we can't do it alone. We would have worked with the Ministry of Education, as I said earlier, to assist those clients in getting the relevant educational assistance. We would have recognized that there are some gaps in the system as it relates to remedial. And that is one of the things that we are addressing. Some clients are a bit shy and a little bit proud, where they don't really recognize the need for getting these remedial needs met. But once they have entered into the program, you recognize that there are instances where many of those persons who would have undergone the relevant training as it relates to the remedial have become more empowered in themselves in hoping that, and wishing that this is something that they could have taken up before or haven't gotten the opportunity, actually, to receive such training. We also recognize in terms of health, we have many clients who do not seek to engage in the health aspect of it. We recognize that during COVID, our resources would have been targeted more so to COVID. And what we would have done as a result is that we would have used funds under the project to implement a health team of medical doctors, a health team of nurses, and a data records to keep the records as it relates to the health. And what we would have found is that many persons would have come out to get the basic level of screening, and that is what would have been absent in the majority of these cases, where we would have recognized that persons had various issues as it relates to their health challenges. Dentistry definitely would have been an area where we found that many persons needed the relevant assistance, and as we know, the polyclinics would only assist for those persons, for children mostly, and rather than the adults. So we would have gotten the opportunity then to provide assistance for those persons to receive the necessary dental care. It would be remiss of me if I do not mention the aspect of housing. And while the project definitely does not provide funding as it relates to housing, we must recognize that persons in those environments, they definitely require some advancements as it relates to housing. We want to empower persons, but we have to recognize that sometimes their homes and their circumstances where they are sometimes prevent them. And while we may want to empower them and try to ensure that they go to the relevant training and the educational areas, that sometimes when they have to go back home and look through the roof and recognize that they can see the sun, the stars, and the moon, that it is very difficult for them to, feel empowered to get up, to go. But, we stick with them, we push, and we try to encourage them to go beyond what is there. And I think that some of those are some of the challenges that we would have recognized in the project and that we will seek to overcome as we go through the 1,000 Family Program.
Thank you. Honorable Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to come in a different capacity. I want to start, like everyone, not just in vain, but sincerely to thank the Minister and the Ministry for the work that have been done on behalf of the people of Bridgetown. And on behalf of the people of the City of Bridgetown, I would like to thank you and for the work that's been done on behalf of the people of Barbados. I congratulate you because in canvassing my constituency for this exercise, I like to speak on behalf of the people, so I need to speak with the people. Although there were still some concerns, pockets of concerns, with many aspects, and particularly seeking welfare and stuff, I can tell you that there's been a dramatic improvement, even seen here in this exercise. Because I sat next to you last year at the same time, and you would have to admit, Minister, if you're being honest, that the type of questions and the type of comments that we got towards the welfare department has been markedly different. I say this at the risk of understanding the member for St. John has not contributed as yet, but I'm sure when he contributes, he would add to the chorus of sincerity towards the improvement of the welfare department. I want to give you this opportunity to tell this chamber and the public about some of the work and give the chief also the opportunity to speak of the scope of work in terms of not only surveying, but in customer training to emphasize and to drill down on that particular aspect, as it is important about treating to our people with the dignity and you spoke about in your opening comments. So that's really my first question and comment to you and the ministry. I'd like to hear particularly the work that's been done in ensuring that we continue to improve the service given to persons who are seeking social protection and empowerment in this country.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I also would want to thank you, obviously, as Paralsec in the ministry for about 9 months, and obviously the work that you did, and I'm glad that I know that you are away on business, and I asked you to come on, and I'm glad that you came on. I also want to thank you publicly, too, for the work that you would have done as Paralsec and for the work that you do in the city. I think the Chief Welfare Officer should speak perhaps to some of the things that she has done as well, and the nature of the transformation that we are working on, not only in welfare, but in the ministry, but specifically in welfare for now, I guess.
Thank you, Minister, for the question. Let me just share a little bit first about what we were able to do over the year. Let me just say again that COVID really threw us for a loop. We weren't prepared for it. We had just come out of the flooding, the freak storm, Elsa. COVID just knocked us upside down. And there was a tremendous increase in applications at one time. And we saw figures moving from pre-COVID figures for cash grants, moving from 3,000 beneficiaries to over 6,400 beneficiaries at December. We saw food quadruple from 1,000 beneficiaries to 4,000 beneficiaries. Private rents doubled from 130 beneficiaries to 291. Utilities also doubled. Burial assistance quadrupled from 30 to 122. And in between there, we assisted over 4,000 children with back to school clothing and supplies. We did all of this, the staff of the welfare department, with a reduced complement of staff, I should say, and amid these COVID restrictions. The staff embraced the technology and quickly made the adjustment to tele and video conferencing to interview, assess, and process payments for clients. There was tremendous pressure on the staff to service the increase in applications. And honestly, at this time, I would like to publicly thank the staff of the Welfare Department for the hard work and sacrifice that they put in over the period to ensure that the most vulnerable citizens of Barbados were lifted up. I would also like to speak to what we've done for the staff. I'm going to get to the complaints, but what we've done for the staff. Many of the officers complained of fatigue due to the sheer increase in demand for services and subsequent increase in assessments. During the period, the department received 511 referrals from external sources and 11,000 applications from clients. To address the issue of burnout, we embarked on a number of activities aimed at supporting the officer and improving coping skills. Officers received individual and group counseling in stress management and grief recovery, myself included. 10 officers are currently enrolled in the course Trauma-Informed Social Work to widen their skills in dealing with grief and trauma, which is quite appropriate given the increase in societal violence and the stress of coping during a pandemic. The department engaged the services of a clinical psychologist and a grief recovery specialist to offer mental health support to both the clients and the staff during the difficult period. We're cognizant of the complaints of poor service, continued complaints of poor service. And to address this, we underwent customer service training that was delivered to the officers, but the delivery was different from the typical approach, typical 101 customer service, no. We developed scenarios that could become problematic or present as difficult to handle. And through a facilitator, we were able to develop some scripts that would help us to deal with the difficult conversations. And it's not by rote. We don't want it to be robotic. So we want there to be basic tenets, which would be how you greet the person, you acknowledge the challenge that they're experiencing or what issue they're having. You say what you can do in the moment and what you are prepared or what you can do at a later date. You can refer it up to a senior level if the client is dissatisfied. And you want to leave the client with some hope that even if the assistance is not immediate, that we would get back to them as soon as possible given our challenges. Again, we wanted to be a bit more empirical in our, how we treated the customer complaints. So the ministry gave us a consultancy with UWI. A client satisfaction survey was conducted between April and May 2022. And it revealed that 61% of the clients sampled were satisfied with the level of professionalism shown to them. However, the speed with which client needs were addressed received a low rating of 32%. And again, this is heavily impacted by our human and financial resources. I think I'll stop there for now.
All right, thank you, Chairman. That's back at me. Yes. So as I was listening, I say, Welfare Department has a story to tell. And especially with the public survey, we spoke a bit about data before, having the data and treating to the data. So we may not be able to fix the human and financial resources overnight, but that data should tell us that we need to engage in public education campaigns to ensure that the public understands the limitations and have more realistic expectations while at the same time trying to improve the situation. Because if someone is in poverty and someone needs, they may not necessarily be too compassionate about the issues on your side. The second question I want to ask is in relation to gender. As I sat there last year, I remember a question from the member from St. Michael South Central in relation to decentralizing the gender agenda, which is to ensure that we don't just have it in one ministry, in one department, but how each of our departments can treat to the issue of gender in the best possible fashion. I think on my own portfolio and the question being asked in relation to the crime prevention plan, and I had members of the media, the members of the influencers and the youth council, and they asked the question, what gender lens will really apply to this? And I was impressed by the question each time, because I believe that as we seek to implement policy through all of the various departments, that this is something that should be first and foremost in our minds. The last paper that touched my desk, as Parl said, was from the Gender Bureau looking at this particular thing. So I wanted to make sure that through you, Minister, and the Bureau of Gender Affairs, that they can speak to the work that's been done since last year, since the question was asked by the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central. What are we doing to kind of decentralize and make sure that we have a more universal approach to gender sensitivities in our policies and programs?
Thank you, Minister. Acting Director Gender, please.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Lane, for the question. As I alluded to at the beginning, the Minister has indicated that gender is a very small department, and our efforts to mainstream gender has suffered from some challenges due to that lack of the technical capacity. But what I can say is, as the Minister also alluded to, we are under an arrangement with the government and we are on an arrangement to procure a gender specialist. And I'm sure that once we get that gender specialist in place, then we'll be able to do a lot of that work that is needed in gender mainstreaming. Also, I want to report, though, that there are some ministries who are coming on board in terms of gender. The Bureau has actually been involved in the conversations around gender mainstreaming in the water projects, and also the Ministry of Business and Energy in terms of incorporating gender mainstreaming into their electricity sector. So yes, there's a lot of work that can be done, but we are hoping, and I'm sure that once we get that gender specialist on board, that we can then proceed to do gender mainstreaming work that we should really be doing.
Okay, thank you. And
Wait, sorry, Minister. I think Ms.
Sorry,
Gibson,
go ahead.
if Ms. Gibson could also add, please.
Okay, so as the minister and my colleague would have said, we are aware that there is a need to strengthen the capacity within the ministry to address the gender agenda. So, well, in our work with the Caribbean Development Bank, we'll hire a gender advisor, and the work that would be done there would be to look at how we can incorporate gender not only into gender mainstreaming, but also looking at incorporating gender into our financial policies, our health policies, in order to strengthen the social safety net as it relates to the vulnerable groups. Also, the gender specialist would provide technical support across various ministries. So this gender specialist, gender advisor will not only be working with the Ministry of People Empowerment, but they'll also work across government to improve the gender mainstreaming in those ministries. Thank you.
Good to go, Minister.
Yes, that's on my end. Go ahead, sorry, sir. You may want to address the chair.
Yeah, no problem. Mr. Chair, sorry about that. My apologies. My last question really is more towards transformation and thinking about things a new way. And through you, Chair, to Minister, probably through to the Director of the Child Care Board or Chairman of the Child Care Board. One of the things I'm seeing in this new portfolio is the looking at the angle of bullying and assault on younger persons, particularly in the school system. And there's a lot of frustration among those who are being bullied, parents, etc. And the frustration is broad, is wide, is deep, as they move between the police, the school, sometimes the ministry, etc. And when I think of care and protection, when I think of child protection, I am seeing scope for the ministry and the agencies really to assist in this as part of their mandate and part of the way that they can support children in our society. So the question would be to the minister, if you see scope for the ministry to kind of come in and join and collaborate as we address child protection from the angle of those who are severely bullied or in some cases assaulted in collaboration with the Barbados Police Service, the schools, of course, the Office of the Attorney General, Ministry of Education, and any scope, particularly with the Child Protection Agency, to actually get involved and assist for the many, many parents that reach out that feel almost hopeless in this particular area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, Director of the Child Care Board, and then the Chairman of the Child Care Board.
Good afternoon, Rosa Richards, Director of the Child Care Board. The new child protection legislation makes reference to provisions to deal with things like cyberbullying, but I think the bigger picture is that there need to be a closer collaboration between or with the Child Care Board, the Ministry of Education and the school personnel, as well as personnel from the Barbados Police Service, because bullying is bigger than we probably anticipated it is because of the number of different variables that interlock as it relates to the bullying. So you might get a situation where a child might be bullied for his lunch money, and if he doesn't give up that lunch money, at the end of the school day, it turns into a fight, and at the end of the weekend, something else happens. So I think that all the players, the school, the police service, and the personnel within the Child Care Board, and possibly welfare as well, because there are different variables intervening. So we would all need to work together, put a protocol in place as to how we are going to respond to it, and address it from that perspective.
Good evening, all. I'm Catherine Jordan. I'm chairman of the Child Care Board. I just want to say in earlier times when a teacher took up a job, what was told to a new teacher is that there were 3 socializing agencies that should accept responsibility for a child. I think this is still true today. The home, the school, and the church. I don't think the socializing agencies have changed. So I guess this is just to emphasize that we must, I don't say go back, we must find new ways of bringing those 3 together to engage in the best interests of the children. The child, I don't like terms like bullying either. I think when we name something, I don't know if I'm considered, when we give something a name, we cause it to live. There was a time that children got into conflict with each other, and without naming it, we corrected it, we dealt with it. Maybe we have to stop naming so quickly and deal with matters as they come. We have to find a way to cause the principle to bring parents closer to schools. Children bring to schools what they learn at home, and we as school people, school teachers, principals, I believe, must find a way to teach children the values that we want them to learn as far as development of the society. We know what we want to cause a society to have the standards that that society wants. Societies have leaders. I do not know if these things can happen without being intentional, without expecting the schools to be intentional in what they do. So if we recognize that homeschool church are the socializing agencies, I think we have to mandate that they be brought together. We have to nudge school and church to bring the values that they want into schools. And if the leaders in society expect this to change, I think that we have to pretty much take action rather than label, rather than name. And I would recommend being more intentional in how we ask that they be brought together. People have accepted, the people you want to come to PTA meetings don't come. But I do not hear anybody who goes further than that. We have to find a way to bring them or go to them. In earlier times, the church was used in the community to bring resources, health resources, the welfare, the nurse, in the community nurse, I think that's what she was called. In earlier times, the community nurse came to the social center. She came to the church in the community. Maybe we have taken ourselves out of the community. I think we have to take services into the community, use what buildings are there, and bring the services back to the communities. Where parents want empowering, the socializing agencies must get together and bring the empowerment back to the children, where the school has taken itself out of the daily life of the children. We could go back to many, many old stories, but I think that there is a need to recognize and identify again where the socializing agencies are and be more intentional in ensuring that the values we want taught are taken to the people rather than waiting to correct them by labeling, by psychologists, by therapists, and so on. Minister.
All right, Chairman, at this time, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this intervention, and I would like to thank the minister and his staff, and also the past ministers and past staff and leadership of the ministry. You've definitely brought a new energy and excitement to the ministry that is demonstrated day by day. The energy you've brought to all the sectors, the 9 agencies, but particularly the 4 main ones. I've had the pleasure to work with the ministry and will continue to work with the ministry in the important hard work that you and the ministry continue to do. So congrats and hats off, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to make this contribution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for St. Philip South.
Thank you, Chair. I wish, first of all, to start by complimenting the Minister and his entire team for the sterling work they have been doing. One, with limited resources, both financial and human, and at the same time having to grapple with a situation that we've never experienced before in our entire existence. And that is that 2 years of COVID when this entire country was in lockdown. I don't think we can underscore enough the importance of an agency and ministry like People Empowerment, which really had to bear the brunt of Barbadian suffering during that period of time. And for that, I wish also to acknowledge and compliment the former minister, the Honorable Member for St. Thomas, for carrying the load at that time and making sure that we give Barbadians some semblance of hope with all the programs that were developed at that time. Mr. Chairman, I feel as though we need more to find out more from the ministry about process and approach, since I am cognizant of all the programs that are being done. And to be very honest with you, sometimes I feel sorry for the officers who are involved and feel that they themselves may need some counseling after the pressure that they have to undergo at certain times, especially when they can't meet people's expectations. And most of the times, the people who are suffering and need instant solutions are not always the easiest to communicate with. So I have a couple of questions that I'd like to ask, but I am more interested in process, how these things are dealt with. I'm more interested in assuaging the concerns of the Republic of Barbados than anything else. I have every confidence in the minister that's responsible for this ministry, and I strongly believe that under his stewardship, Barbadians will get to benefit a lot more and see more programs to their benefit. But I have a couple of things that I feel that we need to flag, and I feel the Barbadians should be given an opportunity to understand why things are the way they are. And hopefully that will help all of us to be able to deal with the challenges that confront us, and at the same time give Barbadians a greater opportunity and a chance to appreciate what is happening. So here's where I start. House fires. We have several vulnerable Barbadians who may at some point in time experience a house fire. Those Barbadians invariably are impacted at a time, sometimes in the dead of the night, sometimes late in the evening, and we have to intervene. I've already heard the minister and his team mention that we do not have enough resources sometimes to be able to meet people's expectations at the time. And therefore, it comes down to a case of being able to find accommodation at the time when a house fire takes place. Most of the people who are impacted and are dependent on government for help are people who are without house insurance or home insurance. And therefore, I want to find out what is the process in dealing with house fires when a person is 3 and 4 days or 5 days without a solution. Is there a waiting that is placed on this? And what is that wait? Do the social worker intervene and do a continuous assessment to find out if the person A has found their own accommodation, or B was taken in by family, or is vulnerable somewhere, perhaps sleeping in a car, in a van, lodging at somebody? These are all hardcore realities that we face in Barbados. So I need to find out if there's some kind of weight that is placed on these things so that Barbadians can understand what is happening, how it's being addressed, and how they can rely on the ministry and the welfare department for solutions rather than be confrontational.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that question, and also thank you on behalf of the team for your very kind words. So in terms of the overall orientation in the ministry and the overall approach, I have a very simple view, that we must say who is the human being on the phone, who is the human being at the door. There is a person, a human being with feelings at the door who is in need of help. And that human being is coming to other human beings in the hope that they could get some support. And once you start to conceptualize that you're dealing with a person, and not just some number or thing, then I believe it changes your perspective on it. We've had several fires. Many members in this room have had several fires. I've had at least 5 fires. And fires, regardless of the bacative, if I may use that word, regardless of the support, a fire is a very, very difficult thing to deal with. And I think the Chief Welfare Officer should speak to what happens now when we deal with fires. But we've had several conversations in the ministry about the direction in which we must go. So where we are, and I think Nicole Daniel should speak to where we are going, because we've charted out a very clear direction going forward to address these house fires and other emergencies. Ms. Norville.
Thank you, Minister. As it pertains to house fires, if a house fire, and I'm being perfectly honest here, if a house fire occurs during the day, a welfare officer will more than likely respond. They would go to the site of the fire, they would counsel and interview the victim. We want to first find out if there's somebody else that can accommodate this person. We don't immediately jump from, okay, you've had a fire, we're gonna put you into temporary accommodation. We need to get people to explore other avenues, whether you have a sister that can take you in, a brother, a mother, aunt, an uncle. We start first with the home. When we've exhausted that, then we look to see where in temporary accommodation we can put the family. And again, this is challenging because finding that place that would be near to where the person lived before, near to where the children go to school, near to where they go to work, it's difficult. So we assess other needs. There's a need for clothing. Is there a need to have your ID card replaced so you can do business the next day? Like I said, clothing, shoes, whatever is needed at that time that we can offer within reasonable expectations. The follow-up, again, goes back to the housing stock that is available to that person who's lost their home. The transition, we may temporarily place them in a hotel, a guest house, but we know that's not sustainable. So the transition then from the guest house to a long-term solution for housing remains challenging for us, and we will continue to work with our partners to see what can happen. I know currently in the ministry we are working towards a 24-hour response system that can treat the fires as well, and we've had some discussions with the fire service, but I want to ask my colleague, Nicole Daniel, if she would expand on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Yes, we have currently the 24-hour helpline, 536 HOPE. We are looking for that helpline to offer hope for those vulnerable persons. The 24-hour helpline is currently in
Sorry,
place.
Nicole, could you repeat it slowly so the public
Sorry.
can hear the helpline, please?
536-4673 or 536-HOPE. Right, so as I was saying, the helpline is currently in place for 24 hours. We would have met yesterday only with the Barbados Fire Service as it relates to engaging and partnering with them to assist those persons who would have been a victim to the fire. In the event that a fire occurs, Ms. Norville from the Welfare Department during the day would send the social worker. But in the event of a fire after hour, we are also trying to put protocols in place to provide for that family in the immediate instance, as well as having the necessary follow-up thereafter with the household. The fire service, we are looking to see if the provision of care packages on the immediate basis of those key and essential items can be provided to the family until they can get to the supermarket on the next day to get any relevant items, or to town to get any other items as it relates to clothing. So from the helpline's end, we will have that availability of the social worker, as I said, to ensure that the needs of the persons who would have encountered the fire would be met. We also need to partner, especially with persons as it relates to housing. We would have mentioned earlier that we do not have an onset of housing available, but we need to work more with partners who can provide that level of housing so that in the event of a fire, we can get those persons into immediate shelter, even if it is temporary in the first instance until further accommodation can be provided to the victim. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up, I was hoping that I would have heard a bit about counseling, especially if it involves a family of little children, given the fact that I have had the experience of seeing children cry because their school clothes were all burnt up and school was going to be the Monday. And to be very honest with you, by the Monday there were no school clothes, and therefore you have to be scrambling, asking for sponsorship, etc. So if that is not part of the protocol, I would strongly recommend that it become part of the protocol, because this is something that we need to address. House fire is a very traumatic experience, really, even for a single person. And when it happens when you're sleeping, it makes it even worse. So I would personally like to request that we drill down to some kind of counseling as part of the response to that. The other thing that I'd like to raise is...
Sorry, Minister, could I just ask Ms. Norville to respond? That's a very good point.
Sorry, Minister, I thought I'd mentioned it, but counseling underpins almost everything we do at the Welfare Department. So counseling definitely is administered to those persons when we go to a fire, because we do recognize that it is very traumatic for an individual to lose everything that they have and not know where they're going to go and how they're going to get their stuff back. So counseling is definitely a part of the process.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure the public is happy to hear that there is counseling that will be available to them who have had the misfortune. The other thing that I'd like to raise, there are several young people, but what really strikes at the core for me more is young females, and when I say young, I mean young, in the late 20s, early 30s, who would have approximately 2-3 children living in a household where there's a huge family. And you'll find that in that family, for some reason, there is no harmonization. And so there's a lot of conflict within that family. Those females invariably suffer either at the hands of a grandparent or a parent or uncle or cousin or whomever. And the children then are subjected also to that hostility in that housing environment or that home environment, if you can call it that. What may happen is that those parents sometimes become extremely suicidal. And I have had calls where a single female parent literally said to me, if something doesn't happen, I'm going to have to pray for my children because I'm going to have to do something to take me out of this misery. Even to think of it now, it hurts to the core. In reality, a social worker would have seen that person, and I'm sure counseling would have been given if a social worker would have seen the person. But I go back then to the urgency and the waiting that is placed. And if there's some kind of waiting that is placed on a situation like this, because I recognize that you're challenged to find accommodation for people. And if there's a wait in place, is it a 1 out of 10? What is the score? How often is that person seen? What is done for the children? Those kind of things I think we need to share with the public so that people in situations like these can understand why things are the way they are and how they're being addressed.
Thank you, honorable member. And through the chair, the question, I mean, that really goes to the root of a lot of our social challenges, you know. And of course, it is not a situation that can be solved in this ministry alone. That is why we really need to have a multi-sectoral response to most of our social problems. You would recall that the Honorable Prime Minister, surely the Deputy Prime Minister would remember, but you would recall that the Honorable Prime Minister spoke of the density in a lot of our houses for people, particularly in housing schemes like the Pine, Haynesville, Silver Hill, God Hill. A lot of these facilities that were built to accommodate one generation, and then those people have had children, who've had children, in some cases who've had children. And that you have 5 generations living in a house that was built to accommodate one generation. And so because of that, you have a situation where you definitely have overcrowding in a household. I recall when I was at Child Care Board, we visited a house, and the person who was occupying the house in the city was also a sex worker. And the bed was in the middle of the room, it was a room, and she said that the children, because the officer was saying, you know, this could be damaging to the children, and she said she makes the children face the wall. So that the children are in the room, and they obviously see this. This is an extreme example because that's transactional sex, but clearly when you're living in a household with so many generations, the things that children see are often things that they should not see. You compound that with the fact that I've always had the view that a lot of our social or housing response, which was to build large housing schemes, was a response to a housing problem, but that in itself created other social problems. You put so many people together, one basketball court, in some cases no basketball court, no football field, nothing to do, you know, hardly any jobs. And that then would catapult into other issues. And we had this cascading effect of social problems leading to further social problems. And so to solve these problems is not going to be the work of the ministry alone. It is a comprehensive problem, but we recognize it. And that is why I think the policy that the government has now, which is to try to take some of the density out of a lot of these housing areas, is going to be critical. And to be able to alleviate that pressure in the houses, that is compounded by poor housing in many cases, no income in the households. Sometimes you have health issues in the household. There's just so many problems in households. Normally, any of the officers here, any of the persons behind me would tell you, when they go to do an assessment, the presenting problem is always like surrounded by many other challenges, and that is what we have to be able to deal with. And that is why I think the approach of the 250 IC program, the strengthening program, and the one that we're adopting in the One Family must be the program going forward. But I think the director of the welfare department should also lend some of her own experience to answering this question.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, it is very challenging for us at times to meet the demand for counseling, and sometimes the cases are very in-depth or intense in nature, and we need help. And we do contract services of a clinical psychologist, a child psychologist, and more recently, a grief recovery specialist. So yes, that is a concern that we are addressing outside of what the department can offer.
So, Chair, I have my last two questions. I promise not to detain you much longer. In the brief that I have before me, it says societal context and issues which need to be addressed. And your first bullet speaks to protracted economic downturn, which has resulted in inflation, increased costs of living, and therein increased poverty, inequality, and vulnerability. My question is against all of this, and this dates back long before us. There was a period of time which we referred to as a lost decade, when we saw how people had to draw down on their savings to make ends meet, weren't able to pay bills, etc. We are obviously in the throes of what is developing as we know it to be as genteel poverty. I think the honorable member for St. Michael South Central did speak to this in her presentation. But as an adjunct to that, Minister, if you can tell us where your ministry is in terms of how we are addressing what is developing in terms of genteel poverty, where people are literally ashamed to disclose what is happening to them. Their pride is still standing before them, but they are unable to pay bills, they are unable to buy food at times. And I do recall that when we were in the COVID lockdown period, I think one of the greatest challenges we've had was addressing people who wanted care package because they were in genteel poverty. Is there a strategic plan going forward to deal with situations like these and to be able, one, to help bring people out so that they don't feel that they need to hide it, and two, to be able to address it either by way of counseling, help provision of jobs, those types of things?
Thank you, honorable member, for the question. It is one, obviously, that we are dealing with and struggling with in a way. Although the concept of genteel poverty really is, is taken from our British idea that people who used to have these lavish houses and lived well now have these massive assets and appear to be living well, but that they're really poor. And in our colloquial use of it, it is meant to convey a person who may look as if they're doing okay, but who is facing serious circumstances. Truth is, for many of us, whether directly in our family, through our brothers and sisters, our parents, if we go back, our cousins or our second cousins, and surely if we go back enough generations, all of us were poor. Our bloodline, for most of us, many of us came here against our will on a ship, tied to the bottom or chained to the bottom, and worked against our will on a plantation. That's how all of us of color started. And somewhere along the line, we seem to have thought that many of us have risen above that, and thankfully, because of the education and so on. But one of the most, I think, unfortunate experiences that I've noticed in my lifetime is that when people sometimes get the opportunity to rise above their circumstances that they were born into or that their parents were born into, they have a way of looking down on other people who remain there. And it is one of the most unfortunate realities for people who do this kind of work. And then, obviously, a person who figures that if I come forward or if I say that I'm dealing with these issues, I don't have to subject myself to an unkind welfare department, as they may think, the judgment of other people who too might have been able to rise above their circumstances, many of whom are also suffering, and they don't know, and then have to subject themselves to that judgment. And so many people who need help aren't coming forward for the help. It's like people who are ill, many men, because men are more guilty of it than women, regrettably, but a man who is ill waits until the condition is so bad to present to the doctor for help. And at that time, the thing is too far gone, and sometimes it could be terminal. I think we have to get past this idea that there is some sin in being poor, some shame in not having assets. You know, I think the poorest man is really the man who doesn't treat another person well, or a person who thinks he has made himself a big man by trying to make another man feel like a small man. And I think we're trying to build that into the way we orient ourselves in the ministry, so that everybody who comes before you first and foremost is a human being in need of help. And I think once you can do that, then, you know, then you could begin to help that person. But that person also has work to do. Because if you're thinking that there is some sin in being poor, then you also have your work. And you know, you don't want to come forward to help your children. You don't want to come forward to help your mother. You're leaving your mother to suffer, many people. So I think at the end of the day, in relation to this issue, we have to, first of all, work with a lot of NGOs, I think in a practical way. People in our communities and in the churches and the groups, they know, many people know where the poor are. It is not years ago, when I was a young person at the Child Care Board, I gave a lecture in a church. And at the end of my lecture, I made the point that the church has to go out, you know, the Bible teaches you that you should go and make disciples of all men. And I made the point, and then the priest said to me, and I would never forget, the priest said to me at the end of it, they are out there. The church is here. If they want to get saved, they have to find their way in here. And to me, that just made no sense. And I also feel that that cannot be our social positioning. That people who are in need of help shouldn't have to wait for us to show up at our door, when we should have the agencies as part of our amalgamation in the various communities. But also, if you have a relationship with the NGOs, there are many small organizations who know people who are in need of help. Most of the people that I hear are in need of help. You know, they come through a person who gives us a call, and many of them not in the welfare system. They come through the MPs, a lot of them in this room, who would call and say so-and-so, who's also not on the welfare list. There are many people who are genuine. And then, of course, there's a difference, huh? There are people who believe genuinely that there is nothing wrong with being proud. And so, you know, we've been taught, many of us, that if you're hungry, nobody ain't gonna know. You left home hungry, don't ask somebody for nothing. If you go by somebody and they offer you food, hungry or not, you can never eat. In my house, if I go by somebody as a child and they offer me food, I could eat. That's just the way it was. And so I think there's a lot of work that, most of the time I wasn't hungry. My mother made sure of that. But I'm just saying that there are many cases where you go and that's just the way it is that you were raised. And so there's a part of that that's cultural. There's a part of it that's embarrassing to people, and we have to be able to change it. But there's also a practical component of the ministry where we have to go out. And then you can't invite people in and then treat them bad. So the welfare department isn't talking as much as, probably the chief isn't talking as much as she should about the work that has been going on in relation to the changes in terms of how people are treated at the welfare department, because that has become a very important component of our work. People have to feel comfortable coming for the resources that we offer. You know, welfare, too, as I close, welfare, sir, is in its meaning a good word. Welfare is actually the opposite of ill fare. Welfare means to be faring well. And that concept became bastardized over time because people felt that the institution of welfare was treating them badly, or that the institution of welfare was continuing to perpetuate poverty. But the word itself is not a bad word. And now we have to be grappling with it because the institutionalized nature of welfare has bastardized what should really be a place where people fare well. And so I could only hope, going forward, sir, with all the work that we've done, that we've put in place a situation where people feel comfortable coming forward for the level of help that they may want. I would like to think that we encourage the NGO sector that is so important to the work that we must do. The churches, I've already told my staff that MPs know more about their constituencies than any people in the room normally. I know all of my constituents, sir. And to allow them to give us information. And hopefully, honorable member, put ourselves in a position where this idea of I won't call it genteel poverty, but this idea of a proud sense of poverty is able for people to feel comfortable enough to come forward and to trust the system and that the system will work for them. I want the Chief Welfare Officer also to add, please.
Thank you, Minister. This is a very interesting concept, genteel poverty, and we see it every day. And I think what we did was try to give other avenues for people to access assistance. Before, you had to come into the department physically. You had to fill a physical application form. You had to go physically in front of an officer and be interviewed and assessed. They had to come to the home. And then, you were, a decision was rendered whether you would get the assistance or not. But COVID taught us a lot. COVID taught us that we didn't have to do face-to-face, that we could allow people to access our services via the online application, that they could have a telephone interview, teleconferencing, when it came to court matters and interviewing couples conjointly for information for the courts. We did that via video conferencing. So I think that we need to take all this information and move forward with it and not be so quick to revert to what we were doing before. Yes, we're all back in the office, but we still have clients who prefer to engage with us over the telephone rather than come in the office. We still have clients who prefer to do the video conferencing. So I think we need to take that into consideration. I had another point, I think I missed it. I'll come back when I remember.
And the Poverty Coordinator, Mr. Pollard.
Yes, thanks, Minister. The honorable member, that's indeed a critical issue. The amalgamation, though, will play a major part in terms of fixing that, because there are four modalities in terms of us persons coming to our attention, and an important one is where officers now go out into the field on a regular basis. So that's why we are looking at community offices, Minister called them satellite offices, across the communities in Barbados. Persons will be stationed in those communities. They will go out into the communities, house to house, as it were, and they'll be able to speak to persons in the privacy of their homes, so that whatever challenges they are encountering, those challenges we will be made aware of those challenges and deal with them with the confidentiality that persons require and that they're calling for. So the amalgamation, which will happen this year, as Minister indicated, and we've already started too with the welfare department using the former strengthening social workers to go out in the community. So even as we speak, they are out in the community seeking to find out the situations and the status of persons. Thanks.
Chair, my final question to the Ministry.
I thought you would ask that already.
Pardon?
I thought you would ask that already.
No, I didn't. My final question to the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs is to do with one of the best programs I've ever seen develop in Barbados, and that is a program that looks after the elderly, a program called the Companion Program, which I feel that the ministry needs to speak about more publicly. That program really and truly should be strengthened, should be given more resources, because the beneficiaries of that program are people who have served this country. They don't necessarily need to be in a home anywhere, but they really need that companionship, someone to come, sit with them, talk with them, read, help them do a few things that they may not be able to do on their own, and be able to report on their frame of mind just in case they're having any mental issues, etc. I believe it's a program that the minister should really find more resources to put into it so that we can reach more people. And I would like, if possible, to hear how it is going. What is the response like? What training approaches are being taken for the companions, and how we can build on it to make sure that our senior citizens continue to enjoy such a wonderful program, one of the best that I have seen in a very long time.
Thank you so much on behalf of a very grateful people. I am sure that they too endorse your comments on the elder care program. I would ask the director of the National Assistance Board to speak, and then I would also ask the coordinator of the program, Mr. George Griffith, to join the team and to also speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I concur that the program is indeed a remarkable program, and that's not only from me, but that is also from the feedback from the recipients and also from the companions. You would know that given the structure of the program, it has a dual purpose. One, employment for vulnerable persons so that they can look after their families and don't have to be dependent on the state, and give them some level of dignity. And at the other level, taking services into the homes of elderly persons. And it's a true example of home and community-based care, which is really where we want to go with services for the elderly, as well as an example of client-based and person-centered services. The ethos of that program really is to, apart from keeping elderly persons in their community, is to provide some level of social stimulation for elderly persons. Elderly persons are, they're diverse, they have diverse capacities, and the income is not all. So you may have the pension. It also provides an outlet for families. And I want to stress that, I keep stressing that about the support that we give to families so that they can look after their vulnerable and dependent persons. So it gives that comfort for families who may be out working and have to leave older persons alone, older persons who may need some level of supervision. And beyond supervision, the whole aspect of presence. Presence is so important to older persons who may be socially isolated. And also, you would have mentioned the training for some of those persons and ongoing training. Well, some of those persons who come in, what we call the companions, they came into the program with the auxiliary nursing certificate through the Samuel Jackman Prescott Polytechnic. Other persons do not have that because it is a requirement. But we do see the need for training, and already we have identified a partner, someone who we would like to partner with to provide that training for the companions, so that they can really cater to the needs of older persons. Right now, there are 420 companions serving 928 people. If you work that out, that's a ratio of about 1 to 2. So it complements the home care program in that the home care program it is task-oriented. They do a task and they move on. We have seen great success where persons benefit from both programs, and you can benefit from both, where there's a synergy between home care and the elder care program. One person goes in and do the task, and the other person is there to provide the supervision. There are extreme cases where you can, depending on the needs of the older person, say, for example, someone who may have a stroke and confined to bed. There are extreme cases where we try to provide for that person to stay the entire day. You prevent falls, you make sure that the person is fed. And in essence, what the program does in the whole scheme of things is really to alleviate the need for persons to go to institutions. It's not every elderly person with needs that needs to be institutionalized. There are a lot of families who want to have their older persons in their familiar environments, and so that they can age in place. So the program, as I said, I concur with you, and most persons would agree. In reality, yes, it's 2 years, we're dealing with persons, we're in the community in terms of asking persons to monitor themselves and give us an honest day work, but we continue to streamline the program, and where we see challenges, then we intervene. So it is a necessity, and we have been getting some very positive feedback from older persons and their family.
Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with the comments made by George Griffith, coordinator of the Community Elder Care Program. I want to associate myself with the comments made by the director with respect to the program, and I want to thank Minister Weir for that ringing endorsement of the Community Elder Care Program. Perhaps what he has not told you is that St. Philip comprised the majority of the recipients. It is as if rural Barbados seem to be making great use of the program. And we like to see it as creating a new lease on life for the clients of the program. Since it got started, the numbers reach 926 persons. Those are the clients drawn from across Barbados, and the companions, the caregivers, whom we refer to as companions because they're part of the Community Elder Care Companion Program, reached a number of 420 odd. We believe that this program has succeeded, and it has tremendous potential because part of the program is seeking to allow senior citizens and vulnerable persons to maintain their independence for as long as possible, to remain in their own homes. Nowadays we say aging in place. And although persons may be afflicted with any number of the non-communicable diseases, these persons are still keen on remaining in their own homes and their own communities where they are familiar with the residents. And I would say that the onset of COVID and the shutdown that we had drew to our attention in a very stark fashion the fact that so many older persons were isolated, they were lonely, and they were dependent on a significant number of persons within the community for their livelihood. In other words, when it was impossible for persons to visit them, the postman, the health inspector, the members of the church, and even some family members, those persons were literally left stranded. And this program made possible for these persons to get a meal, to have grooming, a dress, and to sit with them and have meaningful conversations. For those who wanted to have devotions, for those who wanted to have some person read the Bible to them, or to run a short errand in the community. All of that made the difference to these persons in the community. Now, mention was made of training, and in the frequent meetings we have with the supervisors and with the companions from time to time, we do not necessarily call it training, but we address issues that would help them to function better because, by and large, the program served two main purposes. One, that we were providing services for senior citizens and vulnerable persons. And two, we were creating employment for hundreds of persons, mainly women, who were without work but had to maintain families and so forth. Now, there are three categories of persons who can benefit from this program. The first is seniors living alone, number one. Number two, seniors who are living in a household with other persons, but during the course of the day, those persons are out working, and that senior person is left alone with no one to cater to their needs. And thirdly, persons could be younger, but these persons are classified as vulnerable because they may have had strokes, heart attacks, visual impairment. They may be paralyzed as a result of an accident, and therefore they are part of the program that is provided. So all in all, I would say that the program has succeeded. And in fact, there is one quotation that I like so much. It makes the point that whenever we see an older person, we should have a vision of our future selves. In other words, 30 or 40 years, for some here, but for me it might be shorter. But in due course, we are all going to be that older person in the community with no one to care for them. And I would imagine, though, that going forward, we have to target families more. Because what we find, and this is...
Yes, officer, what we find that you've exceeded your time, so please...
Well, thank you for your
wrap it up.
accommodation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that the House, I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, you say aye. Honorable members against, you say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requested time to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until Friday, the 24th of February at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 10 a.m. on Friday. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 10 a.m. in the forenoon on Friday, 2023. I wish to remind members of this honorable chamber that 10 a.m. in the forenoon is 10 a.m. in the forenoon. It does not speak to 10:30 or 10:45 or 11 o'clock. I would therefore advise members to get here on time. Otherwise, I will be starting with or without you. This honorable chamber stands suspended.